Hello, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman here alongside President Ryan, and we are breaking in live right now with our first severe thunderstorm warning of the evening. Surprisingly, not in the lower peninsula, but there is a duo risk today in the state, and the first warning today will be in the upper peninsula. The severe thunderstorm warning is for this very, very strong to severe storm that is rolling right down the M28 corridor near Germfast right now in the upper peninsula. So the National Weather Service in Marquette has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Luce and northeastern Schoolcraft County and central upper peninsula Michigan until 6:15 p.m. Eastern. At 5:29, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Germfast, or 22 miles north of Manistee, moving east at 25 miles per hour. They're going with 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail with this storm. As radar indicated, and locations impacted include McMillan, Germfast, Seney, Manistee Lake, and Helmer. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The latest scan on that does increase some of our DBZ values in this storm as well. Going over to CC, you can kind of see why exactly we are. They went ahead and issued this severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, they're issuing another severe thunderstorm warning downstream for Mackinac County, I believe.
Yeah, let's take Mackinac County just to kind of fill in. That's Gaylord's radar jurisdiction, so they're just going to fill a gap there where that little box is and indent the indentation there. They're going to see a box pop up there. Joel, two things. We have a new statement incoming for the Bay City, Midland, Pinconning area. The reason I'm saying this is a statement is because this includes landspout possible tag. Landspout possible tag on the new statement incoming for the Tri-Cities. As there you go. Rotation is picking up on radar just to the north and to the east of the town of Midland. So that is one to watch there. If that tightens further, would not be shocked if that goes warned for a tornado. Also, if you want to take my screen, I have a beautiful shelf cloud pushing on the Grand Blanc South Cam. So we have a lot going on. There's a lot of storms across the state today. We're in the UP, the LP, both east and west side, the northern part of Michigan. We're everywhere today. Joel and I got you covered. So if we're not talking about your area, just stay tuned. We're going to try and cover this as much detail as possible. Excuse me. But we're going to have to kind of split and kind of decide what we're going to talk about here at any given time because there is quite a bit going on.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and switch back to radar here again. Thanks. Shout out to Apex Restoration for that shot there in Grand Blanc. Going back to the radar.
By the way, that camera is live.
There we go.
Tornado warning has been issued.
That, for those who want to go see the Grand Blanc cam, that is live on our second YouTube Michigan Weather Network. If you guys want to go watch that live, it is available for you guys.
Ryan, I'm going to need you to take over on posts.
Yep, I got you.
Perfect, thank you. So tornado warning has just been issued. This is a very serious situation right now developing in the Tri-Cities region. We're going to wait for this box to pop up in here. Looking at radar right now, we have the velocity scan pulled up. This is on Beaver Road, crossing into Bay County. Beaver Road, Flaholy Road, I think is how I pronounce it. I think I've said this road before, and I can't remember how to pronounce it, but Flaholy Road near Seidler's Road in Bay County. Waiting for that box to pop up. While it does, I'm going to go back up here real quick to the severe thunderstorm warning. This did have a little bit of rotation on it as well, but we're feeling like it might have been a little bit of a side lobe at the same time. So Germfast, Seney, McMillan, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Engadine for the northwestern corner of Mackinac County in eastern upper Michigan until 6:15 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail possible with this storm. We'll go down now to the new tornado warning in effect for Bay County. Here is your rotation once again where these greens and reds are very tight. That is where the rotation, or the greens and reds are close together. That is where the tightest rotation is ongoing. And again, the brighter the colors, the stronger the rotation. So this is the red box indicating this tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued this tornado warning for southern Bay County, southeastern Michigan, and east central Midland County in southeastern Michigan until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:34, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Midland, right on the north side of downtown Midland here, right on Waldo Road near Letts Road. This is moving east again at 25 miles per hour, radar indicated rotation. So this is a level 1 tornado warning. If you are in this red polygon box, anywhere inside this red polygon box, you do want to be taking shelter now. Substantial structure, a basement if you have it. If you are in a mobile home and have time to do so, please relocate to substantial shelter as soon as possible. The rest of this text does read as the following. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Dangerous storm will be near Auburn, 540. Call in 550 in Bay City around 6 o'clock. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Crump, Willard, and Bay City State Recreation Area. This includes the following highways of I-75 between mile markers 160 and 175, and US 10 between mile markers 122 and 139. Again, take cover now. A tornado may be on the ground at any moment. Also wanted to bring our attention down here to Oakland County, where there is a nice downburst ongoing at the radar site in Clarkston. Let's keep that in mind as well.
Take back my screen. We have a beautiful shelf cloud about to push directly over the Grand Blanc camera here. You can see, if you look closely, the movement is pushing outward very quickly. I have to imagine this is going to likely be windy as it passes the camera here. So we'll watch this. We have a lot more going on that does warrant attention. I will say, though, Joel, this downburst at the radar site, it looks to be at severe limits. This is heading right for the camera, too, in Lake Orion. So this is going to be interesting. This is a storm that is not severe, but might be severe very shortly.
Absolutely.
I'm getting the winds at the radar site at 52 miles per hour, coming out of the radar site right around 52 miles an hour as well. And for reference, 58 miles per hour or greater is what is needed for a severe warning. Joel, that rotation between Midland and Beaver and Calhoun has tightened just a bit.
And not only are we looking at one cell, we're actually looking at two different cells in this tornado warning box. In my opinion, there is a tiny little bit of rotation approaching the Linwood exit. And that would be right here where these reds and greens are shown on radar. That's very loose compared to what's actually occurring back here on Beaver Road at Flahole Road. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to go with that for now. Flahole Road is the north-south road about a mile into Bay County. And this is continuing very slowly off to the east at 25 miles per hour. All up and down this line as well, Ryan. All of these storms do have little tiny kinks on them, so we're going to keep an eye on the rest of these storms as they move into Saginaw and Shiawassee County later. Otherwise, more storms down near Kalamazoo, Battle Creek at the current time. We'll go ahead and switch back to the Grand Rapids radar. So check in on this storm, make sure there's nothing funky going on with this. There's a little bit of heavier winds ongoing there, and it does have actually a distinct hook on the south side of the storm right near Climax. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. It is statemented for 50 mile per hour winds and penny size hail. I'm going to go ahead and switch my mic source real quick because there was some static issues. I don't know if you were hearing those, Ryan, but I'm going to go ahead and switch my mic.
I am not. Yeah, sounds fine on my end.
Okay.
Area of rotation is going to be centered directly just west of Willard, Loam, North Williams, and Seidler area. Beaver Road and Carter Road is the center of where this is heading. I-75, Calhoun, Three Churches Corner, just north of Auburn is where this is at. Moving very close to Linwood, Brissett Beach, and potentially Little Killarney Beach. The storm in the UP does look to continue to produce at least severe hail. And also the apex camera is getting windy. I would not say severe yet, but definitely probably 30 mile per hour winds right now. So it's definitely gusty in Grand Blanc here. And I'll likely pick up here in a second.
I will say I also had my window open. That was probably the rain you heard outside my window. So that was probably also part of the static noise there. But I did just switch to my microphone. I'm not sure if it sounds better or worse. But we are going to go with that now. Looks like I'm coming through just fine on my end. So, again, for those just tuning in, a tornado warning in effect right now for downtown Midland, as well as much of central and southern Bay County. This includes the towns of Linwood and Auburn and Bay City proper, as well as Calhoun up towards Linwood. Anywhere in this red box, that's why we say on our off days to memorize where you're located on a map, so that way you kind of figure out where you are in terms of where the rotation is on this map. Right now, the rotation is centered right on Seidler's Road near 11 Mile, which is a north-south road, as well as it's still traveling down Beaver Road, heading towards Linwood and Calhoun. Latest scan has kind of brought it out just a tiny bit, which is good news there. But again, it is also really far away from the radar site. The radar site is down in Pontiac, and so the beam height at this location is 6,000 feet off the ground. If we go up to Gaylord, it's not much better. If we zoom in on this storm, you can see the rotation just as tight from the Gaylord radar, and that is 8,000 feet off the ground there. So likely a lot of things being missed below the beam. So the fact that we have strong rotation in the mid-levels, it is good enough confidence for the prompting a tornado warning from the National Weather Service office down there in Detroit. This is going to be heading towards the Saginaw Bay. There's already a special marine warning in effect, so any boaters on the Saginaw Bay right now, south of All Gray and west of Caseville, need to be off the waters and taking shelter in a harbor immediately. Again, this is a tornado-warned storm moving onto the waters eventually, but as it stands right now, it is traveling through Bay County. We do not have radar at the MBS airport, unfortunately. We do not have access to that. That is airport-only radar. I'm going to go ahead and go back up to our Marquette storm. As a reminder, we do cover all 83 counties in the state of Michigan, so make sure to follow along if you are new here. We appreciate you joining in. The severe thunderstorm warning continues. It is now directly in germ-fast. This is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. A little bit of rotation in there, although it is a lot weaker than what we have been seeing. Again, concerns with it being also side lobish, so it might not be true to its nature. But still, 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail possible. This is passing over M77 as we speak, south of Seney. Eventually heading up into McMillan. Definitely some large hail mixing in there, as you can see on correlation coefficient. Where the reds kind of change into these orangish and yellowish tints, that's where we would look for some hail. And so you can see that in multiple spots within this storm where it kind of lines up with that pink on your normal base reflectivity radar, which is the intensity of the rain. So when that rain gets so large and becomes frozen liquid, that's where we usually see it in these pink zones. There's 2 little pink blobs here, likely inducive of some large hail. So that is the concern right now. That is going to continue down M28 towards McMillan and Newberry in the coming hours. So that is where we stand right now in the Upper Peninsula. Otherwise, showers and thunderstorms of the non-severe variety continuing across the central Upper Peninsula. Again, we're also watching a storm down here in the Battle Creek region. It has a little bit of broad rotation on it. It's very far away compared to the Midland storm right now. 50 mile per hour winds are possible nonetheless moving into Battle Creek. There's no statement extension yet, but I'm sure there'll be one issued soon. Also, very interested in why there's not a statement for Oakland County when there's some gusty winds there. But there are some gusty winds moving through Clarkston at the current time, likely statement worthy, but still below severe limits. And then obviously we have the tornado warning ongoing in Bay County. And the center of this rotation is pretty much all the way into Bay County now. The rotation is basically out of Midland County. There are still some gusty winds on the backside here, but where these reds and greens meet is where the center of the rotation is going to be. And you continue to see that slide off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour on Seidler's
Joel,
Road.
take my camera.
Yes.
Take my camera, Joel. The winds here at Grand Blanc just got really intense.
Put my radar in the bottom corner there. The radar from the Detroit Pontiac Airport or Detroit Pontiac National Weather Service office indicating winds of about 50 to 52 miles per hour there in Grand Blanc where that camera is located, and that is fairly close to the GM plant in Grand Blanc if I recall. That's pretty close to downtown there. That camera's getting rocked.
Yeah, just before you took it, it's probably close to 50, if not over 60 miles per hour here. I have to go back and try and clip it, but it was really gusty there for a second.
Yeah. Go ahead and put your camera in the bottom corner if you'd like to switch between. So again, tornado warning continues here until 6:15 p.m. for Bay County. This is the only warning in the state besides the severe thunderstorm warning up in Luce County and Mackinac County in the Upper Peninsula. That is a severe thunderstorm warning as a reminder up there. This is the tornado warning, so this is kind of the most important thing right now. As a reminder, tornado warning means that the conditions are favorable for a tornado to develop at any time. If not, it's already on the ground. It is a level 1 tornado warning, so that means it's radar indicated. If it was a level 2, that means it would be observed by spotters. So again, if you actually are in front of the storm and have a view on it and you want to send in a picture to us, if it is safe to do so, feel free to do that. We have a Michigan Weather Reports community page on Facebook. You can send it in. But again, your safety is number 1 priority right now. So if you're in Linwood, Calhoun, Bay City, and Auburn, you should be taking shelter as soon as possible. And do not delay if you are in non-substantial shelter. So if you are in a trailer and have time to relocate to substantial shelter, please do that. If you're in an upstairs apartment, feel free to go ahead and knock on your neighbor's door downstairs, make friends with them. Otherwise, if you have really no other options, again, an interior room on the lowest floor of the building is your best option. If you have no interior rooms, a bathroom with a bathtub, make sure to cover yourself with a mattress. That is going to be the best way to protect your head, and that is the most common injury when it comes to severe thunderstorms. Again, blunt force trauma is the number 1 injury. So again, any way you can protect your head is a good way to stay safe during these tornadic thunderstorms. Also noticing...
Hey, Joel, I got the Burton camera pulled up here, and it's looking at the storm that's over the Grand Blanc camera right now coming at it. It's about to be impacted by this as well. So here in Burton, if you're in the Burton, Atlas, Davison, and Hadley areas, you got some really gusty winds heading your way. They're currently not statemented, which is crazy. There's no warning, no statement with these, and it's easily 50, perhaps 60 mile per hour winds occurring with this storm. So if you live out ahead of this, even down toward Oxford and Lake Orion up through Hadley and Alice, Davison, Burton areas, definitely a good idea to get inside as the storm rolls in.
And right before you jumped in there, Ryan, I was going to say, I was mentioning this storm right here in Merrill and Hemlock traveling right down M46. This is going to be a storm to watch as well, as it's kind of in the same environment as the storm to its north, where there is a little bit of rotation ongoing.
Detroit has continued that tornado warning. They have
Trimmed it
just a bit. Rotation does continue heading right for Cucaulin and Brissett Beach areas. Hail up to 1 inch in diameter is also mentioned.
New statement coming in for Genesee County.
That's going to include Burton, Flint, Davison, Atlas, and Grand Blanc. Well-deserved statement there. The winds on the camera were easily 45, 50, if not a little bit higher than that. So we're going to see another view of this as it comes into Burton there in the bottom left of your screen. This is a camera at the Guardian Technologies headquarters. We're going to take another view of this as the storm impacts a little bit further downstream.
As a reminder, we did just get our 24/7 camera network running on YouTube. It is Michigan Weather Network. The username is Michigan Weather Network 1, no spaces. If you want to go check out, the Burton Cam is live right now, as well as Inlay City, and you said Grand Blanc, correct?
Grand Blanc, yes, correct.
There you go. So those are running 24/7. If you want to open that up in an alternate window, you can watch that at the same time as our stream here, which we are live right now on 4 platforms for this live severe weather coverage. It is Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV. Our username for all of our social media sites is MI Storm Chaser. So feel free to hit that follow button or the subscribe button if you are watching right now here in the state of Michigan. So as a reminder, going back to this tornado warning here, this red box is where the tornado warning is in effect. So for example, if you're up in Pinconning and you're like, I didn't get the warning on my phone. Well, that is because you guys are technically not in that tornado warning right now. So that red box is about 5 miles to your south of downtown Pinconning. And so as a result, you will not likely get an alert on your phone. However, weather radios usually go off if it's like anywhere in the county, so it's a good kind of precursor, and also a good reason why you should have a Midland weather radio on you. Highly recommend. It's Midland Weather Radio WR120. But again, if you did not get alerts on your phone, that is because Pinconning, for example, or Bentley up here on the northern portion of Bay County, you guys are not technically in that tornado warning. So it's only for central and southern Bay County, which includes the towns and cities of Auburn, Bay City, Calhoun, Linwood, and Essexville down here in the eastern portions of Bay County.
We have to watch Calhoun County very closely with this. Looks like we have increase in rotation there just north of Climax, southwest of Battle Creek. There is a boundary there. It could be a little bit cluttered, but I believe that is going to be some rotation that's picking up just south of Battle Creek there, southwest of Battle Creek.
That would be correct, Ryan.
It's going to be located directly on I-94, located right at the Kalamazoo and Calhoun County line. So keep a close eye on that as well. I'll watch that, Joel. If you want to keep attention further north, I'll zoom in right here.
Okay. As a reminder, we do cover all 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So we are going to go right back up to the severe thunderstorm warning, which is in effect for Germfast and McMillan. This is starting to show a little bit of signs of weakening, but it is also getting further away from the radar site. So again, if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning in the UP, McMillan, Germfast, northeast of Manistee, that is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. You could also see a bunch of stronger thunderstorms rolling across Alger County and northern Luce County as well, likely for some medium-sized hail, likely falling soon there. Anywhere we see these pinks kind of lines up with some of the larger hail. So that's your update for the UP. Just one severe thunderstorm warning, well, two technically, because it's split by county warning area jurisdiction. And that is, again, in the Germfast region. A little bit of good news coming in from Bay County right now. Our rotation is a little bit more jumbled compared to what it was in the last couple of scans. If we go back a couple scans here, you can see how that has really gone from reds and greens really close together to, well, they're still there, but not as close together anymore. So it's a lot weaker and broader, but still definitely indicative of a tornado warning. We've seen with the Deckerville tornado, which happened about 3 weeks ago, weaker rotation scans than this, and we saw a strong EF1 tornado come out of that at about the same distance away from the radar site that it is from Deckerville than it is in Bay County. So we do want to still kind of treat this as if like a tornado is either on the ground or about to be on the ground. So if you're in Linwood, Calhoun, Bay City, and Auburn, definitely still want to be in your shelter until this storm has passed.
Hey, Joel, I can't
Yes.
help but mention that the increase of velocity heading in toward Burton right now, looks like I-69 Davison's about to be impacted. This camera's going to get rocked here by likely strong, if not severe winds. Looks like it's trying to burst out there just south of Burton.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there is. That storm down by Climax now is forming a little bit of a hook on it. I also can't help but notice, I believe there's a boundary close by to that storm that's trying to attach to.
Yep.
It's a little bit, excuse me, it's a bit disorganized as the current time, but if it organizes any further, it's going to be interesting.
So if you are in Bay City right now, the precipitation has not reached you yet. Same with Essexville and Calhoun. It is on your doorstep, though. As you can see here on radar, this is what is live at the current time of 5:55 p.m. Current time is located in the bottom right side of your screen. All alerts, if you are missing any alerts, wondering if you are in any sort of alert, those can be found scrolling on the bottom of the screen right there. At the current time, it says active alerts. There's your tornado warning, Bay County. We also have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings up there in the UP right now that are also scrolling on the bottom of the screen. And as always, the highest active alert will be displayed there on the top of our crawler at the bottom of the screen. I don't know if you wanted to get a post out for either of those storms, Ryan, for Calhoun County or Genesee County for gusty winds?
I can put one out for Genesee.
Okay.
Yeah, the winds are picking up. If you want to take my full, yeah, it's getting really gusty here. It only gets gustier with the history of the storm back in Grand Blanc. It got really gusty in the rain core itself, and perhaps the strongest of the winds is in the rain directly. So it's like a 1-2 punch.
So the center of this rotation right now, as it continues, is pretty much on I-75 in Bay County. It's kind of disoriented a little bit, but it is on I-75, also on Fraser Road, kind of going straight towards the Saginaw Bay. It'll be on Saginaw Bay within the next 10 to 15 minutes. As a reminder, that special marine warning is also in effect right now for the Saginaw Bay for possible waterspouts and winds of 50 knots and small hail, which does translate to about 60 miles per hour there. So that is severe winds moving onto Saginaw Bay. And as that storm rolls off to the east-northeast about 25 miles per hour, that'll move into the thumb. And we have seen the thumb play its magic before, again, with a lot of surface vorticity in the thumb. You do have to watch out for sneaky little tornadoes there. But at the current time, that is not a concern. New statement coming in for Saginaw. All of Saginaw County for 40-mile-per-hour winds and no hail. Also good news here is this line is also becoming a lot more raggedy down and towards Saginaw County. Rotation used to be a little bit tighter, but that is kind of going by the wayside a little bit. It's kind of going with all of these cells here, so hopefully we'll see this tornado warning trim soon, but at the current time, the tornado warning is still in effect for central and southern Bay County. Set to expire at 6:15 p.m., so about 17 more minutes. Strongest portion of this rotation is in and north of Calhoun at the current time. However, we cannot rule out spin-ups as far south as Auburn and Bay City. Storm is now about to enter Bay City within the next 4 minutes. Gusty winds also continue in Burton. Trees are swaying there on the bottom left side of your screen. That's our Burton cam looking south into that storm. And we'll switch it back over to the Grand Rapids radar. Checking on our friends down in Calhoun County real quick. That hook continues with a little bit of weak rotation on I-94 near Watkins Road. So south side of Battle Creek. Could also be some light hail falling within that cell too. Surprised
Winds are really starting to ramp up here in Burton.
Surprised there's not a statement down there for Calhoun, like you said. Going back up to the Upper Peninsula for this severe thunderstorm warning, kind of just going around in a circle here. The severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed back from Schoolcraft County. So Schoolcraft County, you guys are in the clear. Seney, Germfast. However, it continues for McMillan and getting close to Newberry. And I believe Dollarville, I think, is another city up there, town up there. So pretty much the M28 corridor in Luce County. You do want to be on alert for this severe thunderstorm. It's producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail possible this evening. So there is going back down to eastern side of Michigan here as we continue the circle of alerts. This special weather statement reads, at 5:57, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Freeland to Marion Springs to near Elsie, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Winds in excess of 40 are possible here. Strong thunderstorms will be near St. Charles, Freeland, Marion Springs around 6:05. Got Saginaw around 6:10. Chesaning, Zmilwaukee, Oakley around 6:15. Bridgeport around 6:20. Frankenmuth around 6:40. Birch Run around 6:45. Other locations impacted by this severe the strong thunderstorm includes Brant, Nelson, Carlton, Garfield, Arthur, Fenmore, Burt, Buena Vista Township, Guerra, and Layton Corners. Again, this is the entirety of Saginaw County. Got a new mesoscale discussion coming in. The mesoscale discussions are issued by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. It's the big boys, I guess you could say. This is an official mesoscale discussion for winds of 55 to 70 miles per hour and hail of perhaps up to 1.25 inches in diameter for storms over the next couple hours on the east side and south side of the state of Michigan. It says a threat for locally damaging winds will continue into this evening. That is the simple text on this. This mesoscale discussion is for the next 2 hours here in the east side of the state. So that includes all of eastern Michigan up into the thumb and southern Michigan all the way back towards Centerville and Cassopolis. And the edge of that boundary kind of runs along and parallel to these storms. So if you are along and west of this current line of storms, which kind of goes from Kalamazoo up through Ionia into Mount Pleasant, if you're west of that line, severe weather not likely for at least the short term for the remainder of the night. However, we are going to continue to watch redevelopment off to the west. I'm curious to see what satellite looks like behind the scenes here, if there's any clearing going on. There is a little bit. We are not likely to see severe back off to the west of this line later tonight. However, it is clearing out. We could see more instability fill in, and we could see some late night thunderstorms pop in for West Michigan. Not severe, maybe strong, but not severe. So keep that in mind. Current focus right now is going to be kind of central and eastern Michigan as we move into the we're in the 6 o'clock hour, moving towards the 7 o'clock hour. So current reset. Current time is 6:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Futzma here at Michigan Storm Chasers alongside our president and founder Ryan down below me here on the screen. Again, we are the Michigan Storm Chasers. We cover all 83 counties in the state of Michigan for live severe weather coverage from beginning to end. So if you are new here, we've been around for about 3 years now, so if you're new here, feel free to hit that follow button. Love to have you as part of our team. And for current warnings that we're tracking, there are 3. We got a tornado warning in Bay County and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the UP, kind of back to back for the same storm for Luce and northwestern Mackinac County.
At the heart of those winds is still quite windy in the core of that line. Still kind of shocked there's no warning on it through Genesee and about to be Lapeer County.
I was about
Definitely
to ask.
every bit of 50 for sure.
Go ahead and
Looks like the storm that is over Battle Creek still has some rotation with it, although it's not as organized as what it was a few minutes ago. But there is now a flood advisory from Kalamazoo to about Battle Creek, so take that in consideration. Looks like a lot of training of thunderstorms is going to produce some heavier rain, should I say, which could lead to localized ponding of water on roadways and low-lying areas. I also want to mention there's a flood advisory for the northern part of Grand Rapids Metro, for the eastern half of Ottawa, and the northern half, or should I say the west central part of Kenton County.
Well, it's about time that West Michigan got some rain.
I agree, and here it is. And there's not anybody who's going to miss out today. Looks like everybody's going to get some rain from this line.
So we'll go back up to the tornado warning here. It has been trimmed even further, so now it's on the edge of Auburn and points to the east. The main focal point of this rotation is now along and east of I-75 in Bay County. Primarily looking at this location kind of near Parish Road. That is also Killarney Beach Road, north of Calhoun. As this rotation kind of is now moving onto the waters here in Bay County. So it's moving north of Bay City at the current time. Still, gusty winds are possible, up near 60 miles per hour. You still want to be taking shelter if you are in this red box in Bay County. This is in the Tri-Cities region. Again, the storm is moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, so still relatively slow, and it'll give you time to prepare if this storm is heading in your direction. If you are downstream from this tornado warning, so that would be places such as Tuscola County and Huron County, take note, you have seen what is happening in Bay County and Midland County so far this evening. That is possible as it continues across Saginaw Bay over into your neck of the woods. So if you're in Unionville, Sebewaing, Bayport up towards Pigeon and Elkton. This storm is heading your way. May not get a tornado warning, but you could still see severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags on them as the storm moves in your direction, closer to that 7 o'clock, 7:30 time frame. As again, the storm is moving relatively slow off to the east-northeast.
Burton is taking an absolute beating right now.
You can see those rain curtains moving down the road.
Yeah, the trees are whipping back and forth. Probably close to 50 here at the current time, 40, 50 or so.
This is Burton, Michigan, courtesy of Guardian Technologies, looking south.
We may have a good shot here in Imlay City as well. It's kind of funny. All three cameras that are live may actually have views on them today. I know Burton just did, Grand Blanc did. Now Imlay City is on deck for this line if it continues. There's no statement in Lapeer County. I'm kind of surprised. This has a history of gusty winds all the way back through Grand Blanc area, and it's still looking very gusty at Metamora, Farmers Creek, Hadley, and Thomas area, heading up toward Dryden, Attica, and Lapeer toward the 69 corridor. I'm kind of shocked there's no statement for Lapeer.
Yeah, two different spots here that Ryan's mentioning in Genesee and Lapeer County. So Metamora, that's spot number 1 where these reds are very bright. Again, we're looking at the velocity product right now, which is your measurement of the wind speed in the atmosphere. It's kind of like an X-ray radar, so to speak, where these reds turn to very bright reds and even start to turn towards orange and yellow. Those are winds getting close to 50, if not higher than 50 miles per hour. You can see that as another example, about 3 miles away from downtown Davison, between Davison and Flint, right in this general vicinity. That's going to be the exit for I-69 at Belsay Road. So again, about 3 miles to the west of downtown Davison. A couple instances there of winds of at least 50 miles per hour. And like Ryan mentioned, could be a statement coming for Lapeer County. If not Lapeer and Genesee County, could be a bigger statement incoming for 50 mile per hour winds. But at the current time, it is a wait and see sort of game. Tornado warning does continue, though, for Bay County. This is in effect till 6:15 p.m., so at most, it'll be in effect for another 7 minutes.
Hey, Joel, we do have scattered outages now coming in. Just check the outage map all the way from Newark to Grand Blanc through a little bit of Burton and Davison now. So scattered power outages. The biggest one is just west of Grand Blanc, exactly where our camera is at. That makes a lot of sense there, as that camera got rocked earlier.
Yeah.
Also up in the Midland area, there's outages scattered from Midland all the way up toward Linwood, Calhoun, and now showing up near Pinconning. Looks like we have roughly 4,200 people with consumers out of power across the state. In total, we have roughly 7,000 people out of power, and most of those are in Bay County and Genesee County. Looks like a new warning incoming now for Genesee. I'm not shocked by that at all. The storm has had a history of producing these damaging winds all the way back to Grand Blanc at least. And honestly, Burton camera on the bottom left of your screen there is still gusty. It's been gusting for about 10 minutes now. So this is not just a one, pass-through gust. It's actually quite windy throughout the duration of this storm. So north and east corner of Genesee County, from Flint to Burton, Davison, up toward Otisville, Mount Morris, Thetford Corner, Rogersville, to the county line of Lapeer, all within a warning now for 60 mile per hour winds. That is your only hazard with that new warning incoming.
Ryan, there's a ton of outages coming in from Kent County now. I was just looking at that. There's nothing that looks too concerning on radar, but I just had a bunch of outages come in within the last 10 to 15 minutes in northern Kent County, kind of scattered everywhere.
Yeah, I see that.
Very interesting. Keep an eye on that. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning in the orange box shown on the screen. Again, a red box is the tornado warning. Orange box, severe thunderstorm warning. National Alert Service has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Genesee County and southeastern Michigan, and this is in effect till 7 p.m. At 6:09, a severe thunderstorm was located near Burton or near Davison, moving north at 25 miles per hour. As Ryan mentioned, it's only in effect for 60 mile per hour winds, but penny-sized hail cannot be ruled out with this storm either. This severe thunderstorm...
Speaking of hail,
yes,
I'm getting hail on the Burton camera now too. You can see it kind of bouncing off the pavement quite. If you look closely, you can see the big white chunks falling. So there is hail with this storm as well.
Going back to that warning, this will be near Crossroads Village around 6:15, Otisville 6:20, and Otter Lake around 6:30 p.m. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Genesee and Thetford Township. People in downtown Flint should seek safe shelter immediately, according to this text here.
Ooh.
Good news. Tornado warning
Take the
has been
camera back.
tornado warning has been canceled. Holy cow!
It is getting absolutely rocked right now. I do not understand why Lapeer is not in anything as well, but this also is getting hail and likely, okay, it's a downburst. Look on the radar, you can see it's a downburst that just started. If you take back the radar and look at your velocity, you can see this is a classic downburst signature there, located directly over the Burton camera. Ooh, take it back, take it back. Oh, that just got hammered. I'm gonna have to clip that. Both Grand Blanc and Burton cameras just got hammered. And I'm surprised there's still power, truthfully. Easily 60 plus mile per hour winds occurring there. And I'm going to also point out, Joel, if we take some attention to Lapeer County over M24, over Metamora, these winds are actually showing up more intense on radar than the Davison Burton camera are experiencing right now. Lapeer, I don't want to, say this, but it likely is producing severe winds. There's no warning in effect. There's even no statement. But these is likely severe type winds over M24 heading toward Hunters Creek, Thornville, Metamora, toward Attica, and Lapeer, close to the 69 corridor, about to be on the 69 corridor
there
here in about 2 minutes. And now we have a severe warning now for 60 mile per hour winds for Lapeer. That is a much needed warning now for Lapeer. Imlay City camera is about to get impacted by this.
Yep. So looking at a radar here, again, we mentioned this velocity radar. It's kind of like that X-ray radar. And again, where those reds turn into those oranges and even the yellows, that's where you see winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So there's a nice little pocket entering Metamora right now. A tiny little pocket also to the southeast on Rock Valley Road. This is heading towards Dryden. And eventually up towards I-69 in the coming minutes. So downtown Metamora right now is going to be the main impact. And this is going to be a large warning coming in right now for Lapeer County. It's the entirety of the county. National Weather Service has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for Lapeer County until 7:15 p.m. At 6:12, a severe thunderstorm was located over Metamora or near Lapeer, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Similar to the Genesee County severe thunderstorm warning, it's in effect for 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. This will be near Lapeer around 6:20. Lum 6:25, North Branch around 6:35. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Goodland Township, Burnside, Attica, Elba, Silverwood, Kings Mill, and Thornville. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So if you are in any sort of warning today, you do want to be taking shelter in that interior room as soon as possible. Basement's going to be your best bet. Because as a reminder, these gusty winds can bring down just as many trees as a tornado would.
So this is actually really interesting, Joel. If you take back the camera there, the winds are now out of the north to the south.
Yep.
Like they're going southerly now, and that is a classic downburst. So the storm comes at you, produces winds that are going out. As the storm passes, on the backside, the winds are still pushing out, so it's going backwards now. So now the winds are going out of the north to the south. Not as strong as what we saw earlier, but still quite cool. And also take note with the cars passing there, there is, looks like ponding on the roadways here, as a lot of heavy rain has really kind of flooded this road out temporarily while the drains can clear that. Looks like there's some tree branches down the road as well. Looks like there's some branches that are kind of scattered throughout the road. So easily severe winds occurring there in two areas, especially Burton and Davison areas, and also over here in Lapeer County over Metamora. So with that said, we're going to switch back over here to the Imlay City Cam. That's next on deck.
I'm going to go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of a radar sweep around the state because that is kind of important right now. There's a lot going on. Going up to the UP first, we're going to work from north to south. A bunch of different cells producing perhaps some marble-sized hail across the M28 region from central UP, so that'd be Munising over towards Newberry and Holbert. No warnings in effect anymore here. A little bit of rotation on the cell, still possible south of Newberry and north of Nobbin. Then we move south. We go into northern Michigan near the Gaylord region, and right now it is completely clear. So good news up there. We go into the Grand Rapids area, West Michigan. Torrential downpours ongoing. There is some power outages coming in from Kent County right now. Not entirely sure why. There's not too crazy of wind velocities on radar. As you can see here, all these reds and greens are very dull. You move down into southern Michigan. We've been watching this Battle Creek cell for a while now. Rotation really not there anymore, but there could be some gusty winds upwards of probably close to 40 miles per hour going through downtown Battle Creek. If not, down Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, over towards Galesburg and Augusta, dealing with some torrential downpours at the current time, and perhaps some pea to marble-sized hail. So all strong storms, but not severe. Speaking of severe, though, we go over to the east side of the state. This is where the severe is ongoing. And gusty winds are ongoing, 60 miles per hour possible from Burton to Davison, down the line towards Metamora, and eventually heading in towards Lapeer and Inlay City. If you know anyone in the path of these storms, feel free to show you care, like and share, as we always say here at MSC. It's a good rule of thumb. Even if you don't know anyone in the path of these storms, hitting that like button or that share button, depending on what platform you are on, does help the algorithm bump it out to more Michiganders around the state. So feel free to do that this afternoon, as we'll go ahead and take a look at this main line. There's one more line we're going to go ahead and look at here, Ryan, real quick, is this line that was previously tornado warned. Good news here is there's no more tornado warning in effect. That was canceled about 5 minutes early for Bay County. However, this cell is still rotating on the Saginaw Bay, and this would be heading towards Seaboing and Pigeon, as well as Bayport, within the next probably 45 minutes as it continues off to the east, east-northeast, about 25 miles per hour. So that can be denoted by this red and green coming close together on radar, just to the southeast of Pinconning on the Saginaw Bay. Up and down this line from Bay City down to Elsie, there is just some gusty winds ongoing. That is why this is statemented for 40-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some pea-sized hail.
We have Cody and Clayton that are live with us as well.
Okay. I do not have Cody's cam. I do have Clayton's, though. Put those up there.
Do we have Drew with us?
His camera was not working. Oh, it is working now. So we got a full board, if you will. So for those just tuning in, I should say, there are only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Michigan right now. These 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are back-to-back in eastern Michigan, kind of in the thumb region. One's for downtown Flint, Otisville, Mount Morris. This one's in effect until about 7 p.m. for winds of 60 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. Same story in the entirety of Lapeer County, 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. This storm's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Huge outage just came in. Davison, Burton area. This is over 2,000 people. Actually, hold on. This is over close to 4,000 people out of power with the latest update.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is, and we saw that firsthand here on the Burton cam, which we had up previously. That is really the goal of these weather cams for you guys. Here at MSC, we like to turn your inactive mindset into a reactive mindset. We say this all the time, and that's why we always want to. We're working on expanding our camera network, but we also have a bunch of chasers in the field. Our entire top bar is full of our chasers right now. We have Drew out there in southern Michigan, Clayton's, and I think in the Lansing area, and Tyler is down in southeast Michigan, I believe. I actually don't have our chasers on, but nevertheless, we do have all of our chasers out there, and we have our weather camera network, which is now over 30 cameras across the state of Michigan, for you guys to see what's actually happening out there. So if you know you live in these storms neck of the woods, then it gives you the kind of mindset of, hey, I see what's happening out there. I should probably take necessary precautions and get to my shelter, since that is heading my way. So in the instance of today, we just had our Burton camera, which is in the Genesee County region, show those downburst winds moving in of 50, if not higher, up towards 60 miles per hour. And that is moving directly up places such as M15 and M24 in Lapeer and Genesee County right now. So if you know you are to the north of Metamora and Burton, along M15 and M24, you should be taking shelter for 60 mile per hour winds. The strongest winds right now, by the way, have passed through Metamora and are now crossing over I-69 between Lapeer and Imlay City, denoted by these bright reds turning into oranges and yellows on radar. Again, the highest of winds, Sutton Road, Hunters Creek Road, and Newark Road. Those are all east-west roads here near the vicinity of Broker Road, which is a north-south road. A new statement coming in at the bottom of your screen there. It's a new alert. It says a special weather statement for Shiawassee County. As a reminder, a special weather statement is issued for storms that are not quite severe, but they are strong. And that will be for likely this storm that is in the Owasso region, if I believe that is correct. Yeah, so they are issuing it for 50-mile-per-hour winds and no hail. So this will be for northern Shiawassee County and eastern Shiawassee County. So it's excluding the southwest corner of Shiawassee County, such as Langsburg and Perry. So if you're north of Langsburg and Perry, you are now in a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds. You can actually kind of see that with the bright greens on radar here.
I was watching that area near Chesaning. I think it's clear air, but I was looking at that very closely just to kind of see if that was like a dog leg, as they call it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, again, kind of side lobish, clutterish looking. So I was waiting for the next scan before I said anything.
Yep. More outages kind of being corrected in the Burton area at the current time. Also, storm motion on these. As you can see, the radar is looped right now. We'll take a big zoomed out picture. Majority of these storms are moving off to the east, east-northeast at about 30-ish miles per hour is the going rate right now. We also have prefrontals kind of forming on a boundary that are along I-69 from Flint over to Lapeer and Imlay City at the current time. Bottom left corner of your screen right now, that is the Imlay City cam that we have recently installed over there at Valley Farms. So shout out to Valley Farms there in Imlay City. That is a south-looking cam. And again, these storms are moving off to the north at about 40 miles per hour. So in a way, if these storms continue to maintain their strength, they will collide at some point, probably within the next hour or so, as they head kind of into the Tuscola County and Sanilac County region. Those winds are starting to gust out a little more now over Chesaning. Again, as a reminder, Saginaw County is in a special weather statement for winds of 40. And we'll have to keep an eye on those winds, as actually those are getting pretty close to severe limits, probably getting closer to 50 now. Directly over downtown Chesaning. If you're in Chesaning, you should be taking shelter inside lowest floor of a building. And as Ryan mentioned, there's a little bit of kind of junk on the northeast corner of the storm. However, we can't rule it out when you have that reds and greens close together like that on our velocity radar. Anytime you see reds and greens close together and where there's like an indentation into that storm, that dog leg as Ryan was mentioning, we do have to keep an eye on it, as that can quickly spin up a tornado within one radar scan, and it'll be there and gone, boom, just like that. That is the majority of our tornadoes here in the state of Michigan. So keep that in mind. It does have kind of that hook shape on it as well if you look at normal base reflectivity radar, which is the intensity of the rain that is falling. Speaking of the intensity of rain that is falling, anywhere you see on radar right now, we switch it back to base reflectivity. These hotter colors are your heavier raindrops, even some hail falling in some locations. So anywhere you see the reds and the pinks, that is very, very large drops, probably the size of your thumb or larger. And again, if those those larger droplets can get affected higher into the storm, we sometimes see hail fall, especially if those droplets stay suspended in the air. So keep that in mind. There is a little bit of a hail risk out there this evening as well, but primarily a damaging wind threat. But because these storms are kind of traveling off to the northeast very slowly and over the same area, we do have some flooding that is starting to develop as well, primarily right now in Grand Rapids and Ottawa County, which is a surprise given the fact that it's been so dry there. But again, when we have so much rain over a short period of time, the ground can only soak in so much at a time. So keep that in mind. Even the driest of areas can still get flash flooding, and we'll have to keep an eye out for any flash flood warnings, but right now they're only opting for flood advisories. The severe thunderstorm warning...
Wouldn't be shocked to see a warning incoming for that Chesaning cell. Increase of velocity there for the wind at least.
Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed for Genesee County just slightly. Burton is no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that orange box has been trimmed back to the north. The gustiest of the winds are now up towards Otisville. Actually, Tyler is on that storm, but we lost his camera. Didn't realize he was so far north. So he's in Otisville right now, looking at this or driving into the storm as we speak. But we do not have Tyler's cam. Not sure if we can get that back.
I will ask momentarily. I'm trying to get a time lapse made.
Gotcha. Go ahead and zoom back in on the Chesaning cell. Waiting for a new scan on that one. So for those who missed it, we did have a tornado warning in effect earlier for Bay County and portions of Midland County. That is no longer in effect. However, that storm that had rotation on it is now on the Saginaw Bay and heading up towards Bayport and Seaboing within probably the next hour or less, so probably close to 7:30 or before that. It is moving very slowly, so it's going to take a little bit. But you should be preparing now for the potential of a low-end all-hazards threat. Again, we've seen already one tornado warning out there today, so that does go to show you that there is enough spin in the atmosphere for maybe a brief weak tornado out there this evening. But the current threat is damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, maybe up towards 65 and 70 in some locations, if the dynamics are correct. As a reminder, again, if you know anyone that does not have a Facebook account, for example, but would like to tune into these streams, we are live on YouTube. You do not need an account on YouTube to watch, so feel free to head over there and send our YouTube channel link to those friends and family who may not have a Facebook account to watch us on. We are also live right now on X and Twitch TV, so 4 different locations that you can currently watch our streams live on, as severe weather continues across the state of Michigan here on August 12th, 2025. Just a lot of rainfall out there today. PWAT values, precipitable water values, very high. 1.8 to 2 inches is the exact reading on that. So that is the basic going rate for inches per hour if it is living up to its true potential for rainfall to be falling in the kind of same location. So flood advisory is definitely likely tonight. We already have one out there for Kent. You said Ottawa County, Ryan?
Yeah, the very far eastern half of Ottawa County.
There you go.
I'm talking Grand Valley area, Elgin, Finnissy, Walker, up into Kent County now, Wilder Center, Belmont, Comstock Park, Alpine Township.
So there you go.
Also, looking at the bottom left of your screen, we are getting the shelf cloud leading edge of the storm that was producing severe winds through Genesee and now Lapeer County, moving toward the Imlay City camera. Looks like the worst of the winds is going to be either impacting or just brushing the camera, or going to be located just off to the right of the camera. We'll see how windy it gets here with this cell now in Imlay City. Again, camera here courtesy of Valley Farms, looking to the south here, just north of Imlay City proper. Looks like the worst of those winds. It may actually impact the camera. I don't think. What do you think, Joel?
It's north of Imlay City, correct?
Yeah, just about 2 miles north of Imlay City.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's probably heading right for it. It does definitely look like it is taking a collision course with us. So hopefully we don't lose our camera, but it'll give a nice, it's already giving a nice view of that shelf cloud as it rolls in. Good news is it looks like the velocity is kind of downtrended just a little bit. However, because it is also moving, the storm is moving away from the radar site, it is also becoming, this beam is now kind of overshooting the bottoms of these storms. So it could still be very gusty, near severe or over severe limits, which is 60 mile per hour winds at the surface. The severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed a tiny bit. Metamora, you are no longer in this severe thunderstorm warning, denoted by this orange box. You can see it's been trimmed back a little bit. So if you're in...
Cody says he has a view here incoming. Lowering, he says.
Gotcha. Again, if you're in an orange polygon, you want to respect that polygon and be taking shelter until the warning has been canceled for your location.
So with that said, we're looking at a few areas here to monitor. I'm looking back at Chesaning still. On Joel's radar there, it's a green velocity just south of Saginaw there. I'm watching that area closely. There's a statement in effect for 40 mile per hour winds. Winds in excess of 40. Over Chesaning right now, moving up toward Tamath, Birch Run, Frankenmuth, and perhaps southern part of Saginaw in the Bridgeport area. This is heading your direction. It's not currently severe. With the environment today and with the radar presentation previously, I would not be shocked to see a warning get slapped on this, especially if this continues to increase. With that said, Chesaning, it's directly over you right now. Tamath, it's about to be over you in about probably 3 or 4 minutes. Birch Run, you're about 5 to 10 minutes away, and then Frankenmuth is about probably 10 to 15 minutes away. Cody is directly out ahead of that. Can we take Cody's stream? Do we have him by chance? We do. He is looking direct. Ooh, wow. That's a beautiful shelf cloud. I'm assuming he's looking directly to the west of this, to the storm here. He is in Birch Run. I assume he's facing directly to the west. This incoming storm likely producing strong winds as it heads toward him.
He's
moving.
That's his backwards camera.
That is so interesting. Cody has a great setup there. So we're looking basically west, and he's going to the east, I have to assume. So he's going east on what appears to be M54 out of Birch Run, and we're looking with his rearview camera to the west. But that's a beautiful shelf cloud, and likely going to be producing strong winds as it moves through Tamath, Birch Run, and eventually Frankenmuth in toward Tuscola County. Imlay City camera is about to be impacted about probably 5 minutes or so. We're looking at this storm as well with a history producing damaging winds and power outages. So looks like the latest couple of scans on radar has weakened it just a bit. We're gonna keep a close eye on that. And we'll keep it down there in the bottom left corner for you guys to keep an eye on as well. If you guys want to go watch it full screen, it is live streaming to our YouTube channel called Michigan Weather Network. You can find that camera, as well as the Burton camera and the Grand Blanc cameras, all streaming simultaneously to that channel.
So Michigan Weather Network is our 24/7 weather camera network for these live cameras that you see in the bottom left corner. We only have 3 that are streaming 24/7. So we have Burton, Imlay City, and Grand Blanc. We have more of our 30 cameras coming soon, but at the current time, it's just those 3. So feel free to go check out our Weather Camera Network only channel that is called Michigan Weather Network. Our main YouTube channel is just Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to search that on YouTube. You can find it there and hit that red subscribe button if you are a YouTube user. Again, it is free to do. You can also become part of the team by hitting that join button. So we kind of have 3 different apexes of wind going on here, Ryan, in eastern Michigan right now. You have Apex 1, which is entering Imlay City, as you mentioned. This is entering Lum, Imlay City at the current time. We have number 2, pulse number 2 near Otter Lake and Columbia, and over Columbiaville at the current time. These are heading up towards North Branch. And obviously we keep mentioning Chesaning back here, where there's these very, very bright greens indicative of winds of 50-ish miles per hour. That would be higher than the current statement in effect for 40 in Saginaw County. So that is near Chesaning, moving off to the east about 35 miles per hour, and that's heading towards Montrose and Burt in the coming minutes. Is one of us accidentally keeps saying Frankenmuth, Ryan? It's Muth.
Frankenmuth.
Frankenmuth. M-O-O-T-H.
Frankenmuth. It'll always be Frankenmuth.
Really? You're going to annoy a lot of people by saying that. Clayton, he's in the forest down there, but he is in front of the storm that's in Battle Creek. Has a lot of trees. Currently in Battle Creek, just looks like a nice downpour with winds maybe around 30. Nothing that really raises a concern. Unfortunately, we cannot use the radar out of northern Indiana. Reason being, they have had maintenance ongoing with that, and the estimated return to service, I believe, Ryan, for that radar down there in northern Indiana is next Monday. So we're going to be without radar in southern Michigan for another 6 days.
Yep, that is correct.
So if you are in southern Michigan, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph Branch, your nearest radar is going to be either K-Lot in Chicago or the radar up in Grand Rapids instead of northern Indiana.
Also, as an update, we now have 11,000 people in Michigan that I can't talk, that are without power. And we also have a very centralized swath from Grand Blanc up to about Otisville of outages. And I assume that continues. I haven't looked at DTEs yet, but I have to assume that continues into Lapeer County. We're about to see how strong these winds are in Inlay City. Again, this storm has weakened on radar a little bit, so I don't expect them to be as strong here on the camera, but still likely gusty winds incoming here. The warning continues for 60-mile-per-hour winds, expires in 40 minutes, puts it right around the 7:15 time frame. Cameras in Imlay City facing south, courtesy of Valley Farms.
I was gonna take Cody's cam. Getting dark quick.
I'm gonna pop out for like 2 seconds.
Okay. Let's go ahead and now switch back to the radar. Current time, there's not anything going on in the Upper Peninsula. Again, we cover all 83 counties, so we do not want to disregard our friends up there in the UP. There is a rather strong thunderstorm rolling through Luce County right now with a tiny little bit of rotation and some hail. That is very rural portions of Luce County. This is... there's no roads out here. County Road 407, Luce County, northern Luce County. Keep an eye on that. It's going to be heading over towards Paradise and Whitefish Point in the hours to come. Otherwise, not anything that's really raising a eyebrow up there. West Michigan, just a lot of heavy downpours ongoing, primarily in Berry and Allegan County, also down towards Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties, and of course up here towards Ionia, Kent, and Montcalm counties. Guys probably just saw that orange severe thunderstorm warning pop up on the bottom of the screen. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in right now. And it's going to be for Tuscola County. Wait for it to pop in. Drew also has a shelf cloud he would like to show off real quick. Very nice. Wait for that to pop in there. Drew's dot is... Drew's all the way down in Three Rivers. Traveling near the storm down there. There's our Imlay City cam once again there. The shelf cloud rolling over. Heavy downpour moving in as well. And now we'll go up to our new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include the entirety of Tuscola County in southeastern Michigan until 7:45 p.m., issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit. 6:36, severe thunderstorms were located along the line, extending from near Otisville to Columbiaville to Lapeer, moving north at 30 miles per hour. It says 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail are possible with this storm. This severe thunderstorm will be near Millington around 6:40, Mayville 6:50, Cairo 7:10, Kingston 7:15. Additional strong to severe thunderstorms are coming off Inner Saginaw Bay, will impact northwest Tuscola County by 7 p.m. So this is a very, very interesting severe thunderstorm warning we got going on here. We have it in effect for two separate storms that are totally opposite sides of the county right now. So up here on the north side of the county, we have these severe storms moving off Saginaw Bay, Unionville, Seaboing right now. Really, the winds don't look all too concerning. It's mainly this pocket down here, which is now just to the north of Columbiaville, passing over County Highway 39 near Otter Lake. So that's cell number 2 down here, the primary cell on the southern portion of the county. So we have winds up here and winds down here on both opposite sides of Tuscola County. In addition to, let's not forget the storm that's back here in Chesaning and Burt and Montrose. That's not severe warned, but it does have winds of 50 miles per hour moving in towards Tuscola County as well. So Tuscola County is going to be kind of cornered by 3 different storms as another severe thunderstorm warning pops in, and it's likely going to be for the storm I was just mentioning for Chesaning. Gonna wait for it to pop in.
That'd be correct. 60-mile-per-hour winds for Taymouth, Chesaning, Frankenmuth, Chesaning, Owasso areas. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the only hazard with that.
Yep. So National Weather Service in Detroit, Pontiac has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Saginaw, northeastern Shiawassee, and northwestern Genesee County until 7:45. At 6:40, a severe thunderstorm was located near Montrose or 7 miles north of New Lothrop, moving east at 30 miles per hour. As Ryan mentioned, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the only hazard. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Birch Run and Montrose around 6:45. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Juddville, Shiawassee National Wildlife Refuge, Garfield, Foster's, Burt, Gara, and Layton Corners. People attending downtown Montrose and Clio Amphitheater should seek safe shelter immediately is the alternate text on here. And they've also added the torrential rainfall tag for torrential rainfall occurring with a storm and may lead to flash flooding. So this new severe thunderstorm warning for this cell here. It's just a conglomerate of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in the Tri-Cities and Thumb region ongoing. So Tuscola County, as I mentioned, you have 3 different storms approaching your location from 3 different directions. Storm coming up from the south, storm coming in from the west, and storm coming in off the Saginaw Bay. And we'll likely see another severe thunderstorm warning popping in soon for Huron County as these storms get rather close to that on the west side of the county near Bayport, Owendale, and Bach. This new severe thunderstorm warning, as you can see, has a lot of bright greens on velocity. As mentioned, that's winds kind of heading towards the radar. Even though the radar is down in Pontiac, it's kind of heading parallel to it off to the east. Where these bright greens turn into more of a cyan color, that has winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Although the pixels say 50, again, this is 2,700 feet off the ground, so we can't see what's below 2,700 feet. So it is likely that there are 60-mile-per-hour winds gusting to the surface near Chesaning, heading towards Burton Montrose at the current time, traveling right down Chesaning Road and Gary Road. Another big concern, of course, is going to be this cell that is currently severe thunderstorm warned in Lapeer County. There's a lot of hot red and orange and yellow pixels here passing over M57 near Otter Lake, traveling directly up Fostoria Road at the intersection of County Highway 29. Anywhere we see these yellows in radar here is going to be winds of 60 to 65 miles per hour even. These, again, directly over Burnside Road near Fostoria Road at the current time and pushing quickly off to the north at about 40 miles per hour. If you are in Mayville and Clifford, you do want to be on alert for this storm. It could also be a little bit of penny-sized hail mixing in as well with this storm. Just going to look around at some of our other products here. That storm, by the way, in Lapeer County is up at about 50,000 feet. Similar to this storm that is back here in New Lothrop, that is already trying to look like a little bit of a embedded supercell. We'll keep an eye on that. That is a very, very tall. Both of these are very, very tall storms. And again, the taller the storm, the more it can tap into that instability that's kind of just built up through the entire troposphere. So the taller the storm, the more instability it's going to feed into, and the stronger that storm is going to be. And that is why we have severe thunderstorm warnings for both of these cells. Now, I will say this. Genesee County and northeastern Genesee counties, that would include Otisville and Davison, your severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled. Take note, though, you still have that new cell coming from the west that is heading towards New Lothrop and Flushing at the current time.
Can we try to refresh Tyler's stream?
Give me a sec.
Yep. Looks like the winds here in Imlay City have been pretty tame so far. That was kind of expected.
There we go.
There we go.
We got him. Tame in Imlay City, but not so much up the road. That's for sure. Again, Otter Lake, between Otter Lake and North Branch, there's a tiny little town here, Ryan. I do not have it on my radar. Near Otter Lake. It is directly over it right now with winds of 65-ish miles per hour. That's going to be on the county
Fostoria.
line. Fostoria, okay. That would make sense because Fostoria Road. Yeah, 60. I have even pixels of 66 miles per hour at 2,200 feet off the ground. If you are in northern Lapeer County and southern Tuscola County, you need to be taking shelter in an interior room now. Again, these winds will bring down trees. And again, 66 mile per hour winds would be the equivalent of a weak EF0 tornado. So it can bring down just as many trees as a weak tornado. Again, very big pocket of damaging winds gusting straight north up Fostoria Road, heading directly towards Mayville and moving in through downtown Fostoria at the current time. So
I want to direct your attention over to Berry and Allegan County line. We have looks like a downburst ongoing just south of Irving and Wayland areas. Looks like it's actually growing in intensity. It's getting close to, I'm not going to say close to severe just yet, but it's at 46 miles per hour over Orangeville, between Martin and Podunk and Hastings area. It's going to be the western part of Berry County. Downburst ongoing, likely some gusty winds there in the Orangeville area. That will need to be watched there for a statement, if not a warning, as soon as that intensifies.
That's a very heavy cell. New statement coming in all the way up to the north. We'll go up here real quick and check in on this cell. This is going to be for Luce County for 30 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. So it's the bare minimum on that one for a statement there. So if you are in Luce County, northeastern Luce County, heading towards Whitefish Point and Paradise, if you know anyone vacationing up there or living up there, let them know. Some briefly gusty winds and small hail moving in to that neck of the woods. Otherwise, we move back down to eastern Michigan, where severe weather is ongoing. Again, if you know anyone in Tuscola County, now is the time to hit that like button and the share button to share it with your friends and family. I do appreciate you guys' support here at MSC. If you guys are just following us for the first time today, welcome to the channel. We do this all the time here at MSC. And, kind of off topic, but we will be here in the winter, so keep that in mind. We will have winter forecasts out, and especially as we get into the fall months here. But we won't talk about that right now. First and foremost right now is, of course, this severe weather, which this pocket of damaging winds, Ryan, continues to increase in size as it heads straight up towards Mayville. Our bottom bar is kind of freaking out a little bit. One of those warnings is just the right amount of text characters to where it's doing the slide thing back and forth. I believe that's the one that includes the 3 counties such as Saginaw, Shiawassee, and Genesee. Again, this is in effect until 7:45. Those 3 counties I just mentioned there. Tuscola County in effect until 7:45, and Lapeer County in effect until 7:15. Yeah, 7:15. New special weather statement now coming in for Huron County. Coming in ferociously. They are going with 55 mile per hour winds on the special weather statement. So that is 3 miles per hour below severe for that storm there in Huron County. That is going to be for western Huron County only. No hail expected. They do not have anything in terms of landspouts or tornadoes in that one. All of the alerts right now, besides in Luce County, are confined to eastern Michigan. There are no statements back here towards Lansing or Hastings. That could change, of course, as time progresses. We still have a very unstable atmosphere down here south of I-96 along I-69 from Lansing down to Coldwater. We'll keep an eye on that, but at the current time, none of these storms have really lived up to their full potential, which is good. We want to make sure that you guys are just getting the rain you guys need here in West Michigan without, getting to that next level of severity. But at the current time, in terms of severity, there is a little bit of broad rotation on this cell near Vicksburg. But I think it is really far away from the radar to kind of give you a good estimate on how far that is mixing to the ground. And as we mentioned, a good downburst ongoing in western Berry County, south of Middleville, southwest of Hastings, in the vicinity of Wildwood Road. So that's all that's going on in the southwest corner of the state. All the warnings, though, on the east side of the state. Just keep that in mind. There's gusty winds in this severe thunderstorm warning for Lapeer and Tuscola. are now kind of into Tuscola County, going right up Fostoria Road, as mentioned. We also have Rich Road, and of course M24. It's about 4 miles away from Mayville, so about another 5 to 6 minutes on that as it enters Mayville. If you're in Mayville, you should already be taking shelter right now. The best place to take shelter when you are in the path of a severe storm is, of course, the interior room, basement, if you have one. Interior room with no windows, exterior walls. If you only have exterior rooms, try to find a closet, small space. Otherwise, a bathroom with a bathtub is going to be your best bet. Cody has a really nice shot still on that shelf near Chesaning, I believe. It is just very, very dark there. Kind of getting pursued by it. Also, I have Clayton out there in the field. He is in, where is he? He's down in Battle Creek still, watching that storm roll in. And we also have Drew, who is following, or kind of getting chased by the storm in Mendon down in St. Joseph County.
New information. This
Wow.
severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
The severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscola County has been upgraded. And there you go. We'll switch it back to the radar right now. That was the alert sound you heard on your screen for an upgraded alert. This is now Tuscola County. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning now has a red outline around it. Is a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning on a scale of 3. So this is what the text reads now. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect till 7:45 p.m. for Tuscola County. At 6:52, severe thunderstorms were still located along a line extending from Millington to near Mayville, and also to near North Branch, moving north at 30 miles per hour. The hazards with this storm are now 70 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Again, moving to the north at about 30 miles per hour. Its radar indicated impact says expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofing, and outbuildings. These severe storms will be near Mayville and Millington around 6:55, Kingston 7:05, Cairo 7:15, Cass City 7:30, and Gagetown around 7:40. East Dayton, Tuscola, Colling, Wilmot, Wisner, Ellington, Guilford, Richville, Deaford, and Colwood also inside of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, in effect until
Joel,
7:45. Go ahead.
take a look back down in southern Kalamazoo County and tell me what you think about that.
I was taking a look at that. That was kind of far away from radar.
Drew is on that storm.
There's a little bit of rotation there. Again, if that is a rotating storm, if that is truly a rotating storm and not side lobing, that's heading right down X Avenue and crossing over 38th Street. And that is extreme southern Kalamazoo County. So we'll keep an eye on this storm right here. As you can see, there's reds and greens close together, heading towards Athens in southwest Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a lot of clean inflow. There's nothing basically impeding inflow from the south in that storm. Latest scan does increase rotation a little bit more. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. If you are in Athens, southwest, extreme southwest Kalamazoo County, there's a storm that is starting to pick up rotation there.
Do we have Drew with us?
Yeah, his cam is
I
live.
can't tell. I can't look at it.
His cam is live. He is paralleling it right now. He is on M60.
Okay. I can't read those. I think it's Tyler who's
Offline.
Tyler and Clayton now. Okay, gotcha.
Tyler's offline, yeah. Are you getting a post up about the considerable, I'm guessing?
I got like 16 posts that are pending, dude. I'm trying my best over here. I'm truly trying.
Yeah, you're good. So again, these 70 mile per hour winds are most likely. Again, this entire area of winds is kind of impacted or kind of like expanded out a little bit. Anywhere where you see these yellow pixels is your winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So these are now through Fostoria and moving into Mayville and Clifford at the current time, just to the west of North Branch. And they'll continue slowly off to the north at 30 miles per hour. If you're in Kingsford and around the Kingsford area, there's a bunch of different lakes out here as well. You need to be taking shelter inside, as considerable tree damage is likely with this storm. Any exterior walls near trees you do want to be away from. And the most important thing is to protect your head. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We just got a spotter network report in from Jaden of a landspout tornado that has touched down for a brief period near Frankenmuth. It was down for about 40 seconds, 3 miles south of his location, near Reese and Frankenmuth. We'll have to see what the validation is on that, if he has video of that. But again, that is a confirmed landspout report with that storm.
Check it out here in a second.
That would match up a little bit with the velocities in this area. There's a little bit of greens and reds right where that marker was thrown down. So would not be surprised. Again, a landspout tornado is basically a tornado that's a lot weaker because the rotation in the area is a lot weaker, and usually does not do a whole lot of damage. But we'll keep an eye on that.
Can you refresh Tyler, please?
Yep.
That storm in Kalamazoo County is now starting to hook really, really nicely on radar. Drew's saying take his camera.
Tyler's cam is back live. There is Drew. Oh, that's pretty low. So kind of a reset right now of what's going on. We have a bunch of different severe thunderstorm warning storms that are kind of doing a bunch of different things. So again, I'm going to go back to radar because this is important. There's a lot going on that we're kind of keeping track of. There is a storm that is special weather statemented for Huron County for 55-mile-per-hour winds. I will say that storm is starting to kind of broadly rotate once again as it heads in towards Bayport. We move down to Tuscola County. This storm right now is considerable severe thunderstorm warning. As a level 2 of level 3 severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 70 miles per hour. The peak of those 70-mile-per-hour winds are in southern Tuscola County, heading due north towards Mayville and Kingston at the current time. We move back off to the west. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a kind of a broad area of winds that may also be producing brief landspouts near Frankenmuth and Birch Run. Otherwise, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Lapeer County for winds of 60 miles per hour for pretty much northern Lapeer County, North Branch, Brown City, and Lum. If you are down towards Imlay City and Lapeer, the winds have kind of left your area. Then we move down into southwest Michigan, where there is also a lot going on that is not currently warned by any means, but we are watching some rotation that is kind of moving in through southwest Kalamazoo County. It's almost kind of retrograding back to the north a little bit, heading up towards climax. So keep an eye on that. And as you mentioned, there's a hook that is starting to form on that as well. So rotation definitely starting to pick up there on the Kalamazoo County cell. Otherwise, gusty winds ongoing across Berry County, and that's really about it, other than a bunch of torrential downpours in terms of severe weather.
Drew is saying take him now. There's a wall cloud.
Can he turn his camera? Or is that it right ahead of him?
I believe so. He's located due south of rotation, so that's where that's going to be it right there. 100%. So this is actually a confirmed wall cloud with rotation, more than likely, heading into the Fulton area. This lines up very, very closely.
Yeah, that's it right there. Right in front of him.
They're trying to bowl out there, or am I just seeing things?
It's left side, it looks a little low.
It's a very classic wall cloud as it's slanting toward the rain shield. This is southern Kalamazoo County. Drew is in Leonidas, just west of Athens, west of Union City, looking north.
Center of this rotation, by the way, is going right down W Avenue, within the vicinity of W Avenue and 42nd Street, as well as V Avenue. Does look like it's weakly rotating. Could be a good potential for a landslide at the very least there. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Did Cody get pulled over, or what's going on with Cody?
Looks
Is there
like
a tree down he's getting cleared out?
that's
Or?
Clayton. It looks like there might be some damage where he's at. He's in the northeast side of Battle Creek. Gonna go back to the Grand Rapids radar. There's a lot. Just a whole lot of going on. I will say this. There's a tiny bit of rotation over Haslett now, near East Lansing, Michigan State University. Kind of in the Lansing and the business route I-69. It's tiny, this tiny little cell in Haslett right now. But if you switch it over to velocity, bottom left side of the screen, by the way, for those who are kind of curious to what I'm talking about, as I keep Drew's cam live, tiny little bit of rotation north of Okemos and east of East Lansing, very close to the university, or Michigan State University in Haslett, and it is moving rather slowly off to the northeast, kind of going to be paralleling right down I-69. Nothing too big of a concern there. I just kind of picked it up with my all-seeing eye here. Again, a lot of low-level rotation out there in the atmosphere today. I could do these quick little spin-ups. So you want to keep that in mind as we go about the rest of the evening. All hazards possible. It's a low threat tonight, but still, all hazards are possible. And if you know anyone in eastern Michigan and southeast Michigan as these storms push off to the east that might be impacted by these storms later tonight, feel free to go ahead and share the stream with those friends and family members. Otherwise, feel free to keep watching if you are in this side of the state. If you're in West Michigan, right now the severe risk is kind of low at the current time. If you are if you are west and north of Grand Rapids, it's basically done for the night. We'll keep an eye on for redevelopment later this evening, but chances are atmosphere is not likely to rebound. So severe chances right now are primarily confined to the east of Grand Rapids, closer to the Lansing area and points east and south of that. So again, show you care, like and share the stream. And if you're new here, we do this all the time at Michigan Storm Chasers, covering every single live severe thunderstorm warning as it occurs and tornado warning from beginning to end. We are currently in about an hour and a half into our live coverage here this evening, and we will stay live until these storms do leave the state, so feel free to follow along.
Hey, Joel, take attention up very quickly to Chippewa County line, the UP. There's a nice storm with a good hail core pushing into Chippewa County, I believe from Alger. What is this,
Luce County. The one that's statemented, yeah.
Yep, so pretty strong storm up there. Not severe, but it is worth watching.
And you can see that denoted by the correlation coefficient radar, which, as a reminder, anytime you see this kind of purplish red turn into more of the yellows and the greens, that is non-uniform objects tumbling around the atmosphere, so that would be spiky hail in this instance. And that is moving towards Paradise and Whitefish Point. That would be the museum of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald up there in extreme western Chippewa County. So, severe thunderstorm warning wise, there are still 3 in effect, with one being a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for some small hail and 70 mile per hour winds that are moving through Mayville at the current time. Potential up to 70 mile per hour winds. It is radar indicated. It is not spotter confirmed, of course, but the potential is there to see 70 mile per hour winds with this storm, primarily if you're from Mayville up towards Kingston at the current time. These storms are kind of all colliding with each other. All these collisions will also have to be monitored, as some funky things can spin up with these storms. Gonna real quick, actually, how is the storm in Kalamazoo looking there, Ryan?
Still rotating. It's got a hook on it still, but it's about to go through a merger cycle, it appears, and I believe the rotation is not as tight. In fact, if you look on the radar, I believe it might be clutter. If you take a peek and animate that for yourself, it's very hard to see, but I think it's still definitely rotating, but it's broadening out.
And there is no statement on that, just as a point of reference here. So we'll go ahead and switch back to our severe thunderstorm warning here in eastern Michigan. Multitude of them going on. We'll switch back to our base reflectivity radar just to show you that there's also a lot of rain that's falling with these storms. Much needed, of course, as well. Central Michigan, West Michigan has needed it, and they've gotten it so far today. So good news there. I'm going to go ahead and read through some of our comments here on YouTube real quick, unless you want to jump in, Ryan, with any information.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get caught up here on the page, so give me like 5 or 10 more minutes, please.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't have anything new to share. If I do have anything new, I'll speak up.
Okay. For those who are watching on YouTube, we're going to go ahead and read off our super chats. Again, we only do this when we have time to catch up. One of those times is right now at the current time. So shout out to A Rocker for becoming a member for 14 months, saying 14 months. Sheesh, keep up the good work, boys. Thank you very much, A Rocker, being one of our long-time members here. We also have Evan gifting 10 memberships on our YouTube channel for those who are subscribed. Thank you guys very much. Or thank you, Evan, very much. And if you are a subscriber on YouTube, check your account. You may have just been gifted courtesy of Evan. Shout out Kimberly with a $1.99 super chat there. $2 super chat from Joshua saying thanks, mods. We have Kitten with a $1.99 super chat saying welcome back, Joel. Thank you very much. Jedi Jane, $2 super chat saying what does it mean when storm clouds look green? That usually has to do with the tops of the storms. The sun's kind of illuminating through the tops of these storms, and the water content, the size of the hail kind of gets mixed up in there, and that's usually a sign of a storm that's producing some hail. Again, the more moisture you have in a cloud, the darker the cloud will be. So keep that in mind. So hopefully that kind of somewhat answers your question there. Boy's Mom with a $5 super chat saying New Lothrop is pronounced New Lothrop. The O is long. Thank you very much for the correction there. Appreciate your support. Nikki with a $5 super chat. Owasso here. I-69 corridor has been getting slammed the last 3 years with tornadic moves. That is absolutely true. We've seen a couple up there this year and last. Appreciate your support. We got Crystal, 12, back for month number 12. Which way are the storms moving? The storms are moving off to the northeast. I will pause right there real quick. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, and that is going to be for our storm in Kalamazoo County. Just saw that pop in.
Calhoun and Kalamazoo County till 8 p.m. Tornado possible tag. 60 mile per hour winds your main hazard, though. So this is now a possible tag for a tornado.
Yep.
Includes places like Fulton, although the rotation is mainly past Fulton, East Leroy, Joppa, Pine Creek, M66, Stanley Corners, Morgan Corners, Beetle Lake, down to about Burlington, just north of Athens. M66 corridor from Athens up to about I-94 is the main hazard or main risk area. And the hazard, 60 mile per hour winds, possible tag for a tornado.
In effect till 8 p.m. The storm was 7 miles south of Climax, 13 miles southwest of Battle Creek. Moving northeast at 20, by the way, at 7:07. Again, tornado possible, 60 mile per hour winds with that storm. There in Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. There's your orange box on radar. If you are inside this orange polygon, you are in the threat for 60 mile per hour winds and the potential for a quick spin-up tornado. So keep that in mind. Rotation right now, as Brian was kind of mentioning, is kind of going through a little bit of a cycling process, but be on alert. Tornado can develop at any time from a severe thunderstorm. So that is that orange box down here in southwest Michigan. If you are up here in the thumb, severe thunderstorm warnings continue here. You say something, Ryan?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what our nearest camera to this is, and there's none in Calhoun County, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We have Drew on the storm, though. He's giving us a good eyes on the ground here.
Go back to radar and go over these warnings. In terms of the gusty winds, it's really kind of hard to pinpoint an exact location which is producing 60 mile per hour winds. All of our yellow pixels, if it's on the red side of things, or the bright cyan pixels on the green side of things, have kind of dissipated a little bit. The severe thunderstorm warnings do continue for winds of 60 to 70. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for Tuscola County. That's primarily for the southeastern corner near Kingston. but I am not really seeing anything that is indicative of 70 at the current time. I do see a couple pixels of 50 to 55 in the neighborhood or around the area of Kingston and Marlette. And these winds are gusting out towards Marlette, Brown City, and over towards Snover and Sandusky very soon. So I would not be surprised if at least they pull a new severe thunderstorm warning for that soon. But it does look like it's starting to weaken just a hair as it interacts with the line moving in from the west. Special weather statement does continue for western Huron County, which includes Pigeon, Bad Axe, Kind, Port Austin, and Caseville. That is in effect for winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour, in effect till 7:45 there in the thumb. Lapeer County, severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Keeping an eye on a bunch of these little cells here. There's tiny little pockets of spin all up and down this line that I've been kind of keeping an eye on. Nothing that looks concerning other than the storm that is currently in Kalamazoo, southeastern Kalamazoo County, heading up towards Marshall and Calhoun County. A little bit of rotation there, and as always, we do have Drew on that right now in the Athens area. As a reminder, good ways to receive alerts. Best way to receive an alert is, of course, through the Midland Weather Radio. Midland Weather Radio version WR-120. You can pick that up at any hardware store, such as Ace. You can also get it at Walmart. There's a couple other stores I kind of leave in my head right now. But you can also order online on Amazon. It's around $50. But that weather radio could save your life, especially since it is battery backup powered. So if the power goes out and you have batteries in it, it does work. It's the best way to receive warnings for any sort of warning in your county. Otherwise, you can download apps on your phone, such as Emergency by the Red Cross. That is a free app to download. Or you can download the FEMA app. That is there for you guys as well. Us here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we have a plethora of social media platforms. Our X platform and our Facebook account both have automated warnings posted to them for severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. So following us on X at MI Storm Chasers or Facebook, just Michigan Storm Chasers, that will get you ways to receive warning. And as always, anytime there is a severe thunderstorm warning in the state or tornado warning in the state, we're always live from beginning to end. We have not missed a single severe warning in the state since the start of 2023 when we really started to do these live streams. And so we are committed to keeping you guys updated here at MSC. If you are not one that really pays attention to the weather all that much, find someone that is. Again, we call it the buddy system. So if someone you know that might pay attention to the weather more often, would give you that extra alert, feel free to kind of set up a system with them. And as always, severe or outdoor warning sirens should be the last way to receive warning when it comes to severe weather events, as they are kind of inconsistent in terms of who sounds them. The National Weather Service does not sound sirens, and of course, because they're called outdoor warning sirens, they are not meant to be heard indoors. It's only a bonus if you can.
I have to mention very quickly here, if I can get this camera to pull up, the Three Rivers camera. Ooh, actually, no, take my screen full. I want to point this out. We have a low-hanging cloud here, looks like a shelf cloud perhaps, on the apex camera, Grand Blanc, facing due north. This is actually looking at the storm that's just to the north of Flint there. So that's interesting. And also, we have a couple areas I'm watching down where our cameras are in southwest Michigan. We have one in Centerville, courtesy of Miracles Landscape Supply. This is facing west. And we also have Safety Glasses USA. And I'm trying to locate that camera. We have so many cameras now, it's a little harder for me to locate them. Good problem to have, though. But Safety Glasses USA is also in line for this storm as well. There's a Sturgis camera. Where in the world is Safety Glasses USA?
I have my radar
Am I
back
just
on.
Okay? I'm gonna say I'm just blind here.
New statement just came in, and I believe it's going to be for Sanilac.
There it is. I found it, but there's nothing interesting happening on that camera just yet. And now it's not letting me take it back full. There it goes. Bad timing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're looking at these two cameras here. They're facing west as these storms approach. So we'll keep an eye on those.
Just waiting for that statement box to pop up. I think I'm going to have to reference it behind the scenes here. New statement coming in real quick. This is going to be for Sanilac County. Winds of 55 and no hail, so they're going just below severe limits now for Sanilac County. Again, 58 miles per hour is the threshold for severe winds, so it's 3 miles per hour below that. You still want to be treating it as if this was a severe thunderstorm warning. I can tell you that firsthand. 55 mile per hour winds are no joke. If you're in Snover, Sandusky, this is in effect for you guys. Also, new statement just coming in way up to the north. We have to go and look at, what did it say? Did it say Mackinac? There's so many things popping in on the screen here that it's hard to keep track. Ryan,
Joel, we have
Ryan
an ASOS report.
Yes.
ASOS report via Calhoun County, Battle Creek Airport, 58 mile per hour wind gusts. 58. That's as of 6:31. That's actually about 45 minutes old.
Wow. Old delayed report.
Coming in. Yeah.
Gotcha. Where is that new statement? It's not popping up. I believe it was for Mackinac. Yeah, it's gonna be. Or sorry, it's gonna be for Chippewa. So they're upping the wind on this one. It's going to be for Paradise and Whitefish Point. 40 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail are possible with this storm. So if you are at the Edmund Fitzgerald Museum at Whitefish Point, you do want to be taking shelter, as well as downtown Paradise in extreme northwestern Chippewa County. And again, that is heading off towards Lake Superior eventually, but at the current time, 40 mile per hour winds, pea-sized hail there. Otherwise, across the UP, this is where that cold front is currently located. Some hefty showers moving through Newberry down towards Steuben and Manistee, even all the way back towards Schaefer and Gladstone. We'll keep an eye on these storms as they progress across the UP towards Sault Ste. Marie later this evening. But right now, no severe ongoing up there. Good news for our severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscola County. The western portion has been trimmed, and they have downgraded it from a considerable severe thunderstorm warning to just a normal severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 60 miles per hour. Again, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, so rather slow. And torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm. Go ahead and check in on our rotating storm back down here in Kalamazoo and Battle Creek. Nothing that really catches the eye, per se. 41 at 18 is the storm motion. Maybe I gotta switch that. Tough to really tell. We do have Drew and Clayton on that storm right now. We'll take their cams live real quick. So there's Drew. And there is Clayton. And Clayton is basically looking right into the storm from the north side, and Drew is on the south side of the storm. So they kind of have that storm cornered right now. Just looks like a nice downpour, a little bit of a lowering out there in the bottom left, or the middle left side of the screen. But at the current time, nothing that looks too concerning with the storm there. But still, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for western Calhoun County. This is heading towards Marshall for 60 mile per hour winds possible and a tornado possible, as rotation is showing up on radar there. Go ahead and, let's see, where do we want to go next? Just checking in our showers, see if there's any little bits of rotation here.
We do have a new flood advisory. I don't know if you covered this or not.
Nope.
For the north and east side of Berry County. Hastings, Carlton, Woodland, Coates Grove, Morgan areas.
Oh. I didn't realize how many flood advisories there were out there.
We got 3. We actually have a flood warning too.
Flood warning, yeah.
Flood warning for Augusta and downtown Battle Creek.
Yep.
That's a little bit of above flood advisory. A flood warning means we're likely going to have some a little bit more, we'll call it advanced, perhaps major flooding going on. But it's a step below a flash flood. So it's kind of like between minor and major status, if that makes sense.
Yep. That's that green box here on the screen. So pretty much northwest Calhoun County and far northeastern Kalamazoo.
Just been informed behind the scenes, Joel, that the Calhoun County Fair is happening tonight in Marshall. So if you are at the Calhoun County Fair in Marshall, it's probably
shelter.
best that you take shelter immediately. This warning is technically not in effect for you, but you're about to be impacted by these winds and likely a lot of heavy rain with this cell here. So it's a good idea. You need to be inside in a sturdy structure there at the fairgrounds.
Absolutely. A couple of these cells that are going up 69 continue to show broad rotation inside these tiny little cells. We'll have to keep an eye on these. At the current time, there's no threat for a spin up yet. Gusty winds are definitely inside of these storms, however, still well below severe limits. But as Ryan and I were mentioning, good news for everyone tonight. Everyone gets a little bit of rain. Now, I know some places are kind of oversaturated already, but it's a welcome sight as we've had a lot of hot and steamy days so far this summer that have not really produced rain. So we need it, again, especially in the summer. Rain and water kind of evapotranspirates. I don't even know.
Evapotranspiration?
Yes, that. It does that a lot more commonly in the summer. So, took me forever to
Clayton
say.
says he has a lot of
Better
rising.
Joel than I did.
Is that a wild Chandler in the background?
Well.
It is a wild Chandler.
Perhaps.
Clayton says he's got a lot of rising scud there. It appears that Drew also has a good view of a good base there on these storms. So this is going to be on the county line of Calhoun. I think Drew's actually in Calhoun County, as is Clayton, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Drew is actually in the Athens area, watching the bottom of that cell. And I believe Clayton is as well.
Yeah, they kind of have this opposite angles here. They're both looking at the same storm.
I just posted a video of those winds in Burton, and also Guardian HQ. They have a bunch of cameras on their building there. They sent me a video from the side of their building. They have some minor damage there that occurred. But I posted that video if you guys want to go check it out. It's on our Facebook page. I'm trying to get it up on other platforms, but the tool I use to post is not working currently, so give me a few seconds for that.
Whole lot of rainfall reports just came in. For those who are curious, rainfall report, official National Weather Service employee observation of 2.83 inches from 5:53 to 6:53. So that's rainfall rates of over 3 inches per hour in almost 3 inches per hour in Battle Creek, and it's still raining there. The official rainfall report says 3.55 inches, 1 mile south-southwest of Springfield. Kalamazoo 1.96 inches, 4 miles north-northeast of Mattawan. A lot of rainfall reports came in from Kent County, ranging from about 1.25 inches to near 2 2/4 of an inch, mainly in that flood advisory. So much needed rain for sure. Ottawa County, a lot of 1.5 inch reports, upwards of 1.75 inches. Newaygo County has a couple of 1.75 to 2 inch reports there, even a 2.35 report. Montcalm County 1.37 inches. Ionia County 1.02 and 1.48 near Belding. Up towards Elma 1.34 inches of rain. Also from earlier today, Hart, Pentwater 1.35 inches of rain there. Whitehall, Montague 1 inch there. Muskegon, Norton Shores 1.25 inches. Grand Haven 1.64 inches. So a lot of different rainfall reports that have just been submitted.
Yeah, these are really slow moving storms, and truthfully, we need the rain in some of these areas, Joel. So this is actually very beneficial for some of these, even though there's some severe weather occurring. I think the rain, the beneficial rain we're getting, is actually really, it's just, I'm not going to say outweighing the risk, because obviously there's a risk for severe weather here, but it's kind of a good and a bad situation at the same time.
Yep. As a reminder, if you can send in rainfall reports to us as well. Right now, with a lot of severe weather ongoing, we'd prefer severe weather reports, but if you want to send in your rainfall reports, you can send those in to either of our storm communities on Facebook. Our groups are called Michigan Storm Community. You can type that into the search bar, or Michigan Weather Reports. Those are more for our severe weather reports ongoing. We'll take those either way. Otherwise, if you guys have a public social media account, whether that's Facebook or X, you can send in a report, rainfall report, damage report to them directly, depending on what side of the state you live on. If you live on the east side of the state, at NWS Detroit, or at NWS Grand Rapids for the west side of the state. So when you are doing these reports as well, don't just take a picture and send it in with no details, because we don't know where it's at. You guys know, but we don't. So when you do send in a damage report to our groups or to us in Messenger, make sure you are very specific in terms of a time, a location, and if possible, or if necessary, a measurement in terms of like hail, for example, or maybe even a tree branch diameter. Also, we have a Discord channel, which has been cycling on the top of the screen here throughout the live stream. A lot of our information can always be found at the top of the screen here, even including our sponsors, which we appreciate very much. We have a Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers there. There's a channel within that server that is dedicated for severe weather reports as well, and we do appreciate, no matter where you send them in to us, we will take them. At the current time, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. We have Tuscola County near Kingston, Cass City, 60-mile-per-hour winds there. And a severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County and very extreme southeastern Kalamazoo County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado would be moving up towards Marshall and the Calhoun County Fair, I believe. So if you're in the Calhoun County Fair tonight, good chance at some severe weather. Also, it's already moving in as it stands, so you should be taking shelter inside. It's going to be a long rainfall nonetheless, so keep that in mind tonight.
They have motocross there tonight, Joel.
Ooh.
I would assume that motocross probably won't be happening, if there is anybody wondering whether it will still be on or not.
Yeah.
I would assume not, but maybe.
Still getting some decently gusty winds in these cells in Owasso. Actually, I got to fast forward it a little bit. Yeah, still some decently gusty winds. Still traveling up I-69 from Perry to Durand and Schwartz Creek. In the ballpark of 35 to 40 miles per hour, which would be statement worthy. So we'll keep an eye on that. Nearest cam we have there, I believe, is just going to be the Burton cam. It's on the other side of the county, but that would be heading towards a Burton camera in the near future.
Hey, Joel, I do want to point out, before we go to the Burton camera, we do have a shelf cloud in southwest Michigan in the Sturgis region, courtesy of Fawn River HVAC, one of our new cameras as well. This faces to the northwest, and you can also see the beautiful shelf. It's kind of what do you call it, striations there
Yeah.
in that shelf cloud there. It's very, very linear. It looks just really cool. So, courtesy of Fawn River HVAC, appreciate these guys for sponsoring the camera here in Sturgis, Michigan. And if you need HVAC in the Fawn or in the Sturgis area, get a hold of Fawn River. They got you covered.
And when we mentioned our weather cameras, you saw briefly there, Ryan was switching between the weather cameras. We have about 30 or 32 different weather cameras now up across the state of Michigan, all pretty much in the Lower Peninsula for right now. But again, if you're watching from the UP, we could also use cams up there. If you would like to become a camera sponsor, we are looking for more right now. We have a lot of gaps in the state in terms of where we can put cameras. So feel free to send us a message. There is a jot form you can fill out that will probably be linked in the chat by one of the mods here if you'd like to become a camera sponsor. And again, if you become a camera sponsor, you can put your business on the map. So feel free to send us a message.
Also, unrelated, but if you go to Washtenaw County north of Ann Arbor, there is a cell popping up, and it looks like it has some gusty winds developing on the DTX radar. So this is between Warden and Dixboro, just basically on M14, just to the east of US 23, in the Ann Arbor, Dixboro area. So these cells that are popping up are quickly putting down a lot of rain, and with that rain comes a lot of downburst winds. We've already seen it several times today across the state, even on camera in some instances. So take these warnings, if you go under a warning, very seriously. These storms do have a history of producing outages. In fact, we're up to 20,000 people in the state now without power. Most of those are in Genesee County, as well as Saginaw, Bay County, as well as Emmett County, surprisingly. Emmett County has about 1,000 people out of power. Also, Berrien County now out of power, 1,500 people there. Cass County, 500. Calhoun County, 800 people. Lapeer County, 400. And Tuscola, right around 150. So we have scattered outages across the Lower Peninsula from north to south. So
we have a new statement coming in right now. And this is going to be way up in the UP once again for western Chippewa, western Mackinac. It says winds of 40 and pea-sized hail. And it is pretty much for this entire stretch of US 2 north. Curves around in towards Holbert and Trout Lake and Eckerman. So this entire stretch here of the eastern central UP now in a special weather statement for winds of 40. Those are eventually moving over towards Rudyard, Dafter, and Sault Ste. Marie along I-75 in the Upper Peninsula.
hey, check chat B.
Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. Very interesting. The severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo, extreme southeastern Kalamazoo County has been trimmed officially, so Kalamazoo County, you are in the clear now. Continues for Calhoun, heading up towards Marshall for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they have removed tornado possible from the storm for the time being, so good news there. But it's still warned, so if you are in this orange box, respect the polygon, take shelter immediately on the lowest floor of the building. Whether that's a basement or the first floor, interior room is your best bet. New statement coming in now for Huron and Sanilac. I would presume it's going to be the eastern half of the counties, because the western half's already covered.
Perhaps they're upping or downgrading it.
It's a statement. Let's see. That's a new statement further to the east for winds of 50 and no hail. Also wanted to point out from the DTW radar around Metro Detroit, there's a couple different downbursts ongoing across the area, including one, as you mentioned, near M14 in Dixboro. Also a secondary one that's also trying to throw down some wind near Rochester Hills, and then also up along the line in Genesee County. Go ahead and switch back to the DTX radar.
It's odd that you have DTW because mine is currently down on Radar Omega.
Interesting. GR2 for the win. This statement reads as follows. It says 734 Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Bad Axe to Argyle to Peck. Movement was northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazards are wind gusts up to 50, and its radar indicated locations impacted include Bad Axe, Sandusky, Harbor Beach, Ubley. It's like ugly. I remember that pronunciation from last time. Deckerville, Port Austin, Port Sanilac, Port Hope, Forestville, Argyle, Carsonville, Kitty, Kite or something. Someone mentioned that in chat here. Also got Applegate, Watertown, Verona, Elmer, Forster, Helena, Minden, and Parisville. So that's new tan box that runs up and down Sanilac and Huron counties. Good news for Tuscola County, the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. And I will say this, despite the fact there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, it does look like our winds are trying to increase again near Snover and Sandusky. So northwest side of Sandusky, kind of where M19 crosses over Snover Road. That is a pocket of winds close to about 58, 59 miles per hour at about 4,300 feet off the ground. So is it mixing to the ground? Maybe, maybe not. We would appreciate you guys' ground truth, as again the radar is a little far away from this location, and nevertheless there is a special weather statement in effect for winds of up to 50. Winds up to 50 here, so it's still really close to severe limits, and you do want to be taking this seriously. These winds will be heading towards Deckerville and Sandusky over the coming minutes. There is, I don't know if that shows up from the Grand Rapids radar, but I'm going to check it real quick just to double check and see. Yeah, not as much. It shows up better from the DTX radar here, but there's some upper level rotation on the storm near Olivet. It is about 6,000 to 7,000 feet up in the air, and it does not show up well from the Grand Rapids radar, which is closer. So good news there. It is an elevated mezzo that we'll have to keep an eye on as this heads towards Ingham County, which has kind of been a hot spot the last couple of years. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, no concern for Eaton and Ingham County. We're just going to keep an eye on it. Heavy winds do continue down I-69, primarily in the ballpark around 35 to 40 near Durand and Schwartz Creek. No statement on those, but radar is pointing out 35 to 40 mile per hour winds based on our velocity signatures here on radar. Good news is we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That is for Calhoun County right now. Otherwise, just a plethora of special weather statements. And, speaking of special weather statements, because the radar is down in northern Indiana, I'm going to have to use K-Lot. But there is a special weather statement that is in Indiana for Elkhart County for winds of 40 and pea-sized hail. This would be moving into the vicinity of St. Joseph County near Sturgis in our Sturgis cam in the coming minutes. Kind of traveling up US 12 towards Bronson and eventually Coldwater. So we'll keep an eye on this cell down here in northern Indiana moving into southern Michigan over the coming half hour. That is statemented on the Indiana side of the border. Storms are continuing to
I want to take attention up to Shiawassee County, directly over I-69. There's some gustier winds heading into Durand towards Swartz Creek.
Yep.
Also, I believe Chandler is reporting he has lost power at his HQ.
Is that why it went quiet?
That's just, which is why, yeah. And he is down in the Indiana-Michigan border area, where these storms are currently impacting. So perhaps some gusty winds that are affecting some areas down there. In fact, looks like he's in the heart of that line currently, in St. Joseph County. So with that said, there's no warning on that, but likely some gusty winds are still occurring down there.
My power has come back on. I am running off my hotspot as my other internet has also gone down temporarily.
Okay. Also, Joel, I do have the Sturgis camera pulled up. Its shelf cloud is getting closer to this camera. Again, this is going to be courtesy of Fawn River HVAC. Likely going to see how strong these winds are momentarily.
That is on the, I believe, the northwest side of town near the Sturgis Airport, looking over the Sturgis Airport, actually, off to the west. So that line is moving in rather soon, but it's still got a little bit of time.
I don't have this plotted on my map here. I'm going to get that on here real quick so I actually know where the storm is in comparison to this. So yeah, so the camera in Sturgis is on the north side of town, but it's actually in town.
Go ahead and double box our winds and rain. So left side of the screen is your rain radar, so the intensity of rain that's falling. The right side is the measurement of winds, which right now the gustiest of winds anywhere in the state continue to be the Sandusky, Snover, and Deckerville area, and those are heading into Deckerville within the next 5 to 10 minutes, where there's a statement in effect for 50-mile-per-hour winds. A severe thunderstorm warning continues for Calhoun County, and it may contain winds of 60 as it heads into Marshall. Current time right now is 7:42, just about to roll over to 7:43. If you're watching within 30 seconds of the stream, you are watching live. If not, feel free to hit that refresh on the stream. If you guys are new here, I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, alongside our president and founder, Ryan Harriott, right below me on the screen. And again, we've been live for about 2 hours and 12 minutes now, and we do this all the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We cover the state from beginning to end for all severe weather events. So if you are new here and you are a native Michigander, or if you're just visiting, feel free to follow us. We are live currently on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch TV. Our username for most of our social media platforms, you can just type in MI Storm Chasers, all one word, all lowercase, and you'll find us pretty easily. That does include some of our sites that we do not stream on, such as TikTok and Instagram and Threads. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, the current highest active alert is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that will likely change down to a special weather statement soon. As a reminder, special weather statements are issued when the storms are strong but still below severe limits. And the threshold for severe is 60-mile-per-hour winds and or 1-inch diameter hail, with the alt tag of a tornado possible sometimes included in these. So right now, the warning in Calhoun County is only in effect for winds of 60. Other than that, no warnings anywhere else in the state, other than a bunch of different statements. So while I have a quick moment, I'll continue to kind of read through some of our super chats here on YouTube. Shout out to all of our supporters, of course. Boys Mom becoming an EF0 member, thank you very much. We have Music or Death becoming an EF0 member as well. That also means they're back for month number 7. Strong reporting Lansing at Frandor and US 127 North. Strong thunder ongoing there. Thank you for the report. We got Amy with a $4.99 super chat saying thank you for everything you guys do for all of us. No problem, Amy. Ashley becoming an EF0 member. And It's Music or Death also gifting 15 gifted memberships to our YouTube subscribers. So thank you very much for your generosity, Music or Death there. Ashley Cleaver back for month number 16 here as an EF0 member saying thank you for all you do for us to keep us safe. No problem, Ashley. Love doing what we do for you guys. Amy reporting in Flushing, it is so still, nothing is moving, with a 99 super chat there. Thank you very much, Amy, for that report and super chat. It is continuing to rain very heavily in the Flushing area. Nice cell with a little bit of wind moving over at the current time. And we actually have a rogue cell that is getting a statement here in just a second. There's a couple more chats. We have Laura with becoming a member for month number 10, saying thank you for all you guys do, and the mods as well with the peace sign. Mods are also appreciated very much. Thank you guys for helping out today. And we got Summer with a $1.98 super chat saying I turned off the Tornado's power. So I guess Summer is responsible for Chandler's power going out. Thank you very much, thank you very much, Summer. I'm not sure if he likes that very much, but we appreciate your support nonetheless. I think we're all caught up on our super chats there. Again, we try to catch up with them when we have a little bit of a lull in the action. So if you guys would like to send in a super chat, feel free to do so here on YouTube, and we'll read it off at some point. So the statement that's coming in is over towards Metro Detroit. It shows up pretty well on the DTW radar, but DTX is a little bit closer. This is a new special weather statement for this tiny little cell in Oakland and Macomb County. Special weather statement issued until 8:30 p.m. for portions of eastern Macomb County western Macomb County, eastern Oakland County for winds of 50 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. And get this, the storm is moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. So flooding may become a concern over the coming hour. Locations impacted include Troy, Pontiac, Mount Clemens, Sterling Heights, Rochester, Clinton, Macomb Township, Rochester Hills, Auburn Hills, Clawson, Utica, Washington, Shelby Township, Stony Creek Metro Park, and Bloomfield Township. That is this tan box you see on your screen. If we go ahead and look at our velocity, we zoom in. We have to zoom in pretty far because there's a lot of roads on here that kind of, if you zoom out, it just looks like a mess of roads. So we zoom in all the way down to Rochester Hills. It looks like the downburst is occurring directly in Rochester Hills as we speak on Hamlin Road near Rochester Road. So pretty much right in Troy and Rochester Hills, just to the west of Shelby and Utica.
Joel, two things I'm going to mention here. Number one, the cell in Sanilac County north of Sandusky is really gusty for one. And that's going to be moving off to the north and a little bit east. That may come close to the Harbor Beach camera. I think it's going to pass just south of the camera. And then also back in, well, it was looking gusty in Shiawassee moving into Genesee. But that looks to be pretty much below severe limits. But that's heading right for the Burton camera. So Burton camera may be impacted for round 2 in a few minutes. As well on the screen, Joel, I think you took the screen. Yeah, there you go. The shelf cloud is getting really close and very beautiful here in Sturgis via the Fawn River HVAC camera. So very gorgeous display here. And I'm going to take a peek really quickly for any other cameras in the area, which I do not see any that have a decent view.
Look at the Dearborn cam. Look at the Thunderhead in that Dearborn cam. Second row middle, yeah.
Yep.
That's very cool.
Yep.
So I believe that is actually our new statemented storm there that we just saw. And let's take a look at, let's go back to radar real quick. That downburst has really shown up in the latest scan. Directly in Rochester Hills, Rochester, Troy, and now gusting out towards Shelby and Utica as well. Could see winds gust as far down as Sterling Heights, which is inside of this tan box, and all the way up towards Auburn Hills too. Pontiac could get gusty, but you guys are outside of that statement at the current time. So short-lived microburst ongoing. Again, a microburst means that is a storm that has built up and is starting to collapse right back down on itself and allowing winds to gust out and down, and then out in every single direction from the thunderstorm. So that's what's happening right now in Rochester, and winds here could be as high as 50 miles per hour, along with a little bit of pea-sized hail. Cody and Tyler's cam have not come back. Just letting you know that. In case they're asking behind the scenes. All of the statements for Tuscola and Western Huron County have been canceled. Lapeer also out of any alerts. There are only 1, 2, 3 special weather statements in the state. That does include this one up here in Mackinac and Chippewa County in the UP.
Drew is out chasing. He's going to refresh momentarily.
Okay. Decent hail core moving in towards Holbert and Eckerman right now. CC actually has a third body scatter spike on the backside of this cell and a large pocket, as you can see here on radar, on correlation coefficient, the purples is your uniform. The purples and the reds are uniform objects such as rain and snow. In this case, things that are meteorological in sense but are kind of jagged in nature show up as this yellowish greenish coloring, and we see a lot of that right now near Hulbert and Eckerman, heading into the region of M123. So could be some decent sized hail falling soon with that cell, and we might see a severe thunderstorm warning coming soon, Ryan, as DBZ values here are nearing 70.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well, taking you back down to Rochester Hills, somebody, Dana, left a comment in one of our latest posts. There's small hail and very gusty winds with numerous branches down in Rochester Hills with that cell. It's going to be in Rochester Hills currently, M59, Shelby Charter Township. Likely some gusty winds, small hail occurring with that cell.
So we do appreciate you guys' first-hand reports. Again, we're always trying to monitor as many comments as possible. Obviously, Ryan's doing that right now, and I'm here tracking the storms with y'all. So again, if you have any reports of damage you'd like to send in, just put them in the comments section. We'll try to see them. Again, there's a lot of comments, of course, coming in. By comment section, we mean outside of the stream, of course, because again, if you post any photos in here in our live stream, we are not able to see them. So make sure you post them in one of our other posts on our Facebook page. And speaking of Facebook, again, we do have a group dedicated to storm reports. If you type in your search bar, Michigan weather reports, that is the place to go to submit your damage reports. If you have anything that's just fair weather in general, like a cool cloud that you'd like to share, we have a different community called Michigan Storm Community. So both of those groups are there for you guys to use, both on Facebook.
Tyler says refresh his camera.
There we go. Not sure why his camera is the one that keeps popping out.
Looks like we got some gusty winds. Actually, hold on.
What you seeing?
Just east and south of Charlotte on both radars. It's not looking overly concerning. DTX looks a bit more interesting than GRR does. But just south and a little bit east toward like Eaton Rapids, Onondaga area looks a little gusty. Also, the Burton camera is going very slow currently. It was, there's a lightning strike that occurred a few seconds ago, and the camera just kind of froze for a second. So I'm curious if that
messed with the electrical
affected
grid.
The camera.
Yeah.
Something. But I'm going back and forth here between these cameras. I got Burton pulled up, and I got the Sturgis camera pulled up as well.
That cell you were mentioning in southern Charlotte County was when I was looking at elevated rotation from the DTX radar, but that has since kind of dissipated.
That is Eaton County, not Charlotte County.
Sorry, Eaton County. My bad. I was looking at the city of Charlotte when I read that off, so that's on me. Eaton County.
There's actually been a few streams in the past where we started calling out names of bigger cities for the counties accidentally, and it kind of turned into an inside joke. So there's another bit we can point back to. But that's Eaton County there. Moving into the Ingham County as well as northern Jackson County area. We'll watch that. Nothing looks severe currently on radar. I will say the strongest cell appears to be Sanilac County, still just north of Sandusky. The winds up there look the strongest via radar. I'm getting pockets of right around 50. Let's see if I can get a pinpoint here. 58, truthfully, just north of Banner, northwest of Deckerville. Northwest of Deckerville, I'm getting 58 in pockets, 55, 52, 46-ish. So roughly 50 or so miles per hour on radar. But remember, the radar beam up here is roughly about 4,000, 5,000 feet or so off the ground. So we're not actually getting ground truth radar data. So they're just kind of estimated. We can only estimate what these winds are doing. So.
I did see in chat that they said they're sounding the weather radio in the Deckerville area, which is very interesting because there's no warnings in place. So I'm not sure how that works, Ryan. If you have any inside information, if like other agencies can use weather radios.
Not that I know of. I think NOAA weather radios are only broadcasted via the NWS transmitters, so I don't think they can be overridden by EMA. I could be wrong on that, but I've never heard of that, truthfully.
Interesting. So since the severe thunderstorm warning is now canceled for Calhoun County, which was the most important storm to cover, we are now in the clear ops for severe weather, although strong storms are still ongoing. So our attention kind of more focuses on Sanilac and Huron County now, which, as we keep mentioning, 50-mile-per-hour winds are, in effect for this special weather statement. We also have this one down here in Oakland and Macomb County, also in effect for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail there. As a reminder, we do cover all 83 counties here at Michigan Storm Chaser, so bear with us. There's a lot to cover on days like today when there are storms pretty much everywhere up and down the line. So we appreciate you guys' patience and as well as your support when we are doing this coverage. We have had days in the past where we've had about 18 different warnings ongoing at the same time, and from past experience, we can tell you that gets very overwhelming very quick. But nonetheless, we do our best to cover every single warning and statement as they occur. A couple more chats have just come in. We have Mitch becoming an EFZ member here on YouTube. Thank you very much, Mitch. Welcome to the team. Got Erica with a $5 super chat saying, I donate every month. Love you all, or love all you guys. How's Eaton Rapids looking tonight? LOL. Eaton Rapids is pretty much through the majority of it. There's still one cell that we keep mentioning, not Charlotte County, but Eaton County, in Eaton Rapids, that is exhibiting some upper level rotation. It's like very, very high up into the storms, not mixing down towards the ground. But there could be a little bit of gusty winds moving in right now. As you can see on radar, velocity is depicting some brighter greens turning into blues, which would be winds close to 40 or 50 miles per hour. That's a little bit elevated because that's from the DTX radar, but still looks like it'll be gusty. Again, the dynamics do favor winds gusting down towards the ground today. But after this storm, as long as these storms don't train over the same location back off to the south, you should be pretty clear for the remainder of the night, really beyond that 8:30 time frame.
Check out the Burton camera here. I just brought it back. It's kind of lagging out a little bit, but it's gusty, it looks like, and the rain's moving in yet again here. Try and get this to load properly. There we go. It was gusty a little bit ago. And the road is once again flooded.
So the heaviest, we'll go back up to our cell in Sanilac County. The heaviest of winds right now is pretty much all up and down a line from Carsonville to Deckerville to Minden City and even in towards Ruth. The north-south line that is about to be impacted the most is the road named Eppenbrock Road. That runs north-south and it turns into Burgess Road once you get into Sanilac County. In fact, the latest scan does increase the winds once more between Minden City and Deckerville. So pretty much all up and down that Ruth Road, Rangeline Road, and Burgess Road areas, primarily from Bay City Forestville Road south down through about Shabona Road. And again, this is heading towards Forestville and Ruth. So if you know anyone in this area of the state, primarily anywhere in northern Sanilac or Yeah, northern Sanilac County and southern Huron County. This is winds of 50, perhaps getting close to severe, which would be 60, moving into that area.
Hey, I'm on the Sturgis camera here, and the winds are really picking up out ahead of this line. And on radar, you can see it's kind of trying to bow out just a bit as it moves just to the north of Sturgis. Also, the cell that is in the northern part of Jackson County near Onondaga, that's also increasing on velocity too. Also on the camera that Joel just had pulled up, it has like a greenish tint to it, and that's very common when you get towards sunrise or sunset, as the light is refracted through raindrops. It kind of makes like a blue tint to it sometimes, or a green tint. So it's more common during the sunset hours, which is right now at 8 o'clock here, and also in the sunrise hours.
Go take the Grand Rapids radar and see if this is actually gusting a little bit closer. Yeah, that is. You're right. This northern Jackson County area, southern Ingham, is something that we'll have to keep an eye on, as well as Livingston County. There's a couple cells there that are exhibiting a little bit of upper level rotation there because it's an elevated meso. So we'll keep an eye on these cells as they do cross the northern Jackson County, southern Ingham County area. So it'd be Eaton Rapids over to Leslie, Stockbridge, and eventually over towards Howell and Pinckney. Sorry, isn't it like Pinckney?
I always said Pinckney or Pickney. It really depends.
I'll just start saying picnic.
Yeah, the Onondaga cell from both DTX and GRR is really gusty.
Looks impressive.
Tompkins, Onondaga, Leslie areas probably could use a statement or perhaps an incoming warning. We'll see. Also, I'm going to try to restart this because my DTW radar is still not working.
Oh gosh. The comment section is in 50-50 right now.
Oh goodness.
People say it's Pickney and some people say it's Pinckney.
I think it's Pinckney.
Interesting.
Like pink, the color pink, then your body part, your knee. Pinckney.
It's that C that's kind of mixed in there. That's throwing everyone for a loop.
I think it's really just local versus not local. If you're
Correct.
local, it's one way. If you're not local, it's the other way.
Just like Ravenna versus Ravanna.
It's Ravenna.
You'd be surprised how many people say Ravanna.
Banned immediately. Anyway, looks like there's a downburst still ongoing in the Shelby Charter Township area, Rochester area. Statement still in effect there for gusty winds upwards of 50 miles per hour, as well as pea-size hail.
Yeah.
Also, Sturgis camera looking quite interesting.
Huh?
Looks like a wall cloud almost. It's slanted the proper way. Actually, there's some rotation on radar. Check that out.
Too bad it's far away. We do not have the IWX radar today.
Yeah, this is actually perhaps some developing rotation here in the Sturgis area.
The rotation would be on the right side of the cam, embedded in the rain. Because this camera is facing to the west, I believe.
Northwest, yeah,
Northwest.
You're right.
Yeah.
Although it looks like it has some motion on it, though.
Yeah, a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it.
I'm gonna time lapse that. I think that's rotating. Visually, I think it's rotating. Also seeing that too.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these cells continue to just look a little sneaky in some cases here, both from the DTX and the GRR radar. Northern Jackson County as well as the Stockbridge area, these cells do have a little bit of rotation on them. Nothing that screams concerning at the current time, but We'll keep an eye on it. Also, extreme southwest corner of Ingham County, as we continue to mention here, does appear to have some elevated gusty winds moving in about 4,300 feet off the ground, winds of about 45 to 55 miles per hour, and those will be heading towards Mason and Leslie within the next probably 20 to 40 minutes. Back up to our cell in Deckerville and Minden City. The highest pixels right now are between Minden City and Forestville on Potts Road, where Potts cross Swigert Road and Maple Grove Road. So within this kind of trifecta of Ruth, Minden City, and Forestville in extreme northern Sanilac County, far southeastern Huron County. But this storm will be offshore rather soon. And the Harbor Beach cam is getting probably absolutely dumped on right now by a lot of heavy rain.
Well, let's take a look. It's up.
Just a little bit of rain.
Yeah, just a bit. It's rocking there too, so it's a little gusty. And here comes the wind.
It's kind of perfect timing there.
It's having a hard time. Let's drop it down, see if we can get the quality there. Yeah, it's rocking.
This is a live cam from Harbor Beach at the marina there. This is in the thumb, where there's a statement in effect for winds of 50 miles per hour. These gusty winds are extending from pretty much up towards Port Hope and Harbor Beach all the way down through Forestville and Deckerville. And we can see some high winds as far south as Port Sanilac and Carsonville at the current time. But the apex of these winds are right now between Minden City and Forestville in far northeastern Sanilac County. Camera's rocking a little bit. And as we mentioned, our weather camera network is always expanding here. We're up to about 30 different weather cameras now that are active, and a couple which are now on our 24/7 weather camera network. It's Michigan Weather Network, by the way, for those who have YouTube. We have 3 cameras live that are running 24/7 now, 365 days a year. Those can be found on that YouTube channel, Michigan Weather Network. The tag, I believe, is Michigan Weather Network 1. Nice lightning there, by the way, on that cam. Michigan Weather Network 1.
Yeah, I want to take attention back to Onondaga. It's increased even further to a point where it probably could use a statement or a warning there. Heading into Leslie on US 127, those are likely close to severe level winds occurring. The airport radar is going to pick that up here in a few more scans.
Yeah. Kind of back-to-back cells here. Howell down through Stockbridge, and then Leslie is the other cell. Going to be moving north of Jackson, though. So Jackson, you guys are safe with this storm. Actually, if you loop it, Ryan, you can see how much more surface-based this back cell is. As you can see, it's kind of just staying more stationary compared to the rest of the line. So that will perhaps induce a little bit more of stronger rotation in the coming minutes. How is the radar look for our Sturgis cell?
Well, we don't have IWX, obviously, but Sturgis is... Let me pull this cam back up. Still missing the rain to the north, I believe. It's pretty much clear from rain on camera. Good lightning. Radar doesn't look as appealing, but definitely gusty as the storm moves into the Branch County area. It's on the St. Joseph Branch County line currently. The bulk of the heaviest rain is going north of Sturgis, so. You can take my camera. I have a beautiful, looks like a sunset, like a, what do you call it? Like a golden hour type of sunset, or they call it something. A silver lining. Nice sunset there from Manistee, looking over Lake Michigan on the Hampton Inn up there. So appreciate this. Another view here from Hampton Inn. This camera will also be live on our channel, Michigan Weather Network, soon. So stay tuned for that. We're excited to get this camera. I know this is one of the most popular spots because Lake Michigan and also the Aurora camera to the north. So we'll have it live for you guys soon. Just be patient with us. And also, you can follow us over at Michigan Weather Network for all of our live cameras that will be on that channel in the future. So we have 3 currently. We'll be having more very soon.
Those storms that we see on the Manistee cam are statemented across the other side of the lake. I'm not sure how long they're going to stay together, but for now, to the southwest of Green Bay, in effect for 3 more minutes here. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized tails, those move onto the lake. So those storms could be strong if they come across the lake later tonight. As it stands right now, West Michigan is pretty cut and dry, just kind of recovering from the deluge of rain we got earlier today.
Joel, I know there's a lot of people who are a little bit confused. We have 2 accounts on YouTube. We have Michigan Storm Chasers, which is this one you're watching us on, and we have Michigan Weather Network. Now, we did originally have Michigan Weather Now, and that is being confused for the new network. So what I went ahead and did just now is I removed that channel. So now you should only be able to search for us, Michigan Storm Chasers, and then the Michigan Weather Network, the correct channel for our cameras. If you go to the channel on YouTube, you should see 3 cameras that are live. The Burton camera, the Grand Blanc camera, and the Imlay City camera. That would be the correct channel. If you subscribe to the channel that has an orange outline of Michigan, that's the wrong channel.
Good PSA there. So our normal YouTube channel, once again, Michigan Storm Chasers. That is what we're live on right now. The tag for that is MI Storm Chaser. Did you change the tag for the Michigan Weather Network, or is it still the same?
Michigan Weather Network 1 until the new username comes available. It'll just be Michigan Weather Network.
Okay. There we go. So Michigan Weather Network 1 or MI Storm Chasers. Those are our 2 YouTube channels that we use.
In fact, Joe, I'm going to go ahead and just share this real quick before we move on. I want to give people a visual what to look for.
Yep.
So I'm sharing my screen. This is the correct channel. You should see 3 live videos pop up, and then that should be it. So this is what it looks like.
How many subscribers does it have?
490 as it sits. You can click on these videos and you can watch it directly from YouTube. You can pull up the cameras and watch it for yourself. So that is the channel. Still kind of surprised the Onondaga cell is not statemented or warned. I'm getting 62 miles per hour moving into Leslie right now. Yes, there are outages galore coming in. Actually, never mind. This is from the south of that cell. So you have outages coming in Tompkins and Springport areas just south of the current cell that is looking gusty. Just north of Jackson there. So I would say this cell does have a history of producing gusty winds.
Good news coming in from our cell that was in Huron and Stanislaus County. That statement has run out of time. It's 8:15, so the statement is done. There is a little bit of rotation at the very far point of Huron County here, Ryan, kind of interacting with the lake breeze. Just watching that really closely. Again, it is really far away from the radar. It is popping up on both base velocity and storm relative. So if you are in between Grindstone City and Port Hope, just be on alert for a little bit of a sneaky surprise there, just in case. Again, we've seen that before, where the edge of the thumb kind of does its own little thing because of the surface vorticity in that area. But as I was mentioning, the special weather statement has been dropped because it is now a 15, and the majority of these winds are either on the edge of the shore or now moving on to Lake Huron. Only statements currently in effect. Actually, there's only one. Macomb and Oakland County. This one's in effect until 8:30. So 14 minutes on that. Our Leslie storm from the DTX radar continues to increase the winds that are shown here.
New statement incoming now. What in the world?
Yeah, I had all the had city names, which is very interesting. I think it's because it is going to be for multi-state. I think it's going to be Indiana and...
Nope.
Said Coldwater.
Nope. Just Coldwater, the eastern half of St. Joseph, northern half of Branch, and the very far northwest corner of Hillsdale County. That statement's going to include 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. Coldwater, Bronson, Quincy, Union City, Litchfield, Colon, Girard, Batavia, Leonidas, Burr Oak, Sherwood, Fairfax, South Butler, Findlay, Madison Lake, Marble Lake, and Hodunk. Interstate 69 between mile markers 8 and 21. Also noted that torrential rainfall is also occurring with these storms and may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Probably one of the best pieces of advice. Simple, but yet best advice you could ever give somebody in flood situations is never drive your vehicle through flooded roadways.
And Drew is in that storm right now. He is on US 12 or near US 12 near Coldwater, according to his dot. So he'll have a view on that storm if there's any concerns with that. Again, this is entering Branch County in and over Colon right now. People are saying they're losing power in Gregory. Couple comments coming in from Gregory. Livingston County also getting a statement coming in here. Yes, there's a 24-hour camera channel. We were just mentioning that. Again, our mods will link it here in the chat, but it is Michigan Weather Network.
I'm about to make a prompt for them so they can just give a direct link for you guys in the YouTube chat.
That special weather statement is also listing cities instead of counties. Very interesting. So we got a couple of statements coming in here. We'll read off. I'm going to go ahead and go switch the radar real quick. None of them are loading in. Perfect. So I will go to behind the scenes. So the new special weather statement in Southeast Michigan is going to be for all of Livingston County. Here's what it says. Strong thunderstorms will impact Livingston County through 9 p.m. At 8:18, Doppler radar was tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Fenton to near Brighton to near Gregory. Movement was northeast at 30 miles per hour. And again, because you guys are confirming that there are power outages coming with the cell in Gregory, that would kind of validate what is happening here with the gusty winds. It is radar indicated winds of 40 miles per hour. Impact gusty winds will knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Severe thunderstorms or strong thunderstorms in Livingston County will be near Heartland and Howell at around 8:25. Other locations impacted by these storms include Parker's Corners, Lakeland, Plainfield, Island Lake State Recreation Area, Charleston, Unadilla, Pinckney State Recreation Area, Conway Township, Hell, Michigan, and Tyrone Township. If you're outdoors, consider seeking shelter in a building, and again, torrential rainfall occurring with that storm. Going to the north, way up here north of the bridge, statement coming in now for Chippewa, portions of Chippewa and Mackinac County. Strong thunderstorms will impact southwestern Chippewa and northeastern Mackinac counties through 9:15 Eastern. At 8:18, Doppler air was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Bayview Campground to Strongs to Gilchrist. Movement was east at 45 miles per hour. Wind gusts of 40 and half-inch hail are possible here. Locations impacted include Sault Ste. Marie, Point Iroquois, Kinross, Pickford, Bay Mills, Rudyard, Dafter, Trout Lake, Epouffet, Strongs, Nobbinway, Garnett, Brimley, Donaldson, Fibre, Rexton, Eastlake, Raco, Keldon, and Brimley State Park. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced about 4 of those names there, but if you are in any of those areas here in Chippewa and Mackinac County, you are now under a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and marble-sized hail. This is a very potent line moving in towards Sault Ste. Marie, and in fact, there's still some very high DBZ values, including this core that is just offshore, moving towards Sault Ste. Marie, Canada, and Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. We'll keep an eye on that. We may see a short fuse severe thunderstorm warning come in soon for Chippewa County. At the current time, though, statement-wise, there are only 4 in the state, along with 4 different flood advisories and a flood warning.
Kind of interesting. Well, we have rainstorms ongoing in the east part of the state. There's now a sunset on the west part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the orange sunset alert going out for portions of southwest Michigan. I got Paw camera pulled up here, and you can see the beautiful sunset off to the west.
A lot of cool clouds and damage reports coming in tonight behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys very much. We'll try and get some of those on the page for y'all. We have a lot of posts going out, obviously, tonight. So bear with us. Not everything's going to get posted on the page, but we do appreciate your support. And as always, if you would like to see some of your content on the page, again, that's Facebook. Our Facebook page is Michigan Storm Chasers. We are closing in on 470,000 followers this evening. You can go ahead and let us know in the comments time, location, and whether or not we do have permission to share. Do appreciate you guys very much. And as always, make sure to hit that follow button if you are new here. Checking back in on the velocity of the winds in Livingston County area. Most of these winds still over on the Ingham side of things, which is Grand Rapids jurisdiction. They do not have a statement out for Ingham County, but nevertheless, it does look gusty there. So if you are in Dansville, over towards Stockbridge, and even up towards Mason, prepare accordingly for winds of likely 40 miles per hour, which is what the statement is in effect for all of Livingston County. So just a bunch of storms out there this evening that are producing some downbursts. These downbursts, again, are storms that are collapsing and winds just gust down and out in every single direction from the center of the thunderstorm. And those can produce sometimes winds of up to 60 miles per hour, which has prompted a couple severe thunderstorm warnings so far this evening. As well as we've seen a couple of different miniature line segments, which are sometimes county-wide, sometimes 3 counties wide, and they have also prompted a couple severe thunderstorm warnings so far this evening. One of which was considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds back up there in Tuscola County. That has since obviously expired, and we are no longer seeing any severe warnings in the state. We did kick off the stream, though, with a tornado warning that was up there in Bay County and portions of Midland County for a storm that was producing rotation. Obviously, that was way back at the beginning of the stream, about 2.5 hours ago. That storm has since moved off into Huron County. It's over Port Austin right now. I believe it's actually the same cell line that is exhibiting broad rotation right now near Grindstone City.
Go ahead and take my feed here real quick. Just wanted to point this out. For those of you on the west side, sunset is out and rain is gone. Is my camera live? Why is it? Oh, wow.
Yes.
I guess
You're on radar.
I am to blame for this
It's okay.
malfunction. There we go.
Beautiful.
This is what I was trying to show you guys. sunset is out in the west part of Michigan, and we're clearing up. So we have stormy skies in the east side, and we have sunset skies in the west. We also have here in the Holland camera, that sun's peeking through down there. At the Busher septic tank and excavation camera.
What was the sponsor of the other camera there, Ryan?
This was Great Lakes Pondscapes,
There you go.
located in Paw Paw, Michigan. One of our newest sponsors, actually. This is one of the latest cameras that were installed. Faces the northwest there on Red Arrow Highway. But also we have some glows going on. Sturgis has a glow, as well as the Safety Glasses USA camera in Three Rivers. So stormy on the east and sunny on the west. Gotta love Michigan.
Absolutely.
I don't see any cameras with any stormy views currently. Harbor Beach is getting rained on. Imlay City, that has a couple interesting features here on camera. Perhaps a shower trying to develop just to the south of the camera here. You can see the rain bands coming down. Not quite getting to the ground just yet, but it's close. In the distance here, there is a base of a storm, perhaps a mini shelf cloud forming there. So either way, that's about all I'm seeing here on the network.
That storm in Imlay, that is near Imlay City, is actually heading towards the camera. It is retrograding back to the northwest.
Okay, I'll get it back up here.
I just noticed that here. Just south of K-Pac, over Burrville right now. That is one of our strongest storms that is currently ongoing, and there is a little bit of some gusty winds pushing out in front of that storm. So that would likely be producing... It's kind of just sitting and spinning like a top, actually. But that does look like a signature that is more downbursty than rotation. So we'll keep an eye on it, and literally we'll keep an eye on it as we have a live cam here of that storm. I'm going to put your cam in the corner there, Ryan, so you can keep an eye on it.
All good. Drew says he's got a shelf cloud he wants to show off.
Oh, does he? Oh, yeah. A little bit.
Nice dark looking ominous skies.
Cam in Imlay City is at Valley Farms. It's north side of town. Two more super chats / memberships here on YouTube to read off. Shout out to Megan D with a $2 super chat saying, thank you, mods, for keeping things clean. Couldn't agree more. Thank you, mods, for helping out today with the stream.
Agreed.
Keeping everyone in check, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or even X. Make sure you are following the rules of the chat, being respectful of others. Also, Red Dozier, one of our longtime members here earlier, donating 10 gifted memberships for our YouTube subscribers. So if you are a YouTube subscriber here at MSC on YouTube, check your account. You may have just been gifted, courtesy of Red Dozier. So thank you very much, Red. Got a new statement coming in. It's going to be that storm we're looking at right now, actually.
It is. And I also am watching on the bottom left of your screen. It almost looks like a wall cloud developing there.
It does.
Almost. Because it's tilting and feeding off the rain there, and you got like a little bit of a lowering within that wall cloud.
Mm-hmm.
It's very... I don't know. It's very weird.
I'd stay zoomed in on that, honestly.
I will stay zoomed in. Let's see if we can about this quality to main. Get this the highest quality possible. Statement's going to be for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. It's going to be Brockway, K-Pac, Emmett, Kimball, Port Huron, Columbus, St. Clair, Marine City, Casco, Blaine, Lakeport, North Lakeport, Atkins, Ruby, Abbotsford, Avoca, and Yale. I may repeat myself a few times there, but I think I got everything.
Is there a rain curtain obscuring it now?
Yeah, you can still see the side of it way over there, but it's... I tried to up the quality. I can't talk. I tried to up the quality, but it froze. So I gotta go back down one.
We cover the entire state. For those who are new here, we cover all 83 counties. We usually like to hone in on storms that are looking a little bit more concerning when they do. Right now, that would be a couple different storms. Between the Livingston County storm, we have that new cell that has gone statemented in St. Clair County. And we're watching a cell that is entering Coldwater, which is what Drew is currently chasing south of Coldwater right now. He took a picture. Otherwise, there's also a cell up near the Mackinac Bridge, or a line of cells, I should say, that are producing some very heavy rainfall, denoted by the pinks on radar here. Those are very heavy raindrops. The statement, in effect, for winds of 40, as well as half-inch hail possible with the storm. And this line extends from Lake Superior all the way down to Lake Michigan, from Nobbin Way up to Rexton and in towards Brimley and Sault Ste. Marie. So there's no avoiding it. If you are traveling I-75 in the eastern UP tonight, this line of storms is heading your way with winds of 40 miles per hour. Yeah, no problem. And we are the Michigan Storm Chasers. We were established in 2022, and our goal is to bring you live severe weather coverage from beginning to end for all severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. We have not missed a single one since the end of 2023, which is basically when we started doing this on a full-time basis. So we really haven't missed a beat. And if you are new here, welcome. Appreciate you for finding us. And if you are one of our returners, feel free to share our channel with a friend or family. I'd love to cover all Michiganders. Again, all 83 counties in the state, no matter where. We will be live for severe weather.
Do us a favor, guys. Facebook and YouTube watchers, hit the like button. We have over 4,000 you guys watching right now. And on the stream, total combined, we only have like 2,000 likes. Liking the stream, if you like our content, it'll bump it up higher in your algorithm. That's a good bonus. But also it helps push it out to other Michiganders who may not be aware of the severe threat. So it's a win-win. Yes. Helps us out, helps community out at the same time.
Show you care, like and share. That's what I usually say.
Exactly.
I saw a post here. Do we post to other Facebook groups and pages? Sometimes. If there is some sort of like big event, we do post to other groups, some of the community groups across the state. Otherwise, we own and operate two, actually technically three, Ryan, well, four. Keep thinking of all the groups we own on Facebook. Our main ones, Michigan Storm Community. You can type that in your search bar right now on Facebook. We own that one. That one is for fair weather posts, so just general weather talk. We have Michigan Weather Reports. That is for your damage reports, so it would be useful for storms that are ongoing right now, which right now there's a couple of stronger storms in St. Clair County and Livingston County with winds of 40. That would be a good place to put any damaging wind reports you have right now. Primarily in the wintertime, but you can use this during the summertime too. We have a group called Michigan Traffic and Accident Reports, I believe is what it's called. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but that is used for winter weather driving and also for just everyday traffic and accident reports. And then we have Great Lakes Storm Community, which doesn't have too many people in it, but that is also there for you guys to join. So yeah, those are our main groups. Otherwise, our main page is Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook, and we are, again, closing in on 470,000 followers on our Facebook page. Probably won't get it tonight, but we're getting close. Not a drop of rain in Jackson County yet.
20,000 people out of power still. It dropped to 17,000 in the past couple of minutes, so we're dropping now. Good news.
Yeah. Don't have any rain yet in southeast Jackson County. Don't worry, it's coming. You can see it on the radar right now. You have a big swath over Coldwater.
That second part between Livingston County and Branch and Calhoun has kind of weakened just a bit. I will say, as this line gets closer to me, I may drop. Oh my goodness! Take my stream. Leave this up for a few seconds. We just missed an amazing bolt directly in the front of the camera.
Oh
I'm
no!
gonna go back and clip that. See if we can replicate this. But just leave it up if you don't mind. I'm gonna go crop that and post it on Facebook. I'm hoping it does it again. There's like a sideways crawler. It was a good kind of lightning.
Darn it. Ryan gets to bask in all the glory. But so we will. So will we.
I'll post it on Facebook if it happens again.
Perfect. The cell in Livingston County is just... I don't know how to explain it, but it's just kind of going in every direction and just causing a little bit of downburst here, there, and everywhere. So it's honestly a good idea that they put the entire county in a special weather state, because this storm is pretty much the size of the county, and you have winds kind of just gusting here, there, and everywhere in every direction. So if you're in Livingston County right now, prepare yourselves for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too crazy, but it will knock around loose objects and bring down a couple of branches. We got OG with a 199 super chat saying, thank you, mods. Chances of storms in Orion and Oxford areas, great, actually. They're entering the area right now, and you can see this big mess. We'll go back to using Bob, big old blob, that terminology from last year. Big old blob moving in towards Oakland County right now. That is going to produce a lot of lightning and thunder, as well as perhaps some small hail, but the main concern is going to be 40-mile-per-hour winds. So plan accordingly. If you have a lot of stuff outside that's like sitting in your yard that might blow away, now would be a good time to bring that in before the wind takes it away. So do that now, and you'll be okay. Let's see if we have who all is live with us. We got Tyler and Drew out there tonight. So go ahead and put Tyler's cam back live. Drew's cam looks like he's in pitch blackness. He is underneath the storm right now, so that would make sense. But it's miles different compared to Tyler's stream, which is in broad daylight. You are in Washtenaw, Wayne, Monroe, and Lenawee counties.
Me.
Rain is, yeah, hey Ryan. The rain is still a little bit of ways, but relief is on the way. We'll see how much of these storms can stay together as they move into the southeast corner. But severe is quickly fizzling out for the evening as we start to lose our surface instability. Good news is, after tonight, I should say, cold front moves through, our humidity drops a little bit here in the midweek time frame, and there are no chances of storms in the forecast for tomorrow and for most on Thursday. Then we start to look into Thursday into Friday again for a chance of strong severe storms for the UP as a system kind of swings by up there. But we do get a nice day or two of a break incoming, and then severe maybe popping back up for the UP on Thursday into Friday. So we still have 4 statements out there this evening, and storms continue to move off to the east. Most of these storms, by the way, are moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour is the going rate. 30 for Livingston, 20 for St. Clair. Coldwater storm is 30. And the storms up in Chippewa and Mackinac County are 40, moving 45 miles per hour. Let's go check in on these storms real quick. Just one big line of winds of 40. And continuing to see some instances of some small hail mixing in as well. Although correlation coefficient radar really is kind of keeping the purples and reds intact, so there's not too many places where some hail is mixing in anymore. Additionally, we are watching for development along the cold front further south as the cold front moves into the lower peninsula of Michigan. This is heading towards Manistee and Ludington, and eventually down towards Hart and Muskegon later this evening. We'll see if it can stay together, but again, as we get later into the evening, our instability does start to fizzle.
Yo, I want to mention that cell that's in Livingston and Oakland counties. It's so large, as you call it, a bob, big old blob. If this slows down and trains, flooding is going to become a concern in some localized areas with this.
Oh, easily. I have not seen any more flood advisories issued yet up and down this line, but Livingston definitely a top candidate right now to see one. But everyone can take a nice deep breath right now. The only concern is winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Anywhere where you see a tan box on your screen, that would be St. Clair County, Livingston County, and Branch County, as well as extreme northwestern Hillsdale County. Or, if you live up in the UP, eastern UP along the I-75 corridor, Chippewa and Mackinac counties, winds of 40 there, and maybe perhaps marble-sized hail. That's it. There are no severe warnings in effect. Go ahead.
Take my camera right now.
Oh my goodness.
What the heck?
Wow.
Sunset alert for southwest Michigan. That is incredible. Screenshot that. That's going on the page ASAP. I just posted the Harbor Beach.
That needs to be like a desktop background. That's insane.
That is absolutely insanity.
Grand Theft Auto logo. That's yeah. It kind of looks like that same color scheme.
That's crazy. Again, courtesy here. Sturgis, Michigan, Fawn River HVAC, one of our newest cameras that was installed over the past couple of days. This is incredible.
Wow.
Let's go ahead and back out. I don't want to back out too much, but there's other cameras in the area, just so you guys know. Great Lakes Pondscapes, for example, the orange sunset there, and Paw Paw. And just look at the cameras. You can just tell that one has the best view of it. We're going to keep it on there. This is just too good to pass up. That is insane.
Yeah. Good vibes to end the day. Even if you're dealing with a thunderstorm right now, you can kind of ponder in this nice sunset with us. I mean, where I'm at, it's cloudy as well, and Ryan still hasn't seen storms yet today, so we're all kind of enjoying the sunset with you guys together tonight. So feel free to bask in all the glory of these very cool oranges, reds, and a little bit of blues. There's a little bit of rain on the camera too, on the right side, but otherwise it's a beautiful shot. And in fact, insane. look at the rays. Look at the rays start to come in here as it goes over the trees. This is just getting better and better.
That's insanity. The raindrop just popped off the right side of the screen, so now you can see very clearly.
What if we have like windshield wipers for the cameras? That'd be cool. Looking behind the scenes, by the way, right now, all the storms that are still ongoing, there is not a whole lot of concerning storms out there. No rotation, by the way. So there's a couple of you guys in chat saying rotation. I'm not seeing rotation at all at the current time. Just some gusty winds. Livingston County, 40-mile-per-hour winds. St. Clair County as well, 40-mile-per-hour winds. And in the branch area where Drew is currently chasing. Looks like we're starting to see the yellowish orange start to fizzle a little bit here. I'm assuming that's probably already on the page, on all of our pages.
Yeah, it just got posted to Facebook. I just posted the Harbor Beach video too. So we're just rapid firing these posts. These cameras, man, I'm telling you, these cameras, the more we have, the better off we're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just incredible. Over here in Centerville, you can just see, this is a different type of camera. This is a 180 camera. It's still picking up the color. You can see to the left of the screen there. That's what the Sturgis camera is looking at. For some reason, the sun is reflecting off probably some elevated rain that's creating that nice glow of the sky. This is just, it's incredible.
So we'll go ahead and, I know we don't want to go away from it. We'll put the sunset in the, oh darn it. It's being hidden by the logo.
Just take the warning bar off the screen.
No, I can't do that. Go back to the radar. Right now, what we're seeing just across the area, I mean, if you look at velocity, there's a couple areas like Gardendale, Sparlingville near Port Huron. Winds of about 35 miles per hour at 3,500 feet off the ground. Pretty close to 40 miles per hour. That's still in effect. It says 50 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail are possible with that, but I think it's a little bit weaker. Winds in Livingston County right now between Howell and Brighton on I-96, maxing out at around 35 to 40 as well, so that kind of validates that statement. And we'll have to go to the Grand Rapids radar to see Branch County, since the Indiana radar is down for the next 6 days, but there is yeah, a little bit of gusty winds here near Coldwater and Quincy. The cell is, the entire mezzo itself is slowly rotating around itself, but it's not surface based at the current time. So really not a whole lot of concerns ongoing right now. We're going to continue to watch these cells in Livingston County. You never know, funky things can happen, but at the surface there's really not a whole lot going on. Everything is all elevated in nature. Yeah, there's a tiny little mini supercell actually heading into St. Clair right now. Perhaps some pea-sized hail with this one. It's so small, it's about 10 square miles large. Can't rule out anything funky as well because that is very close to Lake St. Clair, but rotation on this does not really appear all that great. So that is just kind of a normal miniature supercell with a small hail threat. There's a boundary that's been kind of fueling these storms today and are continuing to pull these storms further off to the east as we get into the sunset time frame. And so eventually Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, Washtenaw will get full rain, but as well as Monroe and Lenawee. But at the current time, that is not so much the case.
Turn the camera to one of our other new cameras in Niles. It's got a nice orange glow there. This is courtesy of Jessica Massey. She's a State Farm agent there in Niles. A nice orange glow of the sky. Not as vibrant as the one over there in Sturgis, but still a beautiful view regardless. So there's also a double rainbow in Sturgis as well, opposite, I believe, of the sky we're looking at. So we can't see the, oh, actually, yeah, I guess you can't. But there is pictures coming in from the Sturgis area of double rainbows now.
Wow. You see the messages came in there, Ryan?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. I'll leave it up to you, of course. So I'll keep radar full and loop it. As you can see, this is, for those just tuning in, might not know what you're looking at. Well, you're looking at me. I'm in the top left corner. I'm Joel Fritzma, Chief Meteorologist here at Michigan Storm Chasers. You got the president of Michigan Storm Chasers right below me, Ryan. You can wave, Ryan, if you want to. We also have below, that one of our many Skycam networks, or Skycams across our Skycam network, WeatherCam network. That is from Fawn River HVAC in Sturgis. And the top right, we got Tyler and Drew who are out there chasing this evening. Top banners, of course, all of our information. Bottom banners, all of our alerts. And you have the radar, which right now is showing the intensity of rain, which anywhere you see the red colors, that is heavy rain that is falling. Yellows is moderate. Greens and blues is more of a light rain. So overall, if you've been watching throughout the stream, you can see there's a lot less red ongoing out there compared to what we saw earlier. Still a decent amount in Livingston County, heading into Oakland County, as well as in St. Clair County, and offshore of Sanilac County. But the majority of this rain right now is moderate to light, especially once you get past that initial line. And the clearing is coming. Kalamazoo back towards Ionia, Portland up towards Elma and St. John's. Anywhere like west of that line, we're really starting to get the sun kind of undercutting that cloud deck and allowing for a beautiful, colorful sunset. Now, I do have some bad news for everybody, and you're probably like, oh great, what's the bad news? We are getting a northwest wind back, and obviously in Canada with all the wildfires that are going on, wildfire smoke actually is already filtering back in tonight in portions of northern Michigan. But again, northwest wind will start to filter back in, and we could see some wildfire smoke. Unfortunately, again, with the next couple of days being rather clear in Michigan, that northwest wind will bring more of that smoke back into Michigan. So again, with the winds shifting, just something we have to deal with. And yeah, just keep that in mind in the back of your head. We could see some light wildfire smoke over the next couple of days, which will allow for more hazy sunsets and perhaps some difficult breathing conditions. Fingers crossed it's not as bad as what we saw the last couple of weeks, but again, the smoke content does vary in times. So it's kind of been the theme this summer. When it's not storming, it's smoky, and we roll on here in the dog days of summer with kind of more of the same. If you guys look at satellite view right now, you can see that too. Some of that smoke that's settling in. On the collegeofdupage.edu website, there's a satellite you can go and view. And it is very wispy out there, where it is clear from Manistee across the lake towards Milwaukee. Definitely an elevated layer of wildfire smoke settling in. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on our cell once again on our velocity back here in Oakland and Livingston counties. Gust front. If you guys are out in front of this line of storms, you're likely saying, hey, it's getting gusty here. Well, that would be called the gust front. Despite the fact there's no precipitation ongoing, you can have a gust front with no precipitation, and the winds quickly increase 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles per hour, depending on how strong that gust front is. You kind of see that based on velocity here. These winds up and down the line are around 40 knots, which is about 45 miles per hour. And again, that gust front is this tiny little blue line that you see kind of going all the way down from Onstead all the way up through Ann Arbor into Pontiac and over into central Macomb County towards New Baltimore. And because that is a source of lift, it's also firing off storms behind it as well. So you can see how these storms are kind of just pulsating behind it and continuing to push off to the northeast as the alpha boundary pushes off to the southeast. Yeah, the black coloring on the map here is all of the roads. So when you zoom out too far, because every single road is loaded in here, it just turns into like a giant black hexagon or rectangle or whatever of just roads across Wayne County and Macomb and Oakland County. You guys have a lot of roads down there. So the radar, you have to, in order to see the radar at this level, you kind of have to zoom in pretty far. And just one way of one thing we have to do here with the storms, which right now are kind of staying away from Wayne County, but the outflow boundary is heading your way, and we'll likely see it soon on some of our cameras, such as our Dearborn camera, and perhaps our Chelsea cam, which actually the outflow boundary is already passed over there, but our Dearborn cam would be a camera we can use very soon as these storms do roll in to the vicinity.
I am back, and I have lightning on so many cameras here. If we just take a zoomed out look of the network, you can see Apex north and south lightning, Valley Farms lightning. It's just insane. It's just everywhere. Plus the sunset.
Tale of two stories. Harbor Beach also getting in on that lightning action too.
Yep. It also looks like the newest camera that was installed a few days ago it's actually kind of gusty here in Commerce Township. This camera is in the Walled Lake area. This is actually right on the outflow boundary, Joel. This is actually getting impacted by that boundary.
Yep.
In Novi. So this is like right by Novi.
Right there. Here, I'm circling on radar.
Yeah, Walled Lake, Wolverine Lake, that general area.
Yep.
This camera is facing to the south, and you can see the boundary is actually making that tree. I guess it's not on the screen there, but that tree was bending pretty good a few seconds ago. Probably about 30, 35 mile an hour winds, I'd have to say. At most.
And that is the Allcom headquarters there in Commerce Township, Michigan. That is Walled Lake, it's Oakland County. Appreciate them for becoming part of our weather camera network. Again, if you would like to add your business to our weather camera network, become a sponsor, send us a message. You can also, our mods will probably put the link to our jot form here in chat if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. But if you have a business you would like to sponsor a weather camera, again for 24/7, even you have the option to run it for 24/7. Feel free to message us or fill out that jot form. We'd love to get in contact with you, as we would love to have at least, ideally, probably a camera in every single county in the state, and we're still quite a few months, maybe even a year away from that. But again, if you guys have places you would like to put a weather camera, reach out to us. We'd love to have you. Thumb is getting doused in rain tonight. A lot of moderate rain now falling in across the Thumb. Huron, Tuscola, Sanilac counties, no concerns there for severe weather. Strong thunderstorms continue to St. Clair County, although continuing to get weaker as time goes on. Special weather statement continues for Livingston County. There's a little bit of a gust of wind pushing forward in towards Milford, too. Otherwise, I also have a little bit of gusty winds down here in Brighton near where US 23 crosses I-96. Other than that, the statement for Branch County has been canceled. Actually, the statements for Livingston and Branch County, expired. It turned 9 o'clock. The statement for St. Clair County remains in effect until 9:15. Going back up to the UP, this line of storms is continuing to make an impression across the I-75 corridor from Sault Ste. Marie down towards Brevard and Trout Lake. Winds here are expected to be 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail still. And continuing off to the east at 45 miles per hour. This statement is in effect until 9:15 as well. A couple marine reports coming in now. We have a 54 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gust, which is very interesting, at the Chippewa, Michigan Bay Mills buoy. And we have a 44 mile per hour wind gust at the ASOS station, CYAM, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, so just across the waters there. So 45 to 55 miles per hour possible within that line there in northern Michigan. Also going to take my attention to a couple cells on Lake Michigan, Ryan. We have a couple of strong cells along the cold front that may actually be producing some decent-sized hail on northern Lake Michigan, heading towards Beaver Island, Fox Island, and Manitou Island areas, denoted by our correlation coefficient radar, where these reds and purples turn into those yellows and blues once again. Decent cores showing up on those on the normalized base reflectivity. And so we'll have to watch these storms as they roll towards Charlevoix and Emmett County later this evening, as well as this line that is now pushing even closer to Manistee in Ludington, which we do have a Manistee cam as always. And we'll continue to watch that as those storms roll in there. All right, I will catch up to the super chats here. There's 3, and they all have a theme. First super chat that I have to catch up with here on YouTube. Again, thank you guys very much. We have Summer with a 199 super chat saying lizard sticker, please. Might work on it. But the second comment here, we have Fun Times back for month number 1 is an EF1 member saying hashtag we want lizard sticker in the Discord, please. And thank you. Also, Michigan Storm Chasers is number 1, hashtag lizard sticker army. Thank you very much, Fun Times. It sounds like we need a lizard sticker, according to some of our members here in chat. And Julie, one of our moderators, back for month number 15 as an EF3 member, spamming lizard emojis. So it kind of solidifies things. I guess we'll have to add that after the stream is done. So thank you guys very much for your support. If you are a YouTube member, feel free to look out for that coming in the future days, and on Discord as well. If you want to become a member, channel member, just hit that join button here on YouTube. Become part of the team as an honorary member for as low as $2.99 a month, and it helps all the proceeds go back into funding these live streams here at MSC. You'll learn here near the end of the stream that what we do is not free and it's not cheap either. So that's why we have sponsors, and we'll read off those sponsors as well. But again, we are sponsor funded and also funded by you guys here via your memberships and other generous donations that you guys send in. So thank you very much if you have supported optionally here at MSC. Feel no need to donate, but it is always an option to do so. And we have multiple ways to do that. So thank you guys very much. You guys are awesome. Gusty winds continuing in through Oakland County now along that outflow boundary. Also pushing into Wayne County very shortly, heading in towards Plymouth and Livonia and Westland, as well as Cherry Hill. Even if the winds aren't bad, the lightning will be continuous tonight. So when thunder roars, go indoors. It is pretty dark outside, so not a whole lot you can do now, as we are now just about 5 minutes past the top of the hour. But again, if you do have things going on outdoors tonight, make sure you are sheltering inside. 30 minutes is the time to wait when you last hear thunder. So we have been live now for about 3.5 hours. For those who have missed the whole rundown for today, a kind of TLDR of what has happened. We started with a severe thunderstorm warning for the UP up there in Luce County, Schoolcraft County, large hail, and then it was quickly overtaken by the tornado warning, which was in effect for Midland and Bay counties. That lasted for about a half hour. Strong rotation up there. Damage did come in from that area. We do not know the extent of a survey yet. I'm sure they'll send out a survey crew tomorrow or have EMS survey the area via drone and stuff like that. So we'll probably know tomorrow if there was a tornado in that neck of the woods. Right now, we have no confirmation of tornadoes that have happened today. But again, if we did have a tornado or two today, that would be our 31st of the year, maybe even 32nd, depending on how many they confirm, of course. And again, the record for tornadoes in a year in the state of Michigan is 39 for those who haven't been keeping track like we have. So that would put us within about 8 or 7 of tying the record. But right now we are at 30 so far in the year of 2025, and most of those have fallen all on like 3 or 4 days this year so far. So, you'll go back in time, or a couple of years from now, you'll look back at 2025 as one of our record years here, but it has overall been a quiet summer so far. And Ryan's back in here; he could probably elaborate on this more. But
it's been very quiet, hasn't it?
I don't want to say the Q word, but that's basically what it's been. I mean, we haven't had a really big system since really June, early June. Even like May 15th was really the last big system. So we've just been unlucky with when we have had these systems that they've kind of just been powerful. And back in the winter, Ryan actually mentioned this on his summer severe weather outlook video, that this is a wild card year where we could see literally 3-4 events that could make up a bunch of tornadoes in a year, or they just don't do anything. And so far this year, we've kind of had those 3 or 4 big events that have produced a bunch of tornadoes.
Joel, I want to take attention briefly to Brighton. We're getting a lot of comments saying that power is going out in Brighton. I don't see anything on radar that indicates strong winds are occurring here, but we are getting numerous comments that Brighton is losing power.
Interesting. That would be... The gust front's already gone by, so that means it would be underneath the thunderstorm now.
These reports are about 2 minutes delayed.
That would still be underneath the storm. As a reminder, again, torrential rainfall also occurring across the area tonight. You can see these storms are training over relatively the same areas, moving northeast along the line as the line slowly moves off to the east. And so we've had a couple rainfall reports of 2 to 3 inches localized, primarily in Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. If you encounter flooded roadways, make sure to turn around and don't drown. Again, a 5 to 10 minute detour could save your life and your car and the life of others. Again, you don't need an unnecessary rescue mission. So again, make sure to take that detour. And turn around, don't drown is, of course, the one thing to remember. A good rule of thumb is if you can't see the road underneath the water, then you don't know what's under there. See if we have any other chasers out there tonight besides Drew and Tyler. We do not at the current time. Also, for those who are new here, if we aren't mentioning your area, that's usually a good sign. I know our automated bot here on our YouTube channel always mentions this. If we're not mentioning your area, chances are you're likely not being impacted by anything significant, unless, of course, we have 20 warnings ongoing and we can't catch up with all of them. So we do our best with the 83 counties that are out there. Sometimes it gets overwhelming, but just keep in mind, have patience, and bear with us. We're always going to try and cover every county from beginning to end when the severe weather strikes.
Hey, Joel, we just got a video sent to me.
Yes.
There is major flooding in and around downtown Howell.
Okay.
And as a result, a flood advisory was just issued a few seconds ago for that. Actually, it was about 10 minutes ago. So, flood advisory now for Howell, Genoa, Osceola Township, Marion Township, Parker's Corner, Fowlerville. So yes, flooded roadways are happening in and around Howell.
There you go. Your reports are much appreciated. We have direct communications with the National Weather Service offices here at MSC, so when there's stuff that needs to be sent in a timely fashion, we do appreciate you guys' reports. And again, when you do send those in, save us the time. Make sure to add your time, location, and if needed, a measurement for your damage reports. The sooner we can get those reports in, the sooner the National Weather Service can kind of table that over, look at it, and figure out where that's at, and issue more warnings so more Michiganders can be alerted for severe weather downstream. So it's all a process, and we are we here are an outlet to kind of bridge that gap in communications between you guys, the public, and the higher officials here, such as local news and of course the National Weather Service, which goes and issues all of the warnings you see on the screens at all times. Speaking of warnings, though, there are none out there. There's one statement in effect in the Lower Peninsula for St. Clair County, and one in effect for Chippewa and Mackinac County. Both of these in effect for about 4 more minutes.
Drew is asking his stream to be taken down off this.
Okay. Also going to quickly go to a new warning up in the Lake Michigan vicinity. This is not a land-based warning, but it's a special marine warning. It's basically a severe thunderstorm warning over the waters. They are issuing a special marine warning for the islands around Beaver Island, and this is going to be in effect till 10:15 p.m. for 34 knots of wind or greater and small hail. So if you are a boater out here around Beaver Island, seek safe harbor immediately inside that blue box. And again, that is that cell we're continuing to watch as it heads towards Emmett County in extreme northern Lower Peninsula. Yeah, Ryan, this line of precipitation is quite gusty. It has kind of caught back up to that outflow boundary a little bit. But it is, the outflow boundary is about a couple miles, maybe 2 or 3 miles ahead of the precipitation, and velocity is definitely hinting at values of about 40 to 45 knots, which would be about 45 to 50 miles per hour in places. So a little bit.
Lodi Township, I'm seeing a pocket. Sorry, Lodi Township heading in toward the western half of Ann Arbor and the northern half of Saline. There's a pocket there on the Detroit airport radar.
Yeah.
Of some gusty winds there. It's going to move between Ann Arbor and Saline more than likely.
So a little surprising there's not a statement out there for a gust front producing winds of 50. That can happen sometimes where you get a statement for a gust front. This would be one of those instances perhaps. But at the current time, no statements in effect for the Metro Detroit region. Just St. Clair County. On the radar you can see the statements are denoted by that little thin tan-colored box, which encompasses pretty much all of St. Clair County minus the northwest corner there, just to the west of Yale. Also the peninsula down here near Algonac. Threat for tornadoes tonight is low. Not expected really anymore as our surface-based instability is starting to dwindle. Our peak for tornadoes today was pretty much before 8 o'clock, and now we're at 9:14. Now just roll over to 9:15. Not really likely tonight unless there's some sort of funky interaction, as we like to say, with the marine layer, whether that's on Lake St. Clair, Lake Huron, or even Lake Erie. We'll keep an eye on it, of course, but at the current time, nothing too concerning. Speaking of 9:15, our special weather statements have both been cleared from the cache, and so we are now in all clear ops. So Tyler out there chasing tonight in the rain out there in Oakland County. He is along that gust front actually right now. Up there in central western Oakland County, heading towards the Pontiac area. as well as Cody, who I wonder if his cam is still live. His cam is not live. Tyler and Cody out
Joel,
there.
I can,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to take my screen, I can share a few new cameras that were installed yesterday
Ooh.
that have just got launched as operational.
Sneak peek for our viewers who are watching right now. First look.
These cameras were installed yesterday, and we should probably go ahead and take over that statement, just because that kind of takes priority.
Yes. So, kind of figured that was what it was going to be, is that outflow boundary. This new statement is coming in. If there's nothing going on the page, Ryan, that would probably be a good post as a statement here.
I'm already on it, dude. I got you.
Perfect. So we haven't had really any warnings in a while. The statement's going to be in effect for all of southern Oakland, pretty much the entirety of Wayne County minus the Detroit River shoreline and southern Wayne County, and then northeastern Washtenaw County, all in this new statement for winds of 50 miles per hour. No hail expected with this one. And I'm on the airport radar right now, and you can really see how those bright greens are quite a sharp gradient from Saline up towards Plymouth and Northville right now. And these are continuing to move off to the east. There's also a nice downburst kind of billowing down in the vicinity of southwest side of Ann Arbor.
Mm-hmm.
And that statement goes all the way back into south central Washtenaw County. So that's right where that downburst is ongoing. So if you're up and down that line I just mentioned, here's that new statement box just popping on the screen in the tan. If you know you live in and underneath this tan box, feel free to show you care, like, and share the stream. And, of course, word of mouth helps. Let everyone know. 50 mile per hour winds possible. Southern Oakland County, northern Wayne County, and far northeastern Washtenaw County here. And the statement is going to be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Movement of this storm, along with the outflow boundaries, off to the east at 25 miles per hour. The statement says Ann Arbor, Novi, Ypsilanti, Saline, Canton, Northville, Salem, and Dixboro. The storm will be near those locations within the next 5 minutes. Livonia 9:25, West Bloomfield within the next 10 to 15. Southfield and Pontiac around 9:35. Romulus, Birmingham, Belleville 9:40. Troy, Royal Oak 9:45. Dearborn 9:50. Taylor, Rochester, Detroit Zoo closer to that 10 o'clock time frame, so closer to the top of the hour there. Other locations impacted by this line of gusty thunderstorms includes Franklin, Keego Harbor, Waterford, Orchard Lake, New Boston, Commerce, Lathrop Village, Auburn Hills, Bingham Farms, and Farmington Hills. Again, this new statement for those just tuning in, 50 mile per hour winds, no hail expected, with this line that is currently being displayed on your screen, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Ryan, how's our, I guess we can go back to the cameras if you would like to introduce them right now. I was going to say it was probably a good time because there is storms rolling in one of our new cameras, correct?
Which one?
Ludington, maybe?
Nope.
Oh.
But I was going to introduce those.
Okay.
If you want to take me, I can get these done real quick.
Yeah.
So, they were installed yesterday, and there is a slight issue with the connection, and I just see tonight they are running smoothly. So my fingers are crossed that the issue has been resolved. These are two cameras. One is facing southwest here over Lake Michigan. This is our second Lake Michigan camera, so hurrah. Because it's a west, a south, and a bit of the north sky. But we also have camera number 2, which faces due north, and this is for none other than the Aurora. So we have our secondary Aurora camera now in Ludington, Michigan. Both cameras here, courtesy of the Ludington area JC's Mini Golf. So I want to thank those guys for sponsoring these cameras and giving us an amazing north, south, and a bit of a, or should I say northwest and a bit of a southward view. These cameras are going to come in handy. So again, Ludington area JC's, appreciate you guys stepping up and sponsoring. We need West Michigan cameras on the lake, and you guys had a perfect spot for it, and you guys stepped up. So thank you guys for doing so.
There's some lightning
to
there.
stop in next time over there at Ludington.
That camera just caught a lightning bolt off the waters there. So that camera is kind of picking up on that line of storms that is rolling towards Ludington and Manistee at the current hour. Go back to radar real quick. I'll put your camera in the bottom left.
Manistee cam may actually have a good view, Joel.
Up to you if you want to pull it in.
Yep, hold on. In fact, it does.
Beautiful.
Looking right at it.
So that is this line. I'm on radar full right now, but I have you in the bottom left corner. That is this line of storms that is extending from Arcadia, about 10 to 20 nautical miles offshore, to Manistee, and about all the way up to Mid-Lake, offshore of Ludington. And these storms are going to continue off to east-southeast at a relatively low speed. That's perhaps a little bit of a hail producer. There's a very bright pinks within this line of storms, and also a little bit gusty winds. I think the better radar here is probably going to be Green Bay, honestly. I'll switch over to Green Bay. A very thin line of storms, and you can actually see on the Manistee cam there in the bottom left corner, you can see through the storm. It's so skinny, through the sunset on the back side. But yeah, this doesn't have anything too crazy for winds. Maybe 30 to 40. And a tiny bit of pea-sized hail mixing in there, but this is not anywhere close to severe at the current time. We'll keep an eye on it, of course, but that is not a concern as of right now. It's just a beautiful storm out there. Oh, beautiful storm out there on the lake. We have a new statement coming in.
Notice. Sorry, go ahead.
New statement coming in. This is going to be for pretty much all of eastern Upper Peninsula through 10:30 p.m. for winds of 40 and pea-sized hail. Central Chippewa, eastern Mackinac, and southeast Chippewa counties. That's it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, the sunset is still going on in southwest Michigan. We have the Niles camera with the nice orange sunset. It's back out of here. Just take a peek at all these cameras. We have another orange sunset over here in Paw Paw at Great Lakes Pondscapes. We got one down here in Three Rivers, State Classes USA. We got one here in Sturgis again, Fawn River HVAC. We got one up here in Niles again. I think we just looked at that one actually, from Jessica Massey State Farm. We also got others up here in Centerville at Miracles Landscape Supply, and also the Charlotte Fire Department with another view of that sunset. So it is a sunset alert night on southwest Michigan corner. It's insane. In the meantime, I want to take a peek here at this camera as it is picking up some really good lightning.
I'm going to switch back to radar real quick. There's a tiny little downburst ongoing right now between Burrville and Armada that just popped up on radar. It is heading in towards Memphis at the current time. So winds aren't anything too crazy, but I figured I'd point that out. If you're experiencing gusty winds in northern Macomb County, that is this cell right here heading towards Memphis. Otherwise, statement continues for Oakland and Wayne till 10:15 for those 50 mile per hour winds possible. It is very gusty within this line. There's some higher pixels showing up in here. Not sure how accurate these are, but there are a couple pixels in here, Ryan, that are very close to 60 miles per hour. Concerned with ground clutter because that could mix things up a little bit. But still, 50 mile per hour winds can definitely bring down a couple trees.
Yeah, it's still it's starting to pick where with those boundaries what's real, what's not. So the Allcom camera is picking up some beautiful lightning.
I'm looking.
In fact, let me
Ryan, how
take me
dare
off the
you?
screen for a second.
Okay. I saw.
Take me off this.
I saw what you did.
You didn't see anything.
I saw the playback. I have the stream pulled up, and there's a minute delay. I saw exactly what you did. Just putting spiders in the bottom left corner. It's crazy. Pouring in Wixom. No power in Wixom. Milford, New Hudson areas. Thank you for that report there. Grand Rapids got missed again. Grand Rapids definitely did not get missed today. They got hammered this morning in terms of at least downpours. There was a couple special alert statements in effect as well. So pretty much all of southern and central Michigan has gotten rain and thunderstorms today. Still waiting on southeast Michigan to get on the action, but a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms across west Michigan today, including Grand Rapids. We have another new statement coming in. So as soon as we went to all clear mode, we have a new statement coming in. And that is actually for that line I was just mentioning here of those winds, that downburst that was starting to pick up. And there it is, heading in towards Memphis. New statement in effect till 10:30 p.m. 9:25, Doppler radar was tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Lum to near Capac to Armada, moving it to the northeast at 30 miles per hour, winds in excess of 40 with this storm. Strong thunderstorms will be near Richmond, Capac, Memphis, Emmett within the next 5 minutes. Yale, 9:40. Got Brown City, Melvin around 9:45, Lakeport 10:05, Port Huron, Marysville around 10:10. Other locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm, this line of strong thunderstorms, include North Street, Goodland Township, Birch Beach, Lynn Township, Rattle Run, Amador, Goodell's, Brockway, Smiths Creek, and Valley Center. People attending Armada Fair should seek safe shelter immediately. Once again, well, I believe this storm is already over the Armada Fair, but still, it's a strong thunderstorm moving through the area.
You can pop my screen back on if you want.
Here you go.
I have to imagine we have another shelf cloud here coming into Manistee.
Once again.
Once again, yes. If you guys do not know, Manistee camera here has been shelf galore this year. At least 4 beautiful shelf clouds over the course of the past couple of months. So perhaps a 5th or 6th rolling in. Find out soon. The lightning with these cameras is still very much alive, especially on the Imlay City Cam and the Grand Blanc area cameras. Also getting some on the Riverview camera as well. So
Megan with a $2 super chat. Storms are getting worse in Genton. I'm assuming you mean Fenton. Storms there those are just within the stratiform rain. That is not likely to be a concern tonight there in Fenton. You guys are good. So hopefully that puts your mind at ease there. And thank you for supporting.
Joel, we have a report of a big power outage coming in Macomb County.
Okay. Where at? Because I would not be surprised if it's in the northeast corner.
It's in chat G just for reference.
Okay.
I'm gonna check on DTE and see if I can verify where, but that was from a credible source. Yeah, it's actually up in what appears to be. Let me find it here. Right, yeah, Armada area. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
The Washington Armada area.
Also,
Trying to find the exact neighborhood.
While our attention is also taken up there in the southeast Michigan, eastern Michigan region, there is a strong storm is riding down the Michigan-Ohio state line, south of Hillsdale, south of Frontiers, heading towards Waldron and Hudson. No statements on that, but there's a little bit of upper level rotation on that, and that is kind of unimpeded without much interference in terms of inflow to that storm. So we'll keep an eye on that as it kind of rides right down the Michigan-Ohio state line. Could see a statement coming soon for that. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I'm going to keep my radar looping. I will be right back. So if you want to commentate for a couple of minutes, let me know. Or don't.
Yeah, I got you. Just give me a second.
No, I got you.
Okay, I got you.
Perfect.
Let me get my radar pulled up. Actually, nah. Let's go ahead and take my camera's full. I can just toggle it in back and forth. So I believe I can just do...
Just do that.
I can. Cool. Yep. So, if you take a peek at the cameras across the state, I want to see if I can pull up some lightning here while we have a minute. So I'm going to watch this carefully. New statement coming in. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that. It's going to be up in the Charlevoix County area, all the way up here to the tip-top part of Michigan.
There you go, Beaver Island.
And there goes my phone. We'll get that here in a second. Yeah, Beaver Island. There you go. So this is going to be a statement incoming. There it is. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Wind gusts up to 40 and pea-sized hail. So Beaver Island, anywhere on Beaver Island, needs to be inside and seeking a sturdy structure if you are outside. I also have my eyes on a couple areas here in southeast Michigan. I think flooding could be a concern in some localized area. I know we had a report out of the Howell area from a viewer earlier this evening. But otherwise, I think other areas may be lined up for some flooding as well. So what camera should we take, guys? You tell me. Got 30-some cameras on here. Located all across Michigan. You can tell the ones that have sunsets are in West Michigan there. And the ones that are up top are mostly in East Michigan. But no warnings in the state currently. Several statements in effect for some gusty winds and some small hail. We're still live. We're tracking severe weather all evening tonight. However, there's nothing severe currently, which is good news. But in the event that there is, in fact, another warning issued, we don't like to hop off and hop back on. We'll just stay live through the event. And as soon as these storms no longer pose a threat, we'll pop off. But in the meantime, we're live and we're tracking additional statements and any warnings that may happen to pop up still. I do think that the storm heading in through the southern part of Oakland and the northern part of Wayne County is quite gusty in nature. It is with an outflow boundary, and that outflow boundary can and will produce some gusty winds first. So you're going to get the winds first and the rain behind it. So you'll feel the winds before you get rained on in most areas in those counties I just mentioned, which is northern Wayne and southern Macomb. It'll also push into southern Oakland and northern Wayne, pushing into Macomb County. I apologize about that. Current time on your screen is 9:33 in about 33 seconds. If you are not watching, and if you're watching and your time on your phone or computer does not line up with that 9:33, it's time to refresh and catch back up. I know some of you guys can lag behind, so make sure you guys are caught up and up to date, because sometimes comments can lag like 10 or so minutes. Sometimes it's kind of like, yeah, get caught up, guys. So make sure you are watching in real time. Current time is now 9:34, just turned 9:34. So if you're in 20 or 30 seconds of that, you are good to go. Welcome back to the stream, Joel. Are you muted?
I had to unmute myself. Give me a sec. We're good.
Yep, you're all good. I have to imagine that there is likely a gusty component to that boundary entering Livonia, Southfield, Troy, and Madison Heights areas soon. We're going to have a camera on this. Let's go ahead and switch to the Dearborn camera. This is going to be the first up, and then we're also going to have a Riverview a little bit further south. 2 cameras out ahead of this line. It's not warned, but it is statemented for, I believe it's 50-mile-per-hour winds. Yes, 50-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see here in Dearborn how strong these winds actually get. And my phone does not want to stay still. Can you hear that? I hope you guys can't hear that. But yeah, also in the Dearborn camera, if you want to put that up in the bottom left, Joel, if you can. We have lightning incoming on the left side of the screen as this line approaches. So it'll be interesting to see just how strong these winds get.
There's a spotter network report that just came in. It says rainfall rate measured at 3.73 inches per hour from personal ambient weather station. Several inches of water over lawns and roads that do not usually flood. Report as of 9:31. That is in Salem. They're in, it's going to be right on the edge of Washtenaw and Wayne County. So torrential rainfall occurring with this storm. Turn around, do not drown when encountering flooded roadways. Again, if you can't see the bottom of the road in the water, you don't know what's under there. That could be a complete washout. So keep that in mind if you ever do encounter some flooded roadways. Looks like a downburst is still continuing directly in the Memphis and Emmett areas. Highest winds right now on Bell River Road. Bell River Road at the intersection of Bell River Road and Hough, H-O-U-G-H, and Braidwood Road. Actually, the latest scan brings that to the east side of M19 here. M19 at Lambs Road, continuing up Lambs Road and Fox Road. So getting closer to Emmett. Those winds there could be 40 miles per hour. And power outages are coming in from that area, so that is doing some decent damage for trees and power lines.
Joel, I want to take my screen momentarily full. I'm gonna get another screen popped up here. I want to go and take this full. I want to share this with the viewers here. One of Michigan-based chasers, not affiliated with us, but he's a Michigan-based chaser. His name is Jaden Pappenheim. He captured what could be perhaps a landspout that occurred up in the, I want to say, Birch Run area, if I'm not mistaken. Up in that area. As you can see here, it looks pretty scuddy, but if you zoom in, it could potentially be making contact with the ground here if it is a landspout. So obviously we can't confirm rotation. Jaden said it was rotating, I assume, based on his report of a landspout earlier. So if that is the case, we'll see if the NWS in Detroit confirms that or not, but potentially a landspout there. And shout out to Jaden for sending this into us and giving us permission to share it with you guys. So I thought it was pretty cool. We'll see if it gets confirmed, and if it does, we'll give you guys the information as we get it. Advisory for Berry County has been canceled via the latest update from GRR's IAM bot, so they went ahead and canceled that. It's good news. I can't believe this sunset is still going. Take back the Niles camera. It is still orange on the horizon. I cannot believe how long this sunset has been going on for.
On radar here, by the way, there's a little bit of more gusty winds, kind of downbursting away from the gust front now. There's kind of two different bands. It kind of looks like a fork near Cherry Hill. It splits off. We have perhaps a little bit of gusty winds. That's going to be right in the vicinity of Ypsilanti. Around 35 to 40 miles per hour additionally behind the initial line, which is gusting to 40 to 50. So just because you're through line 1 does not mean there's you're out of the clear yet. Again, if you are in this special weather statement, you want to be on alert through 10:15 this evening for these winds. What was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the purple on the velocity radar is bad data. It's called range folded, so it's basically inaccurate data that gets covered up because it basically doubles what's coming in and going out at the same time. So you see unrealistic wind speeds of like Mach 2 and Mach 3 out there, and obviously the winds are not going that fast, so it covers it up. We also have, obviously, still watching the storm in Hillsdale County heading in towards Hudson. It has continued to maintain its strength. We'll go look at ZDR radar for the first time in forever here. the cooler the colors, this ZDR radar is a unique tool to show buoyancy in the atmosphere. And this green and blue, the green and yellow is kind of like this neutral buoyancy ongoing. When you get towards the blue down into the grays especially, that is negative buoyancy, so these storms are starting to collapse. So these storms are maintaining themselves for now, but we are going to start to see them fall apart within the next hour or so as they move towards Lenawee County and eventually Monroe County, which obviously Monroe County always saving the best for last, sometimes not getting in on the action. Could just be a nice gradual thunderstorm tonight, and that does appear to be the case so far, with the gustiest of winds moving to the north of Whitaker and Romulus at the current time. Julie can confirm it's windy at her place there. Thank you for that report, Julie. Down there in southern Wayne County.
Hey, Joel, I got a camera pulled up in the bottom left now. We haven't looked at all day. It's Hudson, Lenawee County camera, facing south, west, and east. So this is facing due south. You can see the western sky on the right side, the eastern sky on the left. And you can see lightning on this. If you wait long enough, it'll probably happen, but there you go.
Boom.
But yeah, this is looking south, courtesy of Raptor Industries in Hudson. So that is a blob of rain moving into that area. And if that holds together and continues moving my way, I may head out and see if I can get any localized flooding, because it looks like it's trying to converge, and also more stuff popping up in Lenawee that may train over Adrian to come see areas. So if that does, I may head out and try and look for some flooding.
You see those rain curtains just moving across the field thanks to that light that's illuminating on the horizon there.
We also have the north camera here. If I switch this way, I think I'll get it. Nope, that's the wrong way. Let's go this way. There we go. There's the north camera. This is an Aurora camera, by the way. So it's got a little bit of a fuzz to it. I'm gonna try and edit this just a bit, Joel.
Okay.
I'll take me off the screen. I'm gonna try to get something.
So Hudson, Lenawee County right now, just dealing with some gradual showers and thunderstorms. Nothing of concern. Watching for maybe a little bit of a pocket of gusty winds near Frontier in that main cell, as we keep mentioning, heading towards Hudson. And the Hudson cam will be valuable there as that rolls in within the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. Right now we're just tracking some gusty thunderstorms across southeast Michigan, primarily Wayne, Oakland County, St. Clair, up towards Crosswell, and Peck, near the Thumb. Additionally, we also have storms up here in northern Michigan, which do have some very heavy rainfall ongoing within them. Anytime you see these pinks within this line of storms, that is a sign. It's very heavy rain, and perhaps even some hail, if that pink is high enough into the clouds where it reaches that freezing layer and becomes super cooled liquid. That could easily become some hail as time goes on. There's a special marine warning now for northern Lake Huron for winds of greater than 34. So from Mackinac Island over to the east to Drummond Island. Speaking of islands, the special weather statement also in effect for Beaver Island, as I mentioned by Ryan here a brief while ago. This is in effect until 10:15 for winds of up to 40 and also pea-sized hail. And definitely could be a little bit larger. given the dynamics in play tonight. Also, some very heavy pinks in these storms heading towards more of Manitou and Fox Island. We'll keep an eye on those as well as those continue to move towards the Leelanau Peninsula and Charlevoix, probably closer to 10:30 or 11. And obviously you have the statement for the southeast corners of Chippewa and Mackinac County too, for winds of up to 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. Couple different line segments moving into northern and central Michigan tonight. Not currently severe. We'll keep an eye on those, of course. Mason, Oceana, Benzie, Manistee, Leelanau, Charlevoix up towards Emmett County, all to be on alert for perhaps stronger thunderstorms later tonight. Probably not going to get near severe, but again, crazy things have happened, and severe is possible. We did mention through 2 a.m. this tonight through tomorrow morning. So it is definitely possible for the next 3 to 4 hours to see strong and severe storms, given how much instability is still left out there. But the cold front hasn't moved through yet. That cold front is where those storms are located on the lake. Storms can still develop where that cold front is located, even with minimal instability overnight. So we'll keep an eye on it.
I fixed the camera, Joel, if you want to take it back. I made it a little bit more clear. Hopefully it picks it up some lightning up here. There we go. Hoping for a nice bolt streak across the sky.
Storm speed on these are usually right around 30 miles, 25 to 30 miles per hour right now for those who are curious. So it's still relatively slow. You have time to prepare if you're not inside a statement, but you see one coming. Do I keep it on? There's your answer right there.
Bright. I'm trying to get it to be more a little bit crisp with the image, because it's an Aurora camera, so the shutter on it's a little bit lower, so it doesn't have as smooth as a frame. So I'm just trying to adjust with it and see what I can do. But we'll figure it out. In the meantime, though, we can switch back to the south cam, see if we can get anything better on this one. Here we go. I want to take back the Dearborn camera, actually, since those storms are approaching soon. In fact, there's a shelf cloud, I believe, on the Dearborn cam. Maybe not. Can't tell. I'm about to get dumped on here. MSC HQ. Bet you if I... There we go. MSC HQ camera. Who needs a storm chase? You have a camera in your house.
Yeah. Gusty winds, by the way, continuing in towards Dearborn right now as we speak. Pretty close to that camera. Heading in towards Southfield as well as Warren, over towards Sterling Heights and Utica. May need an extension of the statement soon. We'll see. Also, statement continuing for northern St. Clair County, extreme southern Sanilac as well. Lapeer also included with that statement as it encompasses Imlay City specifically. If you are down in Adrian and Lenawee County and Hillsdale County, there is a there's a decent thunderstorm moving in, but there is not any statements with it. And this line of showers, thunderstorms is going to move into Adrian by around 10 o'clock to 10:10. It's already raining there, but the heavier shower off to the west will be there around 10 to 10:10. These gusty winds are continuing to blast through the Detroit metro. There's no severe, by the way, there's no severe thunderstorm warning with this, but a special weather statement is basically a step below severe, so you can kind of treat this as if it was a severe thunderstorm warning. If you think 50 miles per hour is close enough to severe, which severe, mind you, is at 58 miles per hour, technically 60 since they round up. So very strong winds now moving very close to downtown Detroit, moving through Taylor, New Boston, Willow, up towards Dearborn as we speak at the current time.
We are now up to 30,000 people without power in the state of Michigan.
Dang.
Most of them are centered from the Tri-Cities down to about Flint, so there's quite a few.
Yeah, Tri-Cities region, most of those power outages are right where that tornado-warned storm moved through earlier, too. There's not a whole lot of power outages up there, but there's enough. There could be enough to kind of survey the damage and see if there was actually a tornado up there today. Again, if you missed it, we did have a tornado warning in the stream. It was at the very beginning for portions of Midland and Bay counties in central Michigan.
Well.
A's back.
Truthfully, I never left. But here I am again.
Have you been stalking us in the background the entire time?
I'm not going to admit or deny that on stream, but I've been around.
The Beach Boys, I get around, I get around.
Won't that get us copyrighted
Perhaps.
if we sing it?
If I sing it good enough with the beat, maybe. But I don't think I'm a good enough singer to get it copywritten.
So chat, what I'm going to need you to do now is if you want to hear Ryan sing I Get Around...
We're just not going to do
Beach
this.
Boys,
We're just not going to do this.
I don't know. I think it would be...
Dial 1 on your phone now. Oh, he took his camera off.
He took his camera off. Alright, fine. Joel, we can play that game then. You can put my camera back where he is then.
Perfect. I will do that. There you go. You're in.
Ryan doesn't want to play? Fine. I'll play. I will play. No problem.
Hit the like button today if you would like to hear Ryan sing.
I didn't style my hair. Didn't know I was going to be on camera.
It's okay.
Wow. Nice one.
This is our vice.
Put you back on camera 3. It's fine.
Yes. So we got our president, our vice president, and chief meteorologist all in here right now. Our president down there at the bottom in cam 3 slot. It's Ryan. We got Chandler in cam 2 slot, our vice president, and myself, Joel Fritzma, chief meteorologist in the top slot. Here at the top of your screen. Again, current time is 9:54 in 30 seconds. Hopefully you guys have had a great Tuesday. We've been live for 4.5 hours, y'all.
Been a good stream. Not obviously a good day, but it's been a pretty active day. Kept us busy, and obviously don't want to see damage and the results of that, but really cool pictures coming in today from you guys in chat here, and also from our chasers and weather cameras. It's been a interesting day, to say the least.
It's days like these that we kind of like the most because there's very minimal damage. We have a lot of active chasers. All of our cameras are up and working, and everybody gets to see some much needed rain. And so when we don't have widespread severe weather, we get to check all the other boxes. Like that.
Retweet on the much needed rain part, especially for West and Central Michigan. My goodness. But GRR put in a bunch of rainfall reports earlier in the stream. A lot of 1 to 2 inch rainfall reports across Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Allegan, Muskegon, and Newaygo counties this evening, even up towards Oceana and Montcalm counties. So good news there. Obviously, it's not a drought buster, but it does help negate it a little bit. We need a little bit more rain to kind of get rid of it completely. Unfortunately, the drought is not fixed in a day with one rainfall event. Kind of need a couple more. So if you guys remember, this drought's been around since spring at least, early mid to early spring. It was a pretty dry spring, especially for central Michigan.
Would you say that the drought's been around? Would you say that?
Sure. I'm not singing either. I already do dancing for every 5,000 milestone. Let's not add singing to it. So for those who are new here, which we have a lot of you today, thank you guys very much. We increased our YouTube following by I think 600 today. Those milestones on YouTube are somewhat important because you get to see me dance every time we hit a 5,000 milestone. So our next one coming up is 65K. And we're about halfway between 60 and 65K right now. So if you subscribe on YouTube, the sooner we get to 65K, the sooner you get to see me dance, which I do it all the time. The big one, though, we'll ignore me, and we'll talk about Ryan, who gets to dance when we hit 100,000. So if you would like, if you would like to see that sooner, make as many YouTube accounts as possible. Hit the subscribe button tonight. No, I'm just kidding. No, there is proof.
Said gritty at 1 million, Joel.
I already grittied like way back in the day.
I was gonna say, like, do the gritty, like, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
What do we do?
We are kind of winding down in our severe weather coverage for this stream. I'm going to say that, and of course I'll probably jinx it because we do have still gusty winds moving through southeast Michigan right now, near Hudson. Actually, the Hudson probably right over the Hudson camera. Also downtown Detroit and moving into the Port Huron region. Otherwise, still watching some strong storms up here near the Mackinac Bridge, which are producing some 40-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some pea-sized hail as well. So it's a very nice looking line, like visually appealing on radar. It looks like a nice line of storms. But the good news is most of these storms are well below severe limits. A couple of them are strong, but none of them are currently near severe.
Yeah, the Hudson camera is pulled up if you want to take it back. It's a little gusty there. I'll probably say 15 to 20. It's just waving the corn. It's not really... not really doing too much there.
Good lightning.
I do want to say, though, over the Dearborn camera, there's a pocket of some gustier winds happening just off to the north there. If you look on the DTX radar, you can see it as it passes just to the north of our camera. Here at Dearborn itself, though, it's pretty calm.
All these statements, by the way, are in effect until either 10:15 or 10:30. So as long as none other are issued, we'll likely be done within the next half hour here as night continues to move on and our instability starts to dissipate even more. Honestly surprised southeast Michigan is still kicking it a little bit. Overall, the atmosphere's been overworked a lot today. It's taken a lot of instability out of the atmosphere. However, southeast Michigan's been kind of reserved for the end of the day. Not too many storms ongoing here, so not surprising that we are still getting... That's a good lightning strike right there. Still getting some strong storms in the area. Does Adrian, over downtown Adrian, look like anything to you guys? You're muted, Ryan.
You can take
Where,
my
Joel?
camera in downtown Adrian.
Perfect.
Fairly gusty here.
Courtesy of...
Adrian Sign and Midas Auto experts.
And that Hudson
It's facing
cam.
southwest at the corner of Beecher and M52 in Adrian, just south of downtown.
That Hudson cam was, I believe, Raptor Industries as well.
Raptor Industries, correct.
Got it.
A little gusty here, but not too much going on. And eventually, this storm is heading right for my camera at my home base, so we'll have another view of this soon. But this is actually looking southwest toward Hudson. So we have Hudson, we have Adrian, we got Britain, we also got Blissfield as well, which is also a little bit downstream of this current storm you're looking at. We go right down here. This is the Blissfield camera. This is actually facing to the south and east. So I want to thank Stitches and Stems for sponsoring this camera. We'll have a good view of the storms as they roll past momentarily. This camera actually caught a giant green meteor a couple days ago. You can just go back on our page and find it. I think it was like 2 days ago. And really cool. It was newly installed, and the first night it was installed, I think it caught a meteor.
A lot of these storms, by the way, I see there's a couple comments of like, these storms are very quick hitting, and that is indeed somewhat of a factor tonight. Not all the storms are skinny in nature, but a lot of these storms have been, you know, a couple square miles wide and blowing around at 30 miles, or blowing movement-wise off to the east at 30 miles per hour. It comes and goes really quickly, and there's also a sharp cutoff because there's not too much of a gradual change between no rain and a heavy downpour tonight. We saw that earlier today as well in West Michigan, where a lot of the storms, it was sunny skies outside of where the storms were occurring, and all of a sudden it's just boom, heavy rain moves through, also brings gusty winds. There were some instances where it was pouring and the sun was out from some of our chasers as well. So it's very interesting to watch today. But again, we do have some days where there's very little convection, but where there is convection, they really make the most of it. That was a long lightning strike.
Yes, it was. I might go outside, truthfully.
No, Ryan, no. Don't do that.
But I want to.
Gusty winds, by the way, right now from that statement that was in effect for most of Wayne and southern Oakland. The gustiest of winds are now kind of outside of that box in downtown Detroit heading into Windsor. Showing up as about 35 to 45 on radar. And another quick low end downburst from K-Pac down towards Memphis. Winds here around 30 miles per hour. These winds are definitely on their way out, I will say. We still have to watch out in the Detroit areas. There's still storms starting to fire up further south into Monroe County now. See if the Detroit airport radar has any stronger downbursts. There's nothing too crazy. There's a nice boundary interaction here near Dundee and maybe couple gusts near Gibraltar on M85 there. Otherwise, A patch of gusty winds heading in towards Ryan. He's muted again.
Do I go outside?
Do we have to ask the chat whether or not you should go outside in a thunderstorm?
Yes.
Okay. Vote now on your phones. If you want Ryan to go outside, press 1. If he should stay inside, press 2. By the way, that's his camera down there in the bottom left. What is going on your camera right now?
I was trying to find a good setting for my illumination, but I couldn't.
Drew says, no, you will slip and fall.
1 1 1 1 2 2 1 number 9 number 2 2 1.
There's a lot of ones.
Go outside, go outside, go outside. Was 1 go outside or was 2 go outside?
Ryan, go outside.
I think 1's was go outside and 2's is not.
See ya.
I can't remember though, honestly. Someone's gonna have to. Yeah, 2 is don't go outside. 1 is go outside. I'm sure you won't be. Oh, never mind.
What camera should I leave this on?
That camera, so you can wave to it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, he's only going for those
What
who
if
are.
I was going to leave the house?
For
I
the-
wasn't like out on the back road or something.
No, I thought you were just gonna go right on the front porch.
Do I have to?
Yes, do not go past the front porch. People in chat are saying 2 so you don't get hurt. We kind of need you. People care. The alternate option is hit the subscribe button so we can get Ryan to dance someday.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not crazy. Everyone wants to see you dance. Thank you for
Alright,
the
way back.
Okay. Thank you for the report, Wendella. Trees down in Otisville. Thank you for that. There's also a very, very impressive downburst that just occurred right in Sumter Township, right next to New Boston, off the Detroit airport radar, south of Rulo and west of New Boston. Very impressive. Very tiny downburst there. You can see that based on the reds and greens very close to each other, and the fact that the greens, which is winds moving towards radar site, are on the closest side to the radar, and the reds are on the furthest side of the storm away from the radar. That is signs of a downburst. That is a very impressive downburst right now. Holy cow. Now, let's see if that shows up from DTX. Probably not, but it's there. You can barely see it. But this is right on Martinsville Road near Willis Road. Downburst is a collapsing thunderstorm where the winds billow down and out in every single direction. Concert goers in downtown Detroit tonight, not anything to be concerned about. There's already gusty winds in downtown Detroit, but at the current time, nothing severe. Nice downpour, though. Just noticing back up here to the north, there is a lot of special marine warnings coming in now for this line, so I'm curious to see if this is actually increasing in strength. No, it still says 34 knots or greater in small hail with that special marine warning, which extends from Empire up to Petoskey. And Petoskey up to about Mackinac is also for 34 knots of wind and small hail. That small hail, by the way, is pea-sized. But there are a lot of different instances inside the storm where the DBZ values, which is the intensity of the rain, that are over 65 dBz. Anywhere we see these little black pixels here, we line it up with correlation coefficient. There's definitely hail falling within these storms, very close to the north and south Fox Island, and those are going to continue. Oops. Those are going to continue Get my radar back here. Continue off to the east, southeast at a speed of, what does it even say? East at 20 knots, so about 25 miles per hour. So similar to the rest of the storms downstate. Let's go back to our airport radar, checking on that downburst. It's now ongoing and starting to fizzle out just a little bit as it heads in towards New Boston. Still some bright reds there. What did it gust up to, briefly? Radar depicts 53 miles per hour. About 5 to 6 miles west of New Boston. So directly in Sumter Township.
Joel, you should check out the Ludington camera. We might have a shelf cloud coming into view here soon.
I would not be surprised. Do I have...
I'm looking.
I need to add that to my device management.
Yeah, you can see it on there a little bit.
Ludington. Add.
Both of them, you can see it.
Give me a sec here. Ludington. Special weather statement incoming. Special weather statement for southern Macomb County, the southern tip of St. Clair County, and the Detroit area for winds of 40 and pea-sized hail possible. So just an extension, just kind of filling in this area where there wasn't a statement in effect. This statement also in effect until 11:15. It's got an hour on that one. Still not in severe weather ops at the current time, so good news there. But still 40-mile-per-hour winds. You do want to take it somewhat seriously. There is your new tan box. Kind of hard to see with a lot of mess going on here, but that is southern Macomb County, portions of southern St. Clair, and far eastern Wayne County, which includes downtown Detroit down towards Lincoln Park and up towards Hamtramck. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail, I believe, are possible with this one. Tigers are at... they are playing in Chicago tonight, so they don't have a home game. Which is good, because it would probably be postponed if that was the case. No, it looks like 40-mile-per-hour winds are the main hazard here, so hail's not likely. They added pea-sized hail just in case, but this is more of a wind threat at the current time. Do we have another downburst going near? Maybe. Nope. But you can see where the outflow boundary's at. So it crosses, going right down to, I believe that's 223. Yeah, just southeast of Blissfield. Extends up towards Ida. And moves in towards the Rockwood area along I-75.
Joel, do you need to take a fiver, or are you all good?
I'm hungry. I wish I could just be done.
I get it. We got
But
ways to go yet.
the curse.
Right.
The curse of
If
eating.
you want to take a 5 or 10 minutes, I can run this for a little bit here.
Okay.
If you want to have something to eat or use the restroom if you need to. And then I'm probably going to hop off in 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Do you have a radar that I can take live, or?
I only have radar scope on my computer, but if you give me a minute here, I can get Radar Omega downloaded.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That's fine.
I think I can.
Statement
Unless
for
Ryan comes back, but
I got you. The statement for Beaver Island is expired. It's now 10:15. So it's no longer in effect. Still watching some strong storms over Lake Michigan, which are moving in towards Charlevoix, Antrim, and Leelanau counties, as well as Emmett. Special weather statement continues near Detour Village for winds of 40 pea-sized hail in the Stalwart area, heading towards, I believe that is going to be Drummond Island. Also have some storms moving onshore in through Manistee and Ludington. That line has really kind of fallen apart. It's just a normal thunderstorm, maybe even just a shower at the current time. That's it for West Michigan. And speaking of Northern Michigan, we have a new statement coming in. This, what's it gonna say? Yeah, it's going to be Emmett County. This is going to be for 40-mile-per-hour winds and no hail. Waiting for it to load in. Please load in. It's basically all of northern Emmett County. 40-mile-per-hour winds and no hail. This is going to expire at 11. So 45 minutes there. Hop back down to southeast Michigan. Most of this rain is now pretty much into Ontario, minus southern Wayne, southern Macomb, and I guess I'd say eastern Wayne as well. And Monroe County and Illinois County still also have a lot of rain ongoing. Anywhere we see these brighter reds, once again, that is going to be the heaviest of rain that is falling. And you switch it over to the yellows and the greens and the blues, that's moderate to light. Let's see, do we have anything out for... We don't. We should probably get a post out for... I guess I could do that. The special weather statement up there in Emmett County. I'll go ahead and get that out real quick. Just for our Northern Michigan resident followers, again, we have a Facebook page which we post a bunch of physical posts on. So all of your content that you guys send in, if you would like to see it shared on our page, please let us know if we have permission. Also, a lot of radar updates. All of our severe warnings also can be found there. Just by searching Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook, we are closing in on 470,000 of you guys. We appreciate each and every one of you.
All right, I should be good to go here. Joel.
Yep.
Let me. I don't know if you still have my camera as well, or if you're gonna lose my camera.
Oh, I just lost you. Your camera is now the radar, so it's very, very small.
I don't know what I would do to fix that.
So you should have a secondary link that you saved.
Let me go in and look.
It starts with the letter D. The link does. Lowercase d. Kevin says, can confirm I have an unknown trash bin in my front yard. Oh no. A brief instance of the trash can window meter was maybe needed today. Although that's more for a long duration wind, not severe wind.
Did that work?
Let's find out.
Oh wait, hang on, no it didn't.
Waiting to see. What happened to Ryan? He is currently away. He'll probably be back. Oh, he went to look outside at the lightning. That's right. He should be fine.
Alright, try it out, see if it worked.
Yep, we are live with your cam.
Oh boy. Alright, well, so the only bad news about this is I'm not going to be able to see any comments that come in because I only have one monitor. So
That's fine.
yeah, go do your thing. Pop back in here when you're ready, and when Ryan comes back in, we'll go from there.
Okay. I'm going to put Ryan's cam in just so it's ready when he's ready to come in. And you are now at the top.
Alright. Sweet. Everyone, we're going to give Joel a much needed R&R here. Grab something to eat, hang out for a little bit. If we go into our radar Omega here, you can see the majority of this line is pretty much working its way out. Again, we do have the special weather statement here expiring in 6 minutes. And we have another special weather statement here that expires in 51. I do think it'll expire a little bit quicker. Otherwise, down here in the southeast portion of the state, Lenway, Monroe counties, that's where we're seeing some storms right now. I want to see if I can get lightning turned on as well. We'll do 30 minutes, I think, just so we can see where some of the lightning is. Right now, if we check our velocity out there, again, nothing really big or crazy. Again, we had that little microburst down near the DTX radar here, but that has since moved up in this way towards Taylor, Dearborn, Detroit area. If we go back into our reflectivity here, we take a little bit of a broader view of the state. There's a little bit going on up here in the northern part. Again, we do have another special weather statement up here for northern Michigan. Helston, Carp Lake, Mackinac City, Bliss, Cross Village, expiring in 35 minutes. Again, that's going to be wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Click away from that there. And if we take a look at velocity here, yeah, I was gonna say I'm getting bombarded. Gotcha. Do you know where I can switch the setting from meters per second to knots on radar Omega? Okay, I'll see if I can figure it out. Control panel. I don't use it often. Velocity, we want knots, or we can do miles per hour. That's fine too. That's okay. This is not one of my typical radars that we use here. I'm actually going to pull the live feed up on my phone so that way I can see if there's any comments that come in here. Chandler does have his own rules. You are correct on that one. You are absolutely correct. Sorry for the audio issues, everybody. We are back. So we do, again, just a statewide view of things here. Again, in northern Michigan, we do have a little bit more severe weather possible for the night. Right now, only special weather statements and special marine warnings at this time. I actually don't like these, so we're going to turn those off. But otherwise, for most of the lower peninsula, it is getting a smooth sailing right now. So there's a couple pop-up showers and storms over here towards Chicago. Those might work their way along the border if the instability hangs on. But I would expect that to kind of move its way out as the night continues here. Again, if we take a look down here in southeast Michigan, everything is just kind of moving out right now. There's a little bit of convection still up along the Bay City area to the northeast there. The majority of the thunder and lightning is down in the very southeast portion of the state in Lenawee and Monroe counties. I'm just going to look at one thing here real quick again. I apologize. I don't normally use this, so I'm getting it set up for the first time. What is this going to do? Oh boy, I might regret this. I don't mind that. I think that looks okay. The only issue is now I can't see the cities. We'll go back to this one here. There we go. Again, not a whole lot going on left out here. We're just trying to maintain coverage in case we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that comes in. If it's going to be anywhere, I do think it could be up here in northern lower Michigan, just because of this ongoing convection. With it being elevated nature, I do think the possibility is there for some moderately sized hail, but I do not really foresee anything going on like crazy. So we're going to maintain our live coverage up here and kind of until the storms are exited the state. That way we don't have to pop back in for more coverage. But the majority of the activity that we've had in the southern lower peninsula is on its way out. Most of, as you can see here, most of the state, and if wider view again, if you're really, right along the 75 to 94 corridor from, Monroe, Toledo area, all the way up to Sarnia, Port Huron area, that's really the only place where we're seeing widespread organized convection. Hello. Or not hello. That is also okay. Sorry, I thought I heard someone, you guys. No tornado warnings currently. Nothing that I can see down near this area right now. The worst is going to be through it. But again, this has been a really good soaking rain for a majority of the lower peninsula. And, that's what we needed. I live down in Southwest Michigan, and we've been in a drought since the spring. Having some rain come through like this is going to I don't want to say an inactive summer, but it's been not anything major for the most part. There have been a few events, but they've been very sporadic. And we would much rather have that. Sorry about that glitch, everyone. I don't know where everything went for just a minute there. The kitties are good. The kitties are good. I see in the comments here that we shouted out the merchandise on our website. So for those of you watching right now, we are about to do some fun mixing around with our merch. I have a new provider bringing some great products headed this way soon. And we're going to be doing a revamp of our other merchandise site. So I've been working on that a lot and having some help from some of the other staff members, and I'm really excited to bring you guys the new merchandise that we have coming out. Also, we are going to be having our launch and meet and greet at Latitude 42 Brewery this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 to 5 p.m. at both locations in Oshtemo and Portage. There's a link on our Facebook page to that, and we did a release here on YouTube as well and Facebook for a reel yesterday as well. Hope to see you there. It'll be a lot of fun. You get to hang out, meet and greet the Michigan Storm Chaser staff and some of our chasers. And they're doing a limited edition menu to pair with a drink for us. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be there all weekend. Unfortunately, Otis and Oscar will not be able to make it. They have prior commitments, so they won't be able to make it. Again, let's just do a quick checkup here in northern Michigan. Nice kind of interesting shape here. That's interesting, seeing a little bit of rotation there. Again, it's kind of broad right now. It's not anything that really concerns me, especially looking at storm relative velocity. However, it is existent, so I do want to just call it out here. We can see where those blue and reds come together. See if this is, ooh, kind of like that. Let's make it hot pink. Now I got to figure out how to make it go away. Okay, that was easy. Yeah, there we go. Right in there, we are seeing a little bit of broad rotation. Again, this isn't anything that I am concerned about at this time, but again, I do want to draw the attention to it so we can look at it. Let me switch out of this here, and we can actually look at it side by side here. was kind of expecting it to be more kind of in that area, which would be kind of right here. But it shows that it's more up in there. So that's interesting. But again, nothing that, again, is really concerning me. We're seeing some purples over here on this side. So again, we could see some small hail out of this. If it does get a severe thunderstorm warning, obviously we'll be covering it here as well. But at this time, everything is sub-severe. Seeing a couple comments here for the Wayne County area, seeing some stronger winds. So we can go ahead and take a look what we're seeing here. Looks like we're seeing some 20s to maybe 30 miles an hour. Those are going to be a little bit further away from the radar, so I don't necessarily know about that. Again, there could be a little pocket right here where there is some heavier winds. We're seeing some 40s. I was worried it was going to do that if I switch to that. The DTX radar not picking up anything wild or crazy. So we'll kick it back to the Detroit radar. Again, there could be some pockets of heavier winds in here. It's definitely not out of the equation. But yes, kitties will come next time. Thank you, Julie, for sharing the Michigan Storm Chasers meet and greet information. We cannot wait to do that. We are all extremely, extremely excited. For me, it's a bit of a personal thing as well. It's going to be a little emotional for me. It was one of my father's recipes that we're using. And if you've been a long-term follower of Michigan Storm Chasers, you know that he unfortunately unexpectedly passed in 2023. So to be able to bring one of his creations to life like this really means a lot to me. So I'm super excited about that. Huge kudos and shout out to the guys and gals at Latitude 42 at both locations. Again, I want to just circle back up here to the northern Michigan. Just keep an eye on this. Again, there's a couple lightning strikes with it. Nothing wild or crazy. Let's see. Again, just some broad rotation out ahead of this here. Not anything, again, that I'm overly concerned with at this point in time. But it is worth keeping an eye on. Again, where we're seeing some of these purples in this area here, there could be some small pea-size hail kind of heading down Route 66 towards 31, Carp Lake area. It's going to go north of Pellston area. If it maintains, it'll head to Sheboygan, coming up later in the evening as well. Ignore that. No other special weather statements have been issued for the rest of this line coming in. Same thing for Ludington. We probably have a nice shelf cloud, but I don't think that I can pull that camera up from my end, seeing as I don't normally do the host streaming anyway right now. So again, we'll roll back to Southeast Michigan. The special weather statement up here has expired and they did not renew it. This other one expires in 36 minutes. I would again assume that that's going to be allowed to expire a little bit early if I had to guess. Nothing over here on the southwest side of the state. It is clear for the most part. Again, we do have a couple pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Sorry, that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. A couple pop-up showers and thunderstorms over here in Illinois. Those may work their way this way as the night rolls on, but we're not expecting any severe weather at this time from those Chicago storms. Close out of this. So again, for 90% of the state. I do think it is getting pretty close to go to bed. Tomorrow, the windows can be open. It's going to be a lot nicer day than it is today. I've not heard from Ryan, but I'm sure he will be just fine. I appreciate the positive comments about Dad. It means a lot. Really appreciate those. Julie says Ryan's good. So. I don't think we have much, if anything, going on up here in the UP either. Yeah, we're pretty clear for the majority of the UP. A couple showers running up the 75 corridor here as you get across the bridge into the Upper Peninsula, but nothing wild there. Again, we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in the lightning here, so these storms could be strengthening just a little bit. But again, I really don't see anything that's sticking out to me. This rotation has broadened out quite a bit. And if we go to our inspector here, these winds offshore are only showing in the mid, maybe to high 30s. Could be a little gusty, 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts here along this line. But again, nothing. Oops. Sorry, I keep clicking that button, you guys. I apologize. Again, nothing that I see at this point in time that that really gives me anything. So we'll come back down here to southeast Michigan, where the majority of the area is finishing up the good soaking rain. Sterling Heights, Rochester Hills, and the 75, 696, 59 corridor to the north into more of the Thumb area, running up Highway 25 north of 69. We're just looking at some soaking rain right now. Good for the garden, good for the yard, good for the downspouts. Up near Bay City, Bad Axe, Subway and Wisner. A little bit of heavier rain up in that area, but nothing crazy. And then the heaviest of the storms right now are heading into Monroe area here in the next 15 minutes. Obviously looking at Summerfield and Whiteford Township, Blissfield, Palmyra, Britton, Raisinville Township, Ida, Bedford, Saul Township, and then Monroe. You guys are going to be up next for the strongest of the storms yet tonight. But I really think that this is going to be pretty much it. We're staying live right now just for the possibility of a new special weather statement. Again, that's not something that I am expecting at this time, or severe weather either. But in case it happens, we're here. I do want to take a minute as well, since I don't normally get to have the floor by myself. If anybody ever has damage, so one of my biggest responsibilities here at Michigan Storm Chasers is to make sure that if someone has damage, whether it's on their home or a tree falls or the basement floods or their car is totaled out by a storm or, really anything storm related, I have a lot of partners who work with us, and you can see them on the top of the streams a lot if you pay attention to that. We always go through them at the end too. But these partners are all really well-versed companies, and they do their job very, very well. We have good relationships with all of them. They want to help you, and they want to take care of you. And so if something ever happens and you guys have some damage, please message us. And most of the time, I'm the one who responds to all the messages anyway, and I will get you in touch with the people who can help you. It's one of the biggest passions that I have is helping people. And if I have the ability to help someone and make a difference, that's what I want to do. So there's my heartfelt message. Make sure you keep liking the stream. Imagine we're going to roll it out here a little bit longer. We do have a new special weather statement here. This is for wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Locations could include Sheboygan, Aloha State Park, Topinabee, Sheboygan State Park, Black Lake, Alverno, 9 Mile Point, Malt Lake, and Riggsville. The nice part about that is they don't see it going severe yet, if at all, so that's good. I wouldn't be surprised to see some special weather statements somewhere in this northern Michigan area later as this segment comes on shore here. Again, it's not something that I'm really widespread anticipating, but it is possible. Yeah, I'd like to know where sirens are going off. I see that comment there. I'd like to know about that. I am going to grab my phone charger real quick, so if you see me pop out of frame, I'm coming right back. Don't worry. I had it charge my hotspot earlier when I lost power for a little bit and my internet went down. So again, nothing out here right now besides these special weather statements in northern lower Michigan, approaching the Mackinac Bridge. And then we do still have the special weather statement expiring in 28 minutes here. Again, you can see on the east side of the state where this area is. I do think that's going to be allowed to expire a bit early, or they might cancel it a little bit early. And within the next 30 minutes or so, the little pocket of thunderstorms down here, moving out of Lenawee County, kind of straddling the Michigan-Ohio border, will move through, coming through here over Lake Erie. So if you want to take some Lake Erie lightning pictures and you live anywhere in the area down here, after the rain moves out, you can go take lightning shots if you'd like. But again, over here on the west side of the state, nothing worth mentioning. It's a nice summer night. I can hear the tree frogs outside from the window. And tomorrow is going to be a much nicer day. That heat and humidity is going to be gone for the most part. Make sure y'all stay tuned to the page for our state trooper post tomorrow. As we continue to look at southeast lower Michigan, really the only part of the state seeing any lightning or thunder right now is going to be 2 counties right in through here. We might see a little bit in northern lower Michigan as well, but for right now, this is all that we have. I do want to go look back up north just real quick to make sure I'm not missing anything else up there. No new special weather statements. Good. Let's check our lightning here. Lightning does not really seem to be on the increase, but we can go back in and take a look at our velocity scan just to see if there's any heavier winds. Not according to radar. That doesn't mean they're not in there. If we take a look at the just south of Carp Lake area, we're seeing some 31 mile an hour winds here. So a couple smaller gusts here, maybe enough to tip the trash can over, but nothing crazy. Yeah, the good news is it's really kind of calming down out there, and so we want to, again, we'll hang out until everything is done and we can go all clear. But for right now, it's quieting out.
I'm back. Well, I've been here, but I'm a here now. Full attention.
Is that a wild Joel?
Yep.
Well, hello, Joel.
Hello.
Did you grab a bite to eat?
I did. I am finished.
Do you need or require any more assistance from me?
I think we'll be good.
Okay. Cool. Well, I will let you take back over what you need to take over.
Sounds good. Thank you for subbing in.
Absolutely. Once Joel takes back over here, I'll probably be bouncing out of here, you guys and gals. It was very nice seeing you all again. Thanks for being nice to me while everyone else was gone.
Get 3 cheers in chat for Chandler. And a like. Show you care. Hit that like. But my radar is back up. I noticed you were mentioning that storm near Pelston, which does indeed have a little bit of a notch on it.
It's had one, but it's kind of just broadened out. Not anything super wild or concerning to me personally, but we talked about it.
Yeah.
They looked, if you go back, well, you don't have to go back and look, but you go back like
Yeah, I see
15,
it.
20 minutes ago, looked a lot more impressive, and I was kind of like, but
Yeah.
thankfully it didn't do anything.
Indeed. That statement.
Well, I'm gonna head out of here. Let me know, Joel, if you need anything else from me. So,
Sounds good. Thank you again.
take care, everybody. I will see y'all later.
Alrighty. So just me, unless Ryan comes back in here. He is alive, by the way. We got the current time of 10:53 and 30 seconds. And we have been live now for 5 hours and 23 minutes. And we are still going. That new statement, by the way, in effect for Sheboygan County, is Chandler kind of jinxed it a little bit. I noticed he was saying something about, well, maybe no, hopefully no more alerts, but we did get one. This is for northern Sheboygan County. And this is in effect until 11:45 p.m. And the winds here are 40 miles per hour, as mentioned. Will likely impact locations such as Sheboygan, Aloha State Park, Topinabe, Sheboygan State Park, Black Lake, Alverno, 9 Mile Point, Mullet Lake, and Riggsville here in northern Sheboygan County. The rest of this line
Just
is...
for the record, Joel,
Yes.
I did go over that special weather statement.
Oh, I heard you. I was repeating it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying I didn't do it. And I'm like,
No.
I'm having flashbacks.
You definitely did. I just wanted to repeat it for those who are just tuning in. Otherwise, a couple instances of gusty winds kind of sitting offshore of Northport and Charlevoix. Likely not mixed into the ground as severe winds. There's a couple pixels of about 45 to 50, mainly near Manitou Islands, but Lake Michigan, obviously, that's very flat, and lack of friction out there to slow down the winds. So the winds are going to always be speedier over the lake. Once they come on shore, not so much. So Manitou Island and perhaps portions of the Leelanau County lakeshore could get impacted by some 40-mile-per-hour winds soon. But after that, once the storm moves inland, it starts to lose its oomph a little bit. That is likely what's ongoing. But this one's in effect till 11:15. We'll probably stay live through the end of that statement for southeast Michigan. Because again, our policy here at Michigan Storm Chasers is we're live from beginning to end. In some cases, we are live beyond when severe warnings are done. But in this case, we could probably end it a little bit early, despite the fact there are still special weather statements out there. But again, we are not currently anticipating any more severe weather tonight. These could be strong storms, and as always, we'll have every special weather statement posted on our page. But at the current time, likely below severe limits now. I'll probably jinx it, just like how Chandler jinxed the special weather statement for Sheboygan County. But fingers crossed there's no severe with this one. If there is going to be severe, there is a little bit of gusty winds moving into Charlevoix right now, and that is likely where they would issue a warning. But again, fingers crossed that does not happen. Again, pop-up showers and thunderstorms occurring across the Tri-Cities region, mainly just showers. Otherwise, strong showers and heavy thunderstorms in Monroe County at the current time, with a couple of instances of gusty winds there. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot happening. Kind of just waiting and seeing, as Chandler's been mentioning, for these storms to kind of fizzle apart. If you guys are no longer in the severe weather for tonight, West Michigan, or Tri-Cities region, or anybody that might be far away from the storm, make sure to hit that like button on the way out and share what we do via word of mouth or via that share button here at MSC. We do appreciate all of the, I guess you call it engagement with us here at MSC. We are now getting into our late night hours here at 11 o'clock, so it's more of a personal stream with you guys. The chat was kind of popping off earlier, but now that we're down to under 1,000 of you guys still watching, it's kind of more personal. Chat's going a little bit slower now, so try and read some of the chats off. But yeah, make sure you, if you're heading out, hit that like button, and we do appreciate it. Good reminder, as always, is our live streams, for those who are new here, are always going to be found on 4 different platforms. So we have Facebook, which is our main platform for all of our physical posts. So when you see content, alerts and stuff, 100% of that stuff is always going to be posted on Facebook. That is our largest following with nearly 470,000 of you guys there. Appreciate you all very much. We're on the road to 500K there on Facebook by the end of the year. Here on YouTube, for all of our video content, obviously, mainly also another source for our live streams. We're on the road for 100,000 here on YouTube, so make sure to hit that subscribe button. And then alternately, we are on 2 platforms such as X and Twitch TV. So 4 different platforms in total. That's Facebook, Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch TV. All of them work the same. Some of them are a little bit better than others. Depends on what type of streaming experience you would like when we're here live at MSC. But again, we cover all 83 counties in the state of Michigan, and that is during our severe weather coverage, which right now we are not in severe ops. We're kind of just hanging out, watching these storms roll through northern Michigan and Wayne and Monroe and St. Clair and Macomb counties. But overall, the instability is too far down for severe to continue through the remainder of the night. I will look behind the scenes just to make sure, but yes, there's a larger capping inversion ongoing in the UP. If there was a little less of a capping inversion, I'd be more concerned for this cell that is currently heading towards Sheboygan, just because there is a little bit of low-level rotation out there tonight. But because the capping inversion is above that spin in the atmosphere that's sitting at those lower levels, these storms are what are called elevated in nature. And Chandler was mentioning that a little bit. That capping inversion is taking over. These storms are going to be more higher up in the atmosphere. And so rotation, tornadoes not likely with this line of storms unless for whatever reason it can break through the cap and become rooted at the surface, which is not that likely. The only way we'd be able to do that is if it suddenly got really, really warm at the surface and could break through that cap. The special weather statement for Emmett County has expired. It is 11 o'clock there, so it is no longer in effect, but heavy rain showers are continuing through the area. Also, switching back down here to Detroit, just some heavy rain showers ongoing. We'll go switch over to the DTW radar real quick. Just see at the lower angles if there's anything of any concern, and there really is not. So just some heavy showers and thunderstorms with maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds moving through St. Clair and Macomb. But those storms are pretty much over into Ontario at the current time. While I loop radar here, as we wrap up the stream, go over a little bit of a ending housekeeping, I guess you could say. There's a new special weather statement coming in that I guess I'll have to read off here real quick. I'll actually go ahead and post this to the page. It's going to be for northern Michigan. Yeah, these storms are a little elevated. Waiting for the details to pop in here. And the alert has been posted. So let's go back up to northern Michigan, where this new special weather statement's in effect. There's the tan box on your screen. Special weather statement issued here at 11 o'clock, in effect till midnight tonight. 11 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Pleasant View to near Bay Shore to near Grand Traverse Light. Movement is east at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts of 40 are possible. It is radar indicated. And impacts here are going to be gusty winds blowing around tree limbs and unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Petoskey, Boyne City, Charlevoix, East Jordan, Harbor Springs, Indian River, Conway, Allenson, Norwood, Boyne Falls, Fisherman's Island State Park, Burt Lake State Park, Young State Park, Stutzmanville, Reasoner's Corner, Ironton, Horton Bay, Burt Lake, Clarion, and Walloon Lake. All of these locations in northwest lower Michigan, south of the Mackinac Bridge. In effect till midnight tonight, so it is a strong storm, but not severe. We're going to hope it stays that way. That is that new tan box on your screen. Both of these tan boxes are your special weather statements. If you are in a polygon, you do want to respect the polygon and take shelter inside until those storms have passed. But yes, housekeeping before we close up the stream for tonight. Take a little bit of a break. We do have a bunch of sponsors, aka trusted partners here at MSC. Again, they are vetted. They have been background checked. They are trusted with insurance, licensed and insured. All of them that you're about to see, all these businesses do have our stamp of approval. And again, as Chandler was mentioning here, during severe weather coverage, he's usually in the background in our messenger, making sure that you are able to get the right contact, find the right company to get your damage picked up, new exterior roofing, siding, you name it. That is what we are here to present to you as a way of helping after the storm. So again, that's why we have trusted partners, and they also fund our operations here at MSC, because if it wasn't for our sponsors, we would not be able to do this every single day of the year. So again, shout out our sponsors right now. We'll read through them. I'll list off the company and where they're located. And again, if you see any companies that you think are in your neck of the woods, you might need them for later, feel free to take a screenshot of the stream of the phone number and write it down for later. As always, they're also always during the entire stream scrolling across the top of the screen right here. With that being said, let's get into our sponsors. Starting with StormGuard, our longest standing sponsor, StormGuard Roofing and Construction, based out of North Metro Detroit. Moving down to Lifestyle Exteriors, based out of Lansing and Traverse City, covering the central Michigan region. Also covering the Lansing I-69 region down towards Potterville and Battle Creek, Katz Roofing and Siding. Pro Powder Inc., based out of South Haven for all your powder coating needs there. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, based out of Sanilac, St. Clair counties. McKay Tree Specialist, based out of Southeast Michigan. Kuiper Tree Care, based out of West Michigan. For all of your barn dominium needs across the Lower Peninsula, contact FBI Buildings. On Top Roofing, located and centralized in Livingston County. Schneider Commercial Building Solutions and Shield Public Adjusters, both based out of Lansing. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, based out of West Michigan. A-Class Construction and Restoration, based out of Mason County, up there in Ludington. Rainbow Restoration, based out of Kent County. Rapid Radios, Michigan-based company for all of your wireless LTE wireless walkie-talkie needs. It's also our trusted partner for Chase Communications here at MSC. Also got Guardian Technologies for all of your security camera needs, based out of Burton. Also our host for all of our live sky cams. Feel free to support the Ronald McDonald House of Detroit by calling the number on your screen there. You can donate to families and help them find the comfort they need and deserve in times of sickness. Last two sponsors here, American Arbor, one of our newest ones, based out of Southwest Michigan. And lastly, based out of Grand Blanc, which also has one of our sky cams, Apex Restoration. Again, based out of Grand Blanc and servicing the thumb. Those are all of our sponsors / trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. If you would like to support their business, we encourage you to do so. And if you forgot any of those businesses and would like a full comprehensive list, we can provide it to you. Send us a message and we'll get you guys in contact with the right business. So, much love to our sponsors. Heart emojis in chat for them. We can't do it without them. And of course, you guys here in chat who either like, share the stream, donate monetarily, and even spread our company's name via word of mouth. We do appreciate you. And again, it's because of you guys that we are able to do this 24/7, 365 days a year. So if you're new here, you're asking yourself, 365 days a year, does that mean winter? And that does include winter storms. So we do chase and cover winter storms during the winter season. We're not usually live for winter storms unless there's like a big blizzard or a big winter storm where a lot of our chasers are just out getting shots and stuff like that. But again, we do go live sometimes, so keep that in mind. So I just lost my audio through my speakers or my headphones there. That just goes to show you how long of a live stream we've had. My headphones just died, and we are at 5 hours and 38 minutes in. So it's been a long night. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up once this statement expires for St. Clair, Macomb, and Wayne counties, and these showers get onto Lake Erie. We will continue to monitor these strong storms in Charlevoix and Sheboygan counties, which right now are not at severe limits and do not appear to be near severe limits. But they are strong. Again, strong storms do prompt special weather statements between winds of 30 to 55 miles per hour. Right now they're kind of in that middle range of 40. So you do want to be taking these storms semi-seriously and taking shelter away from any exterior walls or windows where trees can break in. But yeah, we are about 5 minutes away from the cancellation of our special weather statement in southeast Michigan, and we will keep an eye glued to our line of storms here in northern lower. But chances are this line of storms will be over and gone within the next, probably 2 hours. Not a whole lot of instability up there. There is more than there is downstate because downstate has been overworked today. There's still about 1,750 joules of Cape up there, which is around threshold for strong storms, and at the same time there's a capping inversion in place. As I keep mentioning, that capping inversion keeps these storms elevated and not rooted at the surface, so these gusty winds are not likely to mix to the ground as easy. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the nice comment. We love to do what we do, and we hope to see you guys back next time. Next chance for severe weather in the state of Michigan, likely Thursday into Friday, and at the current time is looking to be in the UP. Also, decent amount of heavy rain perhaps moving in late week as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that as rain kind of trains over the same area. It's kind of like a deja vu moment for this upcoming weekend. So we'll keep an eye on it. But at the current time, no concern. Got a new statement coming in. Point all pin. That's how it's pronounced. This special weather statement is going to be in effect for, oh gosh, it was, what's the name? It's not Bois Blanc. It's, oh gosh, you guys are going to have to remind me. What's it called? It's not Bois Blanc Island. How do you pronounce it? But that's what the special weather statement's in effect for. Also, Mackinac Island. Winds of 40, no hail. Thank you guys. You guys are so kind. It's pronounced something different. It's definitely something different. It's oh gosh. How do you pronounce it? It always leaves my head. I'm drawing a blank, guys. But Bois Blanc Island and Mackinac Island are in that new special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Boy Blank, got it. Oh yeah, Bob Lowe. That's what it was called from last time. Bob Lowe Island. It's a nickname. Interesting. I have been baited. That's okay. Bob Lowe Island. Next to Mackinac. It's not the real name. Yeah, I know. See, I would call it Bois Blanc, but Bois Blanc. That's okay. But it appears that all of these statements are for 40-mile-per-hour winds, which means these are not even close to severe. Severe starts at 60 for those who missed it. And given the fact these winds are at 40, and it's not like we're going to get there anytime soon unless something kind of just peeks its head out of the rain curtains and decides, hey, I'm going to be gusty and cause some widespread power outages. But at the current time, not really seeing that. There's one little pixel here that is in Charlevoix near 50 miles per hour, but that is about 2,500 feet off the ground. It is where an apex of the storm is located. But I am not seeing anything besides that one little pixel of about 48 to 50 miles per hour up and down this line. A couple instances of the mid 40 mile per hour range offshore of Leelanau County. But as it stands, not a whole lot going on. We got 50 seconds left in the special weather statement for Southeast Michigan, St. Clair, Macomb, Wayne counties. Let's look at the radar. And good news there, all of the heavy rain is pretty much in Ontario. Monroe County, eastern Monroe County, still dealing with a nice heavy downpour. Perhaps a little bit of pea-sized hail mixing in, but it looks like most of this is just heavy rain. So Luna Pier, Monroe, Estral Beach, dealing with some heavy rain, but that is not going to be a concern for severe at the current time. Gusty winds occurring, though, on Lake Erie, and there's a special marine warning there for boaters between Harbor View, so Toledo down through Sandusky, Ohio. So it is now 11:15, which means we are going to hop off for now. As a reminder, we are live from beginning to end for all severe weather coverage. It's a bonus when we can stay live for a little bit longer than that when there's no severe going on. But seeing as these storms are kind of slowing down and are staying at about 40 miles per hour, we will have further alerts posted on our page as needed for special weather statements, so make sure you're following us on Facebook for these special weather statements so you can see them come in. Obviously, you can obviously follow them on radar as well. But again, these storms will be crossing through northern Michigan throughout the rest of today, technically, over the next 45 minutes. Again, you can also follow National Weather Service Gaylord on Twitter, aka X. It is at NWS Gaylord if you live up here. And they will post the special weather statements. Actually, their statements do not come through. You have to follow the IEM bot. IEM bot APX is the name there. So, we will be keeping you guys updated. But for now, we are going to sign off. So, once again, make sure you like and share on the way out. Hit the follow button if you're new here. If you're new and see us for the first time today, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your support. We hope to see you back here again sometime soon. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma signing off for now. Make sure you're following us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, or X for all of our severe weather coverage going forward. All of our posts, as always, 100% of our posts can be found on our Facebook page. Our Facebook page is Michigan Storm Chasers, and all of our other social media accounts have the tag MI Storm Chasers. So pretty much any social media account you can think of, we're probably on it at that same username. But I hope you guys have a great rest of your Tuesday evening. If I don't see you anytime later tonight, have a good one. And we'll catch you next time here for either a briefing or live severe weather coverage right here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Take care, everyone. Hit that like button once again, and we'll see you soon. Rolling the outro.